わからないならわからせるこのステップで
An everlasting forward revolution toward the future. Everything I don't can't stop, cannot rewind. Pretend like I don't mind that you and I are running out of time.
水星の背またがってフロー好きなストーリー Remember by the fiction 世界が明快待ってまたにかける旅と派手なアクション遊ぼう何度でも衛星機能乗っかって走り出す一筋の月明かり時間がないからスピードアップ火花桜色君が見る未来シルエットとバックライト動けないプロイチレックショー一緒ダウンバイロー
New style, new fashion, still getting traction. Wanna be alive in the middle of the action. 最後はない戦いするけど一緒に行こう、豆dirty show 一緒にいるしょがないしょがない And I change the time, but wanna change your mind. But still feel left behind when I wanna connect the lines to be yours and mine. Go! An everlasting forward revolution toward the future. Everything I don't can't stop, cannot rewind. Pretend like I don't mind that you and I are running out of time.
水星の背またがってフロー好きなストーリー Remember by the fiction 世界が明快待ってまたにかける旅と派手なアクション遊ぼう何度でも衛星機能乗っかって走り出す一筋の月明かり
Yo, fast forward to past ordinary days. Wanna play it back, hazy like technical and future. Still make no sense. Low by low res beat, video 10. Low down the tempo, not so likely. A strikingly new age, irregular pacing. But we stay swinging and come out macing. All about the next day, next page.
気づかなふりはするここじゃ過去の更新が普通執念ばフェニックランド人生は踊れねえんだ
Painted infinity ain't it astonishing? Tainted city where everything's promised. Stranger than fiction, stranger addiction. Dangerous minds and millennial friction. A different shade into the imminent next stage. Forget about our language. I speak new ways. You, me, everybody, all slaves to a day we can't see. Internal vacancy is mankind. Now you and I are out of time.
水星の背またがってフロー好きなストーリー Remember by the fiction 世界が明快待ってまたにかける旅と派手なアクション遊ぼう何度でも衛星機能乗っかって走り出す一筋の月明かりが照らした暗がりは好きな物語
Situations cannot reach. Carry on this hilarious debate, but wait, I hate to say it, ain't no way that I can practice what I preach. Does the bass make you like it? Bass make you like it? Does the bass make you like it? Bass make you. That's my shit. Space like you like it. Bass make you like it. Yo yo. Bass make you like it. Bass make you like it better. This is a public statement better than we've been before. It's my narration of a generation getting bored. I can be clever, poetic, forget about rhetoric. Money's in it, but just aesthetic talent doesn't matter anymore. Skipfully daisy chain complaints and I don't make silk chocolate. Lazy Manhattan truck rappers sell mental illness for profit. Black coffee vapes, aesthetic emojis make those sad boys swoon. Dye your hair with manic panic, then your voice with auto-tune. Stop stand. If you see land of the first, lyrics half-assed and I can't ignore it. I'm here to rap fast, trying to make up for it. Image over scale coming out on top. Weak trash selling moe. It's hip-hop, bitch, stop please. You're not hot shit, thought just because the edge just hits and you don't get caught face. Like I'm a MC, little girls visit my side of the world, guarantee that you will get shot. Bet not a damn one of you have ever tried to see what hell is. I'm only getting angry because I'm ugly and I'm jealous. I settle down, fellas, I don't fake nice like every double take. Looking Japanese, looking at my white ass once, twice, 3 times the fuck it. I got a kick-ass 4 kid the bucket, so I might cause a record out of luck. No one makes for the love of it. Anybody else had enough of it? Does the bass make you like it? Bass make you like it? Does the bass make you like it? Bass make you. That's my shit. Space like you like it. Bass make you like it. Yo yo. Bass make you like it. Bass make you like it better. This is a public statement better than we've been before. It's my narration of a generation getting bored. I can be clever, poetic. Forget about rhetoric. Money's an image. Aesthetic. Talent doesn't matter anymore. SNS a necessary evil. We're obsessed with ourselves. Blessed with the limitless technology to big lion sound. Hella high water. Gotta make a living. The blend's getting hotter and the people are forgiven. The shit's gone off the wall again. Stop the fall again. Feel like we got it all. What's the call again? Wishful thinking on a ship that's sinking with a fistful of validation for the drinking. Gotta cash fast on the internet. Currency. Worried you're irrelevant. Shit ain't the first to be. It just occurred to me. No one seems to wonder if the value of fame is not 6 feet under. Nope. Does the bass make you like it? Bass make you like it? Does the bass make you like it? Bass make you.
What game are you talking about, Joe? No aluminum, no fighters. Better learn to fold some kind of metal like Japan, bro.
Sorry.
Hearts of Iron? Sure. I think about playing that game, but when I actually get into it, I'm like, I don't really like this that much. Like the gameplay of,
Excuse me a moment of unfiltered honesty.
like the logistics of all the troop movements and stuff, I don't really enjoy it.
The privileged millennials pledge of allegiance. Needless to say, no matter what way you spin it, the earth is a circus. The cynics got taken, still thirsty, but firstly well versed in satirics. And facetly bring out.
It's not like I don't mind. I mean, not like I don't like that kind of sim. I kind of. I mean, I think I do. But just the way it handles, like the logistics, it just kind of eventually kind of gets boring. I don't know.
See why that mentality's bad for you. This day and age, we're so mentally weak. Conversations just waiting for my turn to speak. The art of objection, a musician's device. What a shame that admission is so overpriced. But the spices in crisis and tragedy. Glad to be feeding off visuals, misery and majesty. Ravish the masses with views that can rate and relate to the fact that I'm so unrelatable.
I used to love Crusader Kings 2. I still do. I play that. But because like that has like, it's got all that other stuff you can think about, right? Like you can do the plots. You can you play in your air. You try and make your air. All that stuff is my favorite part, and none of that stuff's in that one. I mean, it's too abstract. Like in Crusader Kings is about the leaders, you know. In Hearts of Iron, they abstract them away, and I think that for me hurts it. Yeah. Like there is no leader, right? It's just like they're abstracted to the player.
What should I do? Well, good golly gee, don't it suck to recall that a taste of karma. They say naru yoni narisa. We still call it wicked, despicable.
Leaders get very lovely portraits, especially Mussolini. Yeah, but you don't really play them like you are in Crusader Kings, you know? Like, even though you exist beyond the individual in Crusader Kings, you do still kind of play the family, right? You're like the soul of the family. You're like their ancestors. The soul of their ancestors. That's what you're playing in Crusader Kings 2. I think that's a good way to think about it. Right? That's kind of true. That's probably the best abstraction. They're like their family ghost. Yeah, like in Total War Shogun 2 or Medieval 2. Sure, I played both those a little. I think I played more maybe Medieval 2, I think. Shogun I thought was silly because you start with like the ninja unit, and I was already rolling my eyes immediately. Like, oh, okay, uh-huh. Like in the first tutorial mission, you have ninja units. So I was like, are you fucking kidding me? There weren't ninja units. It's too much for me to accept. I'm sorry. There were no ninja units. That's ridiculous. Now maybe you had ninjas though, right? Like you had people sneaking in over the walls and stuff. Yeah, sure. Maybe you did. But a unit? A unit of ninjas? I don't know. Like, bro, I'm trying to play a serial, like a history game, I thought. You might as well have like ninjutsu at that point, you know? Might as well have ninjutsu and like, you turn into a frog, a giant frog and shit. Like, if you're gonna play that way, just be crazy then. All of a sudden you have ninpo. You blow fire out of your mouth. Like, who cares if you're having ninja squads? Well, you know what's wild? There are definitely Japanese hookers on Twitter. I get all this spam, like, group conversations, I guess, where it's like, some Japanese girl that adds you, like, and says, you want a private date? Contact me on my line. It's full, Twitter's full of hookers, bro. I guess, like, when everything's decriminalized, then you just have hookers everywhere. I don't know.
Whose life are you living? Yo, let me say I'm a musician. Sorry, what? Hold up, didn't catch that. Did I hear self-satisfaction? Really talk is cheap and easy. Names a sick joke, show me action. I'm a rapper. That stick smoke, image don't mean jack. Convinced Chidori quality affects the sound of your rap. Surrounded by whack, pretenders to my left and my right. Cause lately rappers don't rap, but scrap on Twitter and fight. They disregard is respect, and simply state my direct. To beat the banjo hataraku, hitos harder perspective.
No date? Were they real? Yeah, I don't know. You'd have to like hit them up to find out. Right, you have to fall for it. But they say things like, I'm waiting to have private sex now, but in Japanese, you know? They say shit like that. No, I think they're real hookers. But I don't know. I mean, they could just be bots trying to like steal your money. Yeah, sure. Could be. I don't get real hookers. I don't rate those. Just bots. I don't get those. Yeah, I don't know if they're real hookers or not. There was a shark person that I followed on Twitch. But I immediately realized they were a radicalized communist. A bitter shark was their name. And then, ironically, I got a notification after I went live that they're playing Yeek, a postmodern RPG. Of course they are. Freaking shark. Yeah, I don't know. I followed him one day. I got hosted there or something. And then I immediately spotted that he was a diehard radical communist. The way you can spot him, a shark person, yeah, he's a shark. Like his avatar is a shark. You can tell communists immediately by their negative disposition. You know, like they're always very cynical. They're always mad at the world, kinda. You know, mad at everyone else. There's some obvious traits to the communists. What's up, Parn? I'm a radical fuckhead. I don't know if I'm any kind of radical, but I believe some people would consider me a radical. I'm radically neutral. I'm radically individualist. I'm radically a believer in the power of the individual. More negative than me and Graham? Yes. Definitely. They're like cynical, man. Like they're like everything they see about the world is like, you know, you guys don't bum me out. You guys don't bug me out. I realize now the little like weird cyborg parts on Linda, kind of on the thumbnail, kind of look like pox marks or something. On the when it's really small. That's fine though. I'm not changing it. I just noticed that. The drug addict Linda.
Wake up, wake up, wake up. Wake up, yeah, time to wake up. 3, 2, 1, let's go. Sit down to writing muck, coat the body, taking 9. Nothing but a black colored pencil, try to paint the sky. Wonder why every time message miscommunicated, start to end, play pretend the feelings are reciprocated. I might coat the body, this
is the last song, by the way. We're live. We're live after it.
Times where I wanted to be. I was sick and blind, and I got sick and tired of ostentatious phrases and flattery. Lost my patience and bored with the fakeness. It may just be another case of finding awakeness. Fame is a cheap disguise. People we idolize, taking the focus off our own lives. Somewhere along the line, those fantasies ended. Quit seeing through rose-colored lenses and realize if I was like halfway decent, I think I'd realize the right advice I need is wake up, wake up, wake up. Cause life has no ideal pieces. Convinced it's fine if only.
I wonder if she's right about why people like are all about like idolizing other people right now. I haven't thought about that too much. There is a trend of that, like where, like especially in YouTube culture, where people have like my streamer, right? Like where they back a personality completely. Which I don't think is healthy. I mean, that doesn't mean like you have to watch more streams. It just mean like thinking like that is clearly a sign of something weird. Like picking a champion, I guess, to idolize. Another day, break out of this mind. If I was like halfway decent, I think I realized the right advice I need is wake up, wake up, wake up. Cause life has no ideal pieces. Convinced it's fine if only in my Pick your ocean? Oh, Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. I'm stuck with that stupid word. Oh, yeah, stupid weavery. Okay, turn that off now. Music's off. I'm gonna start the stream. Hold on. Hey guys, hold on. Face activate. Face chat activate. No chat. Hold on. We want the Jaguji music on. I feel pretty good today. I'm feeling pretty good. Here, music. Feeling pretty good today. Let's start this over. Turn it down. There we go. Okay, and then we need chat. Why isn't chat there? Capture at first, yeah, and then turn it on. Wait, we still don't have Linda, but we're also not old. I mean, not Linda. What's her name? Nina. We still don't have Nina. Well, we have Nina, but she's not old yet. We don't have a Nina car Linda, is what I was saying. For the side panel yet, but we will. But we will. Not yet though. I think it'd be better. It's better to wait until she's older than doing it now. I think so. It's better to wait until she's older. Probably. Anyways, chat's working, right? Almost. Yeah. Okay, yeah, working. What are we doing in Breath of Fire? I've been making progress. Like crazy, I know that much. If I'm looking straight at the screen, where is the thing? This is calibration. These numbers are not right, bro. Like, okay, I'm just looking at the screen. I'm upside down. I want it to be like... I can make it zoom in, but then like I consciously have to put my head down, you know? Like, I'm looking at the bottom of my monitor right now. You know? That's not right. This is me with my head up. He's way right there. Isn't it sorry. Isn't it interesting that how cool AI is at like drawing art and then making it like look like a light or something, like the Linda does, like the neon lights. Like it blows my mind how I can do that when I'm messing with it. Like I can mix styles and draw stuff like in pixel art or whatever thing, and it just does it. It just like you can just merge all these crazy things like artist styles with like pixel art or whatever else. It's crazy. I don't know why more people don't mess with it. I keep saying that, but I don't get it. People being silly on that. I love AI. Yeah, it's very cool. It's very cool, man. Eventually, in like 10 years, people will be over this this weird thing about like Tumblr artists or whatever and saving them. I really don't care about Tumblr artists. No offense to them, but if they are artists, what's stopping them from using the AI themselves? Also, what's stopping them from selling their style as an AI art thing that you can rent? You know, I would pay for that. Nobody does that. They just like sit around and complain like, no, don't do it, it's evil. Okay, well, it's gonna be, it's happening. How about come up with, get in front of it and sell a license, like a yearly or monthly or yearly, and you gave a discount on yearly license to use the thing, and then train some models for it. That's a good idea. Why don't they do that? Anyway, I don't know, man. Artists, for some reason, have no foresight. Isn't that bizarre? I thought they're artists. I thought they're supposed to be creative, but they have like no foresight whatsoever, or creativity. Like one time, I was on Discord, and I'm not Discord, Twitter, and I was talking to somebody about this stuff, right? And they're like, "Well, the most important thing, you don't like." I suggested that idea I said about what if they license out their thing? It's like, it's not just about making money, it's the urge to create. It's like, bro, it's not about making money, it's the urge to create. It's like, bro, I make a stream 5 days a night, 5 days a week, and I've done it for years. Don't tell me, motherfucker. Who the fuck do you think you are? Artists are so fucking pretentious. They do nothing almost. And they hype themselves up so much. Like, they draw one picture a year, and they're like, oh man, the urge to create, where is it? I need the urge to create. I'm so creative. I'm so original. Once a year I draw one picture. You know? Oh, cool. You're really showing me, man. The urge to create. How many artists actually make anything and don't just sit around bitching on Twitter? Because I don't know. They sound like the same old fucks getting mad at Photoshop in 2008? Yeah. Yeah, they do sound like that. But I mean, it's all, like, it's happened before, right? Like, with the printing press. You go back to the printing press. Go back to any tool. And it invalidates jobs. Of course it does. That's the whole point of innovation. Is that it changes what needs to be. Like, I know it's not what people wanted. People wanted humans to be. But here's the thing artists don't want to accept. The mechanical skill of art isn't the important part. That's what artists really don't want to accept, right? The mechanical part of art is actually not the important part. That's the part they don't want to accept. They want to see that as creativity, right? Just the ability to sketch. They want to see that as creativity itself, but it's not. That's the drawback for them. That's why they're in this losing war. Is because they don't know what creativity even is. They don't even know what it is. They just draw things. Drawing doesn't really make you an artist. It makes you a drawer. Person that draws. Person that sketches. To be an artist, you gotta make art. That requires creativity. Anyway, enough of my thoughts on the stupid AI, the stupid anti-AI people. The other thing that hurts the AI, the pro-AI arguments, is a lot of them are given by people that are kind of scammers, you know? Like, the first people endorsing anything are always going to be scammers, I think. They're flying through space. Oh no, some kind of tunnel. We're on a public bus. Sonic Shoe. I think I'll leave it on for a second. Alright, let me get the game open. Start playing video games. I've done all of it and I love what I can do with my AI, right? And like we've talked about tons of times, there's nothing stopping an artist from taking more advantage of the AI than somebody like me, you know? In fact, like they have, like, nobody even knows about things like control nets and like all these other things. Nobody even experiments to find out how interactive it really is. Like, people think like it's just literally a prompt and that's all the power you have over the thing. That's not at all true. That's not remotely true. There's way more power you have over the thing when you dive into getting into it, you know, learning the tricks and the things. There's way more control you have over it. And artists, because when you get to that fine-tune control, they can really take advantage of that if they want to. If they want to, they could. You know what's crazy? The soundtrack right now for this game, I scrolled down to the comments, right? And it says, wow, it's already 20 years ago, huh? I wish Junguji would go on forever. And then it says, that comment is 6 years old. That comment of, wow, this Junguji song, this Junguji soundtrack, whoa, 20 years ago this game was. And then that comment was 6 years old. That comment is 6 years old. I can't wait till that comment turns 20 years old, right? Because then it's full circle. I wish Junguji can last forever. 20 years later. After 20 years. I just think it's nuts feel trying to invalidate all my years of work for 30 plus just because I got an AI in 2022. Yeah, no, that's true. They do that. They do call you all kinds of names and say like you couldn't draw anyways. But that's just like lashing out like a dumb person around a smart person. You know what I mean? They're just like lashing out. It's just like anxiety about their own low self-esteem is all that is. When they're like, all right, you didn't like, you couldn't even draw anyways, kind of stuff. That's all just insecurity of themselves. Because they value that like, their only value to themselves is that they can draw those stupid, ugly drawings they can draw. Because most people complaining about it can't draw very well, so I don't know what they're bitching about anyway. You know what I mean? Like, most of the people complaining about it are not the top tier artists. They're like people that could make maybe some kind of comic, some kind of web comic, or something like that. Like, they're not highly talented artists by any means complaining. Usually, anyway. I was way off on the audio. I was good enough to be spotlighted at TennoCon, a huge game convention. Sure, man. Sure. And I mean, there's the whole argument that it's it's ableism, right? That argument is not bullshit. That argument is actually pretty solid. It is ableism to hate on using AI. It is ableism. Yeah, of course it is. Of course it is. But they don't want to accept that. They don't want to accept that. And my biggest issue with the AI lovers, I mean the AI haters, is none of them said shit when AI translation was taken off, 20 years ago. Nobody said shit, man. No, they didn't complain when it was AI translation. And every single one of them I know clicks Google Translate sometimes. You know what I mean? Like, how do they justify that with themselves? How do they justify the fact that they've used AI translation before? But then they see art and they go, no, you're taking jobs. You don't think translation is a job? Why is artist then? Why is artist a job if translation is not, jerk? You know? And the thing is, they also don't get is translation's already fought the war. And there's still point for human translators even post AI war. You know what I mean? And it's not just like a fading purpose. There is a purpose for human beings with AI. Of course there is. AI is a tool for humans. It's not meant to replace humans. I mean, it won't replace humans. People just don't even get it. They're just scared because they're, I don't know, cowards? I don't know why they're so scared. Like, everybody's scared of corporations using AI. But the thing that's amazing about AI is anybody can use it. A lot of these like documents are released publicly about these different experiments and things. Almost anybody can use it. So yes, there's a cost to production, right? You need some kind of good video card, or you use free tokens on some kind of thing, or buy tokens or whatever. Yeah, sure, there is some cost to it, but it's almost free. It's close to free, honestly. Yeah, there's power concerns. But like at the level like somebody like me is doing stuff, the power concerns aren't all that much. Not at all. And I can, like, it's easier for me to pay for it, so it's not anybody else's problem. Yeah, like mine, I can't draw shit alone. Yeah, sure. Yeah. People just gotta get past. I don't know, man. I'm excited for whenever people start using it, like for real, and like everyone does. The Ghibli thing was the start, right? Where people are, that whole Ghibli joke thing. That was the start where regular mainstream people were using it. A lot of mainstream people, like regular people, got their first taste of AI art there. Like a drug, you know? It's not gonna, they're gonna be into it. They're gonna want to mess around with it, and that's cool. My issue with AI art is it's too cool. Like people call it slop, yada yada, rant and rave against it, but my issue is it's too cool. Like you can almost get addicted like a drug, to making stuff, to generating art. You could probably, right? That's not even going to be explored for years and years, but you could get an addiction to generating art. Yeah, you definitely could, right? Because like you don't even need it. Like you could do that for your entertainment every day. Just sit there generating art. That's not that's not good. That's probably a problem. It's probably a problem. You probably need to not do that. But making things is human nature. I think so too. He needs to watch me draw to draw himself. Sure. Well, yeah. At the end of the day, that's true. And I was saying, like how if artists make their own models to for people to use, their models can be more robust, because the public can only train on their publicly available works, right? But like if they have anything in private that they've never shown someone, like sketchbooks and things, or new works that they make just to train on, then none of that exists in the public, and so you could make a model that can't be reproduced by anybody else than you. The training data, unless you include the training data when you release it, if you want to include the training data, that's up to you. It's fine, you could do that. But if you could also still make new art that you train it on too. Even after that, you could make new models that nobody else could reproduce because you have the skill to draw. And Leafy likes the Fujis I made for her. Sure, they're cool. Sure. I mean, it's all cool. It takes it from like this, like everybody using placeholder ugly shit to people using, you know, little characters and things. It's way better for placeholders, you know, or like whatever thing. Like, it's way nicer for the same amount of effort. You can have way nicer looking placeholder stuff than, like, the default setting for everything is going to be a lot nicer looking than it used to be. Eventually, like for like a stream layout, you'll eventually just be able to talk to an AI, right, and be like, okay, I want to set up a stream. I want it to track my subs. I want it to do this. I want it to pop up with this, and it'll just put together like the OBS layout. You know, it'll just put that shit together in the future. It'll be dynamic. It won't be static, it'll be dynamic. That's the future. Right? You just like literally like the Matrix when they go, I want guns, more guns. Like that, you just tell the computer what you want and it'll do it. Like, because of that's how advanced, that's how AI will be in the future. Yeah, it'll make some mistakes sometimes still, right? But you can run it again or fix it yourself or whatever, you know. It'll mostly work, it'll mostly function most of the time. At the moment, we've been building a PNG slicer algo so we can animate shit. Yeah, that's cool. You can automate that in the old school way too. I used to do that for something. I used to slice images automatedly for my flashcards, I think. And like I had a script thing set up to make a close deletion images and things like that. You can do the old school automation. There's always some in-between options too. Yeah, it'll be interesting when like all this stuff stacks together. When you have like traditional automation stacked with AI, stacked with somebody that really knows what they're doing. You'll have some crazy stuff being done. I hope to be one of those people, right? Like stay on the forefront of AI stuff. Because I mean, I'd say we're currently on it, right? I'd say this stream is on it. I want to make I was saying I want to get the show up and running where we're now some AI characters. Because people basically dropped that whole idea, the AI show idea. The problem, I think one of the problems was people only use trademark shows, you know. So then it was only a matter of time until they get DMCA'd and have to take it down. But if you trained your own, and if you made your own show, then it could go forever. You made your own show instead of using, you know, Seinfeld or SpongeBob. They could have used it inspirationally and then like changed the stuff a bit, but they didn't do that. They flat out jacked it, and that's why they always get shut down. But those projects were kind of cool. Remember there were AI streamers too, like AI Trainwrecks, AI. That stuff was cool too. I might make an AI streamer too. I might make an AI Linda DJ. I think that'd be cool. I had some kind of DJ model, I think, oh, it was a DJ Motion Laura. I do have one. DJ Motion Laura. Here, this, I'll link you. This thing, I bet that I wanted to mess with that. I forgot about that. I forgot about messing with that. Could definitely make a Linda DJ with that, right? Could definitely make a DJ Linda with that. I like how sometimes they block out images like they're I might have to learn Comfy UI though. Like they're adult, but they're not. But yeah, the DJ thing looks cool. That would definitely be cool. Just have like build a bunch of little animations from the same frame, and we'll just have a return to the same frame. Then have like a neutral animation. Then, you know, keep going back. Q, yeah, those are cool. Yeah. But I could make DJ Linda with that. Could make DJ Linda with that. What's up, Zoop? What are you humming? What are you humming, bro? Could definitely make some kind of cool DJ Lindo with that, I think. I have an animated diffusion setup already. I use that for some different stuff. I found some different motion modules to try out too recently. I forgot all about that. Should do that. He says. Okay, the game is ready. The game is ready. We just gotta open it. Turn the music off. Unless, Zoop, do you want to watch are you gonna try to make me watch a video? Or what, bro? Okay, let's see. Are we an hour in? We're 47 minutes in. Yeah. That's about right? Before the game starts, we're 40 minutes in. Before the game starts, we are 40 minutes in. There we go. I do kind of wonder how the worlds connect to each other. Sent you some we did from just a ping. Okay. Oh, animation. Yeah, very cool. You're very cool. What did you so did you have it like make all the different frames, or how did it work? And then you sliced it? Is that what you were talking about? I'm always humming. Yeah, that's true. It is true. What are we doing in the game? Does anybody remember? Anybody remember what we're doing? I'm camping somewhere. I see that much. Let's talk to the people, maybe. They'll tell us what we're doing. There is a ship. A powered ship. Powered ship. I'd like to know what kind of mechanics it uses. A powered ship? Buoy? It looks like it's gotten used to hanging out with us now. This turnip thing. The onion. We need to go to Angel's Tower. Oh yeah. We can probably use a ship from Rapara. Okay. So the ships here have some kind of engine? I ran away from home again. Where's my mom? How am I gonna apologize to my mom this time? Oh yeah, her mom passed. Her mom, bro, poor Nina. Her mom passed out last time. Is what they said when we went to the castle. But that is too bad. It is too bad. Her mom passed out. Have we been up here? Can we go in here? Doesn't look like it. With this one, with this little hut here. The link to a website to create AI photo of a DJ? Yeah, I linked that. I have a video if you want now. Not right now. Now I'm starting. Damn, YouTube, no notification. That's lame. The link to a website to create an AI photo of a DJ. Yeah. So that's like a motion model suit. What motion models do is, well, welcome Dingus. Dude, that's lame it didn't. You might want to get on the Discord, bro. Just, for your, just like, only, like, mute the whole Discord. and just unmute the where is the stream channel, and then you'll never miss it, bro. I'm pretty good about posting in there, right? I've almost never missed it. Oh, there's a gene thing down there. Like cameras control. Yeah, so how it works, Zoot, is you install this add-on called Animated Diffusion, and then it basically generates a bunch of images to animate it, right? He sliced it, I move the parts how I want to animate, and he makes the between frames. Okay, he sliced it, I move the parts how I want. Okay. I'm curious about that part, because obviously I'm making animations too. I am curious how you're doing that. Is there something here? But yeah, so it's a they call them motion modules, and that's like trained on the motion itself, Zoop. So if you can put different ones in there. I'm using like the default one most of the time when I'm making like the Linda on the side. Oh, did I make that with that? Yeah, I did. A lot of the like animations I've been using in visualizers, I've been making with that, like the different. Here, hold on, I'll show you some real quick. Like this. Why'd the music stop when I pulled this open? Like these kind of animations I've been using, I made them with Animated Diffusion. But like you can put different like you can train it on different types of motion, right? So there's different motion modules. And that one is one just to make them look like they're doing DJ stuff. It's trained on that motion specifically. What's up, Tom? To create AI GIFs? Yes, correct, Zoop, yes. Like the Zoop Cat? Well, Zoop Cat, I created by just making a bunch of different ones, and then I made a GIF myself. The Zoop Cat, I didn't really give a animation thing. There are motion modules like zooming and stuff too. Like, you know, you've probably seen like those infinite zoom AI images and things. You can, there's ones for that too. That kind of thing too. The zoom ones are kind of like a gimmick, I think, so I don't really do those ones. There's got to be a way to the other side. Hold on. No? How do I get out the back, bro? Down here? Nothing. Because there's a gene thing out there. Cool. It is pretty cool. Oh. We just walk over here? Okay, my bad. Just walk over here. Nice, 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 nice. The ghost is talking to me. Hear my dragon powers. Thunder's a sheet gene. Nice. So we can get like electric power now? Or is it wind? I don't know. But whatever, we can turn into an electric dragon now. Sick. These fish look kind of blue, like they have blue heads. What is that about? I saw some of the Bill Maher Charlie Kirk thing. Yeah, I want to watch that later. I put that in the title. We're gonna watch that later, yeah. Because I figure that's a good topic for, because they talk about religion, right, and that kind of stuff. And we talk about that sometimes, right? Dingus, remember the thing that happened the other day? We kind of like the chat kind of has similar conversation, so I figure that might be an interesting thing to talk about. Hopefully without everyone blocking each other. I want to fish real quick, see what fish are here. It'll probably make the extreme left hate Mara even more. Oh, cause he like talks to him. You think? Like, is that your point? Like, cause he even humors the conversation or the ideas, or Hey, this jellyfish should be easy, but it's a jellyfish thing. I swear I've already got jellyfish things before. Got it. Where are you going, fish? Come back here. There you go. Was it bigger? No? Oh, it is bigger than anyone I've gotten before. Gumi float. Gumi float. Let's try to get like one of the regular fish. Like the ones that aren't a jellyfish looking thing. No jellyfish, not you, not you. Where's that fish over there? Get their attention. There's a fish here, bro. It's totally a fish. No, not that thing. There we go. Bro, this fish is going wild. Can we get it? You think? Yeah, look at that. We never even got one of those before. Tobeda. Now, Radman. Why does it say that? Why does it say Radman down there? Why does it say Radman? Because he was very nice to him. Right, and he called him smart and stuff. Sure. That's why I wanted to watch it too, because they're having like a good, like a friendly conversation. It's not that people can go have a conversation without attacking the other's beliefs. Well, they do kind of though, right? I've seen a little clip of it. Like Bill Maher does say, I don't understand why somebody smart could believe in religion or something. But he doesn't. But he doesn't really get rude about it, you know. He just says that, like, which is an understandable. If you've been taught what he's been taught, right? It is an understandable perspective to have. I guess I'll take one of these. It is an understandable perspective. But, there we go. Let's get out of here. I think we're good. Nice, 27 centimeters. That seems... How much do these fish heal me if I eat them? Yeah, especially when they're both CIA assets. You think so? They might be. I mean, I do wonder about that kind of thing for sure. I don't trust anybody over a certain, Is there one that just says fish? No, it's under item. 1 HP for the Gumi fish? It's a waste of time. But Gumi float is also 1 HP. Anybody over a certain level of prestige or whatever, I assume is in the cult. And the cult isn't, you know, doesn't just operate through the CIA, of course. 20 on this one. The CIA is just like one of their many assets, I think. Personally. Weird how they always take stuff from the Talmud out of context and think they know better than people actually study it. Why do you think both of them are CIA? Media tie heads meant to divide from real issue. Well, yeah, I call it the, well, here's the thing, bro. I agree with you and I disagree, Tom. Okay, so I think of it, there's this tactic called the Sorcerer's Circle. You ever heard of this? And the magic about it is that people don't even have to be assets to fall for it. What happens is you throw one topic out there, right? Like, let's say trans women in sports, right? You purposely stoke the fire around that, and then you have negative and positive polarity around that, right? And that's what they call the Sorcerer's Circle, right? You get everybody whipped up into a frenzy about it, both people against it and for it. And the thing is, it doesn't require anybody being like directly. Now that there are, oops, I don't know why that happened. There are obviously people that are controlled, people that are assets, people that are pushing the energy in different ways. But it doesn't really require that. Like, it co-ops directly, because what it does is it just like, it's like agitprop. You throw it out there, right? And you stoke it, and then everybody talks about it. Like, even people that are reasonable people, like they'll get up and they'll be like, hey, that's not, I want women protected. And then now they're in the sorcerer circle. And now they're talking about this thing on everything, right? And then they use that energy that they've built up for whatever like agenda they have, and then they push their real next goal while everybody's focused on that. They use the energy from it, right, from the people fighting and from people getting all worked up and all the people putting money into these different causes and things. They take all that and then they push their real agenda in the background. So I agree with you that they are purposely meant to divide. I don't think a lot of them are useful idiots. A lot of them don't even know they're being manipulated. Like, because the sorcerer circle itself is so powerful. It sucks everything in. The only way to avoid it is to avoid it, to not talk about those things at all, which is what I try to do. But I think that, so I don't know if they are assets, but I do agree that they are definitely manipulated by the sorcerer circle. Definitely. That's fair. I would never willingly watch Charlie Kirk or Bill Maher by myself, but I like Craggy's analysis of things. Well, thank you. Thank you very much, Dingus. Rogan didn't move to Austin for no reason. Got to be close to Alex Jones HQ, Austin, Spook Central. Yeah, maybe you're right. I'm not totally opposed to the ideas. I just think it's less organized than a lot of people realize, Tom. It's organized, but in a different way. Like, I don't think most people involved know that they're involved. I really don't think so. I think people are way more easy to manipulate than people realize. You just throw a carrot out there and point a laser pointer at it, and people go for the carrot. Is what I think. Sure, some of the people are for sure assets pushing it, one way or the other, intentionally so. But the thing is, the sorcerer circle benefits everyone inside it. So people will get into it. Like the quote unquote culture war. A good example of the sorcerer circle is like Gamersgate kind of stuff. All that stuff is like self-contained in this sorcerer circle that got a lot of people money that were against the DEI stuff, but the DEI stuff is still making money, like through the investors and things. They still have it set up to be working that way. But the people that are like against it, they made money too, but that money doesn't go to anything but themselves, right? That money just goes to their YouTube channel or whatever, and they just make more YouTube videos complaining about the games. None of those resources go to some other competing culture that could possibly be out of their control. That's the problem. The Gamersgate is a good example of a sorcerer circle. Everybody got warped up into it, captured into it, and now it's irrelevant, almost. Because, like, the real agenda wasn't that to begin with. So now it's, like, made irrelevant. It's an old sorcerer circle. If you're reacting to, like, what they're doing, you're too late, I think, always. You have to make your own stuff. That's what I think. Hit me move with the same, sure. Speaking of sorcerers, I was watching a video earlier on the magician archetype, and I think Cracky is a magician. Why do you say that? Bill Maher most likely Hugh Hefner's son. You think so? He acts like it. Soccer circle to distract people who conflict, not important, so they won't talk about what is important. Yes. Sorcerer circle though. Zoom, not soccer circle. Sorcerer circle. We watched a video on it before. This information isn't like secret information. If you Google sorcerer circle, I don't know if anybody talks about it, but I remember we found some video of people talking about it before, of the political strategy. I think that is what goes on, because it makes a lot of sense. Because so many people like aren't aware of what's happening, but yet they're still being used by the they're still being used. And the mainstream people have no idea what Gamergate is. Chris Chan is more popular. Yeah, exactly, right? It basically was like this thing that whipped people up, and it seemed like a big deal. Everybody involved still thinks it's a big deal, but like outside of that, people are like, I don't care about that. Like I was watching, because I found that out, starting to watch like other like the commentary YouTube people, and a lot of them kind of lean left, but a lot of them are just young dudes. Like they're not really leaning anywhere. They just have the default settings. You know what I mean? And they don't care about Gamergate at all. They think it's old people just yelling at the sky. They don't understand why it's a thing. And it's because it has turned into that though, right? Like the YouTube channels are just complaining at this point. You have to make something. In my opinion, you can't complain about some stuff. You have to make something, which is what, you know, I'm trying to do my best to do. If you want to learn about something new, how do you know where to start, like finding good books on the topic? That's a very good question, huh? That's a very good question. Now, I do like that you say good books on the topic, because a lot of the stuff is still in books. That's a good question. I usually find somebody that knows more than me and then see what books they recommend, right? Or they've read, or, you know, that's usually how I do it. I find somebody like for example, I found like, what's that one guy? The Jens School guy? And then I checked out the stuff he was talking about. John Taylor Gatto, right? You find somebody that clearly knows their stuff, and then you find out what they read. And you find out what topics they were interested in, and you start pursuing them. That's how I did it, in general. Find somebody that you can tell knows their stuff, because you can discern that, right? And then see what books they recommend, who they look up to, who... Like, that's how I ended up finding out about, like, Milton Friedman from Thomas Sowell, right? Thomas Sowell to Milton Friedman. Milton Friedman and Thomas Sowell to Mises, right, to Austrian economics, Ludwig von Mises. All that was from, you know, you go one check in the thing. You look to other people that know already. The government wanted to delegitimize the anti-war effort. Yeah, this seems true, yeah. Here's the thing though, I think it's beyond the government, Tom. I think it's beyond the government. Like, it's like the crime families, or whatever you want to call them. For lack of a better word, the secret cults, the crime families, all those people work in the same direction. Because they pass down like the same kind of, they all believe in some kind of cult similarly, you know, like the cult of I really think they think they're gods, like they're like the Luciferian thing, like Bill what's his name, William Cooper talks about. I really think they're Luciferians. I do. I think it makes so much sense that they think they're like the light bringers, the old, like they're gonna bring humanity to a golden age. I really think they believe that. Yeah, I think so. We've been here before. We talked to everybody. I remember. Look at him getting stuck. Did chat get broken? Because nobody's talked for a while. It did get broken. Okay. With so manufacturer, yeah. I could see with feds acting like an on the 4chan, trying to instill racism and disinfo. Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely not suggesting that there's not people like that, like feds doing that kind of shit. Definitely, they do exist, yes, definitely. Remember the, Remember those fake racist groups that like all had clean uniforms and shit? Remember that popped out of nowhere, then poofed out of existence? Those are freaking feds. You guys remember what I'm talking about? Those like quote-unquote racist groups that showed up for like one day in some protest or something, then disappeared, and you couldn't find like their website or anything. Like, what the fuck? What is this? Huh? We're just supposed to buy this? That group doesn't even exist. Like, if they were like, here's the thing. I knew a neo-Nazi when I was younger. Now I did not agree with his beliefs at all, but I knew one. Not only did I know one, I had debates with the guy. I had debates with the guy. Neo-Nazis are not hidden about their agenda. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's the thing. Like, if you've ever known a neo-Nazi, they are not secretive. They're not subversive. In fact, they'd find that like shameful. Now I'm not I'm not pro neo-Nazi. Well, I'm just saying people don't understand these people. They've never talked to one. To think that they would just be like some fly-by-night organization that shows up and disappears and you never hear it again. That's not how they behave, man. Not at all. Thanks for the advice, no problem. Well, you know, Dingus, there's that guy that might be interesting to dig into that went to Japan. I find him interesting. I haven't read a bunch of it. Like, I don't know if he wrote books. I think he did. The guy that went to... Okay, so... in Hokkaido, in Japan, they hired an American to help figure out their... like, the logistics of turning Hokkaido into a... William S. Clark, that was his name. William S. Clark. He went to Japan to help them develop Hokkaido into a agricultural, into like a place, a breadbasket. And now it's the breadbasket of Japan, if you don't know. And he had this phrase he said, when he left, he said, "Boys, be ambitious," is what he said. And that's still a phrase in Japan today. Like, Hokkaidans know that phrase. Hokkaidans know that phrase. Because he's that famous. He's that famous. I'm looking at books. It's mostly like just stuff about I know there's the same guy. I don't think he wrote any books. Doesn't look like he did. Some other guy with his name. I don't think he wrote any books. But it makes me think of that guy. Yeah, we're just playing the Hitman Hokkaido level. Nice. Yeah, Hokkaido, if you don't know, was like a formed island. It was like a volcano. Was it 2 volcanoes? It's like I don't know, is it 2 volcanoes? Something like that, right? And then they had all the soot and everything filled up the land. It filled up the space between them, between like these 2 islands. And a lot of the island is soot. A lot of Hokkaido is soot. That's why it's very good to grow stuff, because it's soot. A lot of it's soot. Maybe there's a Lex Friedman podcast who listens. Don't do that. Please don't. Please read actual books. Oh my god. Please do not go towards the Lex Friedman listen to more than you learn thing. I really feel like people that do that don't really learn that much. They just like listen to those things. I don't think they learn that much. I honestly think they're wasting time. I think it's fine to listen to books on tape though, because obviously depending on your time constraints, that can make sense. So we came here before, but I don't know what did I miss? I swear I talked to everybody. I guess talk again. We talked to the sailor, right? He's like, I love the sea. The sea's life for me. Oh yeah, the sea's calling me. Yeah. I remember that guy. Pseudo-intellectual wannabes. Agreed, yeah. They certainly don't retain most of it. Yeah, agreed. Did he say Pesura? That's a strange name for a fish, don't you think? Who caught that? And I think it is. I think you're right. I think pseudo-intellectual is totally right. Because everybody sees like intelligence as the thing to have now, as the qualifier of like how smart you are. Everybody sees that, right? What's up with the colors? Hold on. Colors are off. There we go. Sorry. I want to learn, yeah, botany. Force myself to socialize some people. There's a local farmers market I've never been to. Nice, yeah. I assume, yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I don't know anything about agriculture. I know about that guy, and that's it. Blue shirts and khaki pants, all fit young men on a single old fat. Right, exactly, right. Thomas Sowell is the best. I follow the same former Marxist path. Oh, gotcha, Tom. Yeah, but basic economics, reading basic economics, and what's the other book? Visions of the Anointed. Basic economics plus Visions of the Anointed, and then maybe, what's the other book? White rednecks? No, black rednecks and white liberals. Those books, you read all those, you're covered, I think, for like the current world. Basic economics, Visions of the Anointed, and then he has a couple other books that are good too, like what was it, Social Fallacies. That's a more recent one he did. That one's good too for to know the actual data people are talking about now and what's wrong with it. But to understand their mindset, the Visions of the Anointed's good. I also like, of course, books to suggest. I love that French book, The Opium of the Intellectuals, where it's talking about how leftism is an illusion, by this French guy, and it was written in 1950s, and I think he's right. Yeah, I think leftism is an illusion. It's like a fake. Leftism itself, politics themselves are a construct to control us, is what I really believe. I don't know about you guys, but I do. Like, left and rightism isn't even a real construct. It's just meant to control you, make you file up on sides, you know, the king on this side, against the king on this side, for the king on this side, to control you. I think that's the only reason we even have the politics the way we do. Just to control you. What's a word? Well, I was talking about that, Tom. I have a theory on that. You know why everybody loves to debate now? Let me know what you guys think of this idea. I know we were playing a game and now we're just having this crazy conversation, but I think it's important. So here's the thing. Okay, so I think if somebody's intelligent, right, and has intelligent feats, you can tell they're intelligent by just looking at them. Do you know what I mean? Like just listening to them, talking to them, hearing them express ideas. You can be like, oh, this person's smart. But what if you're not actually intelligent? Then can you display your intelligence by yourself? No, you can't. So what do you do to create the illusion of intelligence? Well, what you can do is comparatively, quote unquote, beat someone else. Right? I've realized that. That's why debates are so popular now, is because we're in the era of the midwit, and midwit's only way of showing how intelligent they are is to cut somebody else down. They can't do it by themselves. They can't just like show their like self and have people realize they're intelligent, because they're not. So they have to debate to make it obvious, to make it look like they're smart to other people. Because like an actual intelligent person, you just listen to him. You know what I mean? And you can be like, oh, this guy, those are some smart insights he's saying there. That's interesting. You know? It's not difficult to tell someone's smart by themselves, if they are smart. But what if you're not really smart? What if you're actually a midwit? What if you're just slightly smarter than the average person? What do? Well, then you debate. The left-hand path and right-hand path cult. Agreed. Now, you guys know I do think there is a left. And I do think I'd be on it, honestly. So here's how I think of it, right? You got conservatives, and this is generally considered the right, and their philosophy is something like, The world is hard, but if we accept these timeless truths, like Christianity, whatever, right, then we have the tools that our ancestors gave us to weather this hardship. That's a conservative view. Then you have the communist view, which is called the left, which is the world is harsh and I don't want to accept it, and so I'm going to imagine a world that's better. That's the communist view. And then of course you have the fascist view, which is kind of in between the two, which is the world is harsh, but if you follow me, I will guide you out of it. Which is kind of, you can see how it's kind of communist, and it's kind of and it's slightly conservative too. That's why it is the middle. Fascism is the middle. It is a third position. And then communists, though, don't realize that the dialectic that leads them to their conclusion actually leads to that position. They don't all really realize that. But then anyway, let's go back a second. And so you have conservatives, right? Their idea is the world is hard. Let's follow these old truths. They will guide us through it. Then you have space on the left of that for, yes, there is value to those truths, but let me test them. Let me experiment. Let me work on the fringes of your ideas, of the old truths, and find out how true they really are. Right? Like that left, it should exist, and there's value to it. Like people talk about there being value to the left for like artists and writers. That's what they're talking about, right? They're talking about not communists. They're talking about people that are saying, yeah, okay, I understand that we have this wisdom, but let me try something else too. You know what I mean? That's the left that, and I would put myself in that group. Not like I want to label myself, but I would consider myself that form of left, probably, if it existed. It doesn't though, but that's what people mean when they say like, we need leftists for like art and all this other shit, is you do need some people pushing the boundaries. You do. But not people that don't believe in the ground. You don't need people pushing the boundaries because they don't believe in reality. You need people pushing the boundaries because they want to see how real the edge of the wall, where the fence really is. You know what I mean? It's not that they don't believe there's a fence there. They do. But they don't really believe maybe it's mapped out correctly. Or that it could be off a little bit or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Kerrigan offered to join the Royal Order of Jesters. You think so? Oh, speaking of, later tonight, I'll talk about it. We'll get back into this. Dingus said that I remind him of the magician archetype. And Riot, I gotta wait till she's around to have this conversation. But she said, how come we don't just become Luciferians? And I have an answer to that. I've been thinking about that. Why don't we? Because what are Luciferians? Well, Luciferians are, right, the old people, the old believers of the cult, that they can like basically become God, and they're meant to like try and guide humanity to its ultimate form, something like that. It's like it's like communism distilled. It's like the original communism or idealism or something like that. It's a method. It's a religion of power, is what it is. It's a religion based on the dialectic and power, gaining power. Something along those lines. And then magicians are probably anybody that practices the sorcerer circle. I've told Grim before he's a magician because he dabbles in the sorcerer circle. Anybody that uses the offset power from the sorcerer circle is a magician in my eyes. So that's Luciferians, that's communists, that's different governments, that's all kinds of people. Well, I don't think she really wants to. She was just curious, like, if the Luciferians are, you know, like, have this advantage, then why not just become them? Why not just become a Luciferian ourselves? It's a good question. It's a good question. There's value to it. But I'm going to save my thoughts on that for later. They believe the snake was also God. Yeah. That's Hermetic belief, right? That's Hermetic belief. Hermeticists believe the I guess it's Gnostics too. Those Gnostics and Hermetics believe that the snake was God and God is the demiurge. I watched a little video on the demiurge and it's like historical history. I found it very interesting. But yeah, they think it's a demiurge, right? They think it's a being like us that's trapping us, and we're actually God. Gnostic due to Ouroboros, yeah. I can link you the video I was watching about. Def don't have to watch it. It's probably boring for most people. Sure. Which thing? Which video? On the magician thing? I'd watch that. Should play Drowned God game Baphomet clip. Sure. But just here's something though, Tom, and anybody else here. I try to be very careful about being sure of things. Why? Because that's the mistake they make. Is that they become sure of things, and that's gnosis, that's Gnosticism. I think once you're sure of something, then it detaches from reality because you no longer check your intuitions. And we know humans are very like, when something becomes an intuition, they trust it instinctively. Once you train something from system 2 thinking into system 1 thinking, you trust it instinctively. And I try to challenge those things, and I try to not actually be sure of anything. Even though obviously there are things I'm pretty certain of, right? You can tell that. There's lots of things I'm pretty certain of. But I try not to be sure. Like, I try to keep the door open because that's their mistake, is being sure. Is being sure. That's their biggest mistake. That's what makes them so deranged, is that they're sure of things. Yeah. Now, of course, you might say, what about faith? Well, that's a different question. I don't know the answer to that. I don't personally have faith in like a Christian God or something. So I don't know. I'm not the person to answer that. I don't know about faith. I don't know. It's not for me to answer. The Psychology of the Magician. That's the title of it. Our neural networks are powerful and mysterious. AI is showing that perfectly with its dreamlike qualities. Sure. And I think people are generally misunderstanding AI, though. They think it's more than it is. It's not conscious by any definition we'd have of consciousness. Maybe someday, but what we have right now is not conscious. What's more scary to me, the most people often get that that people don't think about is the brains we grow in jars, bro. You guys hear about any of that or no? It's legal to grow brains in jars. Are you guys aware of this? It spooks me. We're allowed to scientists are allowed to grow brains in jars. They call them like brainoids or something. They don't call them brains, but you can like use stem cells, clone a brain, and because it's never in like a human body, it's not a human. That concerns me more than AI does. And what happens when they take that and they plug that into AI, which they will? What's that gonna be? That actually will be conscious, possibly. That actually is a potential for consciousness. That's scary to me. And the fact that that's legal. Like, there's nothing stopping you from doing that right now. Like, we could make an experiment where we grow brains. We just have to, like, file the right stuff for it. Going over this ocean. Taking machinery from Junktown. And my ship hasn't come back. Walkie. So, I know we're looking for a ship, but there aren't any ships. Is there like I think there's like a guild, right? That I'm supposed to go to, maybe? Like A sailor's guild. I think we did go to the guild and they said what? This is the guild, right? Welcome to the transport guild. You know, talk to the guild master. So where's the guild master at? The bar? Where's the ER? Then I can have my own Rex from Fallout New Vegas. You can go buy that thing now if you have the money. Go buy that thing now. Oops, I didn't mean to walk in there. How do you know you're not a brain in a jar? Well, you don't, right? But then, does it matter if you don't? I'd assume I'm not because of the way my body affects my mind. I'd say I'm not, right? Like I know I think better when I'm like healthier. You know what I mean? Like there's a very high correlation with my physical health and the way I think, and I can tell that, I can feel that, I can see that, I can experiment with that. And I could say that's a biased, only my perspective, sure. But you could also say the simulation could fake that. Yeah, maybe. It could. Yeah, maybe it could. But there's no reason to suggest that I see. I see no evidence to suggest I'm a brain in a jar, is what I'm saying. I see a bunch of evidence to suggest I'm not. And I see no evidence to suggest I am. So, I see no reason to think of a theory that I see no evidence for. As opposed to a theory I see tons of evidence for. I see no reason to adopt that one. Like, it could be true. We could be in a simulation. We could be a brain in a jar. But everything points to that not being true. Now, but because of the nature of the theory, you can't really disprove it. Just like you can't disprove God. Right? Yeah, okay. But it's the same problem. It's not like those aren't different problems, those are the same problems. You can come up with whatever theory you want about the nature of the universe and how it started. And there's nothing we can do to check it because we can't check that. So I don't know we're not, but I don't see any reason to believe we are. Riot's Luciferian gay electric bike gang. Riot's funny though. Riot's very funny. Now I feel like I'm in an episode of Psychopaths, if only. Psychopaths is cool. I haven't... There's a game or something, bro. Tom, are you aware there's like a game? I wanted to play like a visual novel game, I think. I wanted to play it. I think this is a true thing. I think there's a game. There is. Yeah. It got translated, I think, right? I want to play that still. I think it is translated, though. Okay, no shivs are coming. Did they say that the lighthouse is broken? Is that true? Oh. Is it the lighthouse? I still love the graphics. Who am I talking to? Was I talking to him? From like a mile away? Other heads the port, but there's no shifts there now. Yeah, it's on PS4. Nice. It's on PC too, I think. I think it's also on Steam. It was made by the company that made Steins Gate and those kind of games, which I like. Steins Gate. I tried the first one. I didn't really like it though, because you're too much of a nerd, I think. What's the first one? Does anybody know what I'm talking about? Steins Gate's cool. I played that. I've never seen the show. I played the game though. And there's a first game they made. I couldn't click with that one. Chaos Head, I think. You're too much of a nerd for me in that one. Steins Gate's cool because you're like a weird nerd, but you're like a mad scientist in belief, and like he has like what is it, 8th grader syndrome or something, like as an adult. I relate to that very much. This is the port. There's no ships here. And I love the way he talks to himself, like, what am I, a student? Hmm? I like the way he talks to himself like a mad scientist too. I'm a big fan of that. Reading, it's worthwhile to play that in the visual novel, I think. But, oh, I definitely didn't talk to everybody here, I guess. Is there a bar out here or something? This place is huge, man. Let's see a bar. Where would the guildmaster be then? I don't know. Let's go back talk to everybody. Like visual novel ones? Yeah, these are visual novel games I'm describing, yeah. Chaos Head was the first one. Then they made Steins Gate, I think. Then they made Robotics Notes, something like that. They're well written. I haven't played the Robotics Notes either, only Steins Gate. Only Steins Gate. I liked where science and religion was in the 90s, like race relations. Sure, someone at rose-colored glasses, but still. No, you're not wrong. It was a very good place then, in a lot of ways. The problem was, it was only on the surface when it comes to like colleges and things, right? That was part of the issue. To regular people, it was good. There's a sardine. Iwashi's a sardine. Give the sardines to cats? Come on, man. That's my bag. The cats got into his sardines. The cats ate all his sardines. Iwashi's a sardine, apparently. That's his bait, right? He's using sardines as bait. Do you know? Hey, have you heard? Around the world, there's all kinds of machines going around. Like the transport guild from here, Rapara. Okay, they have what, a boat? Is it a boat with an engine? Of some type? Oh, her daughter, the guildmaster's daughter, Shadow. But I know the cost of messing up on his wages. We need to just talk to this woman. Yeah, that's her probably, huh? Man, where's the boats? No boats are coming back? That freaking Jig. He's a tough one. And I feel for Shadow too. Or Shadow too. Shadow's the daughter, right? That's who she said? Yeah, she's a guild master's daughter. Okay. Who's bait? Is bait a thing or a person? I need to know who bait is, if it's a person. There's monsters in the lighthouse. Oh, that's what we're gonna have to do. Boats won't come back. What's going on? We gotta go to the lighthouse and clear it out, huh? Okay. I can do that. Easy peasy. That's the kind of stuff I'm made for. Moment the 90s died. Yeah. Yeah, in the 90s... Oh, 9/11. We peaked in the civilization in the 90s, and then Israel did 9/11. It was like a huge shift overnight. Nano machines. How do I feel about that? I don't think you guys are wrong. I don't know if I'd say Israel did 9/11 though, because for me, I do wonder how corrupt Israel really is. But you know me, I put at the top the Luciferians. I don't put Israel at the top. I put Luciferians. I think I think Israel is another puppet. Just like our government is another puppet. Just like the American government is a puppet. There are monsters appearing at the lighthouse. Ships can't come back because of that, I guess. Light the lighthouse? They want to go, but it's full of monsters. Okay, nice. So it's the lighthouse, right? That's where we're gonna have to go. The lighthouse is up ahead, but you're not allowed if you know guild business. There's monsters full. The place is full of monsters anyway, so I don't know why you'd want to go. Since when was Bin Laden a Jew? Well, I don't know what the machines. Someone sent Cracky the dancing Israel. No, I've heard of that, and I saw the report too. I understand all that. I still don't necessarily agree though. I saw the report about them dancing on the roof, or the FBI report, whatever it was. I saw that too. I've seen a lot of this stuff. And I've seen like people pointing out that the pizza guy is a what is that Jewish family? A Rothschild? That he's a Rothschild bastard or something. I've seen evidence of that. I've seen that stuff. I'm not unaware. I'm not sure. I just don't quite think so. James Alefonte, is that his name? TBF, when they were planted there to be caught, that data raised suspicion. That's possible, yeah. Bin Laden did it all, CNN said so. Beware disinfo and for everywhere. Agreed. I see I trained the hijacker, so it wasn't just Israel. Well, here's what I think about all this shit, man. I think if we take most of our time and refocus it internally or on our friends and stuff like that, that's time that's ours. That doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter how much these world controllers are doing or not doing or what, if we live our own lives. That's what I believe. You know what I mean? Like, if we live mostly free and we only spend some time paying attention to the sorcerer circle and stuff, not most of our lives, just a little bit, then we've already recaptured our agency back, and we're already like free of them in a big way. Freedom is relative to the individual. If you believe you're free, you are. You can, like, you know, like your mind will act accordingly, and that's what they're afraid of. They don't want you to think that way or be that way. They don't want you to challenge them. They don't want you to have any opportunity to challenge them or raise kids that will challenge them or any of that. But if you live your own life, you are at risk of doing that, because you're not wasting your time on the things they want you to waste your time on. That's how I believe in that stuff. Anyone who says no planes and directed energy weapons is brainwashed. Yeah, I don't know about directed energy weapons. There was that thing in Italy though. You ever read about that city in Italy where stuff just started setting on fire? But then that happened a second time, and it seems like it was like people involved in the first one that were setting stuff on fire in the second time. And so it seems like the first one might have still been real though, the first time it happened. But the second time, I think the people were faking it. And that makes it cloudy. Not every single thing is disinfo, guys. That's physio. Well, like I'm saying, I don't think it matters, man. I don't think it matters if you people worry about knowing the truth about what happened on the world stage. I'm saying that doesn't matter. I don't think you need to worry about it personally. Like, we don't need to know what happened to steal away our agency from the people that seek to control us. Just pay less attention to it. That's what I think. They can't stop you from taking your agency back. So that's what you should do. And if everybody did that, they'd have no power. What's up, Sonder? Guys, seeing the forest through the trees? I try, man. I try to. But that's what I believe, really. Like, if we live our own lives, we hang out with our own friends, if you spend a lot of your time, like, learning skills and things. Like, for me, it was Japanese, right? I spent a lot of time learning Japanese and learning about Japanese culture and learning to read and blah 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 blah. No worrying about like people controlling society can take that away from me, you know. So I think that's what everybody should do. Not learn Japanese, but just learn skills for yourself and don't worry about it. And that you're already winning, in my estimation. It's not flat, it's a frisbee donut shape. Manafin wasn't working. How come, Zax? What's up, Leafy? What are you up to? What if George Bush was trying to save the world when he flew the hologram planes into the holograms? Yeah, I don't know, maybe. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. I mean, they did it that hologram of Tufok, bro. They did that hologram with Tufok. Maybe. Playing Fallout? Really? Which one? That's good. That's a good game series, I think. You should play the old ones if you never have. Definitely. Okay, this is, the Lighthouse tells us our course for the ships to get home. This is a place where the, waters merge. Can we talk to this guy over here? On this roof here? No? But he might have something interesting to say and I can't talk to him. Son of a bitch. Fuck Oblivion. Think of starting Gothic. You should. Gothic's a really good game. I started with Gothic 2 though, I didn't play 1. And I had to like mess with the controls to get used to it. But Gothic's a good series, I think. I like the Elix also. Any machinery nearby the ocean gets rusted right away, and then you gotta keep it clean. Sure, that makes sense. Can I get to this guy or the roaches in my way? I'm so done with new games on Unreal Engine, my PC hates them. Oh, you trying to play Oblivion or something and it didn't work? Is that Unreal Engine? I saw you streamed recently, Leafy. That was surprising. I was like, what the fuck? Huh? You did, right? You streamed? How do I get to this guy? Leafy, you gotta get back to streaming. I put all my chips on you being successful so you can shout me out when you get huge. Now all my chips are, they're just riding on the table, okay? You gotta stream more again. Come on. I mean, good thing you streamed today, but I put a lot of chips on that spot there. How do I get past these roaches? The cursed door, sure. Did it crash? Mr. President, there's been a second hologram, Tupac. Mr. President, there's another hologram, it's Tupac. How do we get to this man? Can I talk to him from here? That's the roaches. Walkie. Alright, I guess these guys are always supposed to talk to anyway. I guess, anyways. Okay, my bro here, he's, Jig? He's a big manly seaman. Manly seaman. Do you understand, Bait? Oh, so Bait's this guy. Bait is this guy? But, Jig, it's not decided yet, is it? Are they trying to marry this girl? That's it, isn't it? They're both trying to marry that girl. Like this. You can't even be in my shadow. They're fighting over her. Shit. Oh, but they won't tell me anything. Okay. You need a strong, manly man like my bro here, right? You understand now, Bait? So this guy's Bait. And this guy's Jig. And this monkey man is a monkey. So. Okay. Where do we have to go to trigger the next thing? I talked to everyone I could find. I think we have to talk to the guild master of the guild, but where is he? This guy's not him, right? No, he just... The ships won't come because the lighthouse is off. Catch up on the chat. I inhaled 5 pounds of dust cleaning my LC today. My throat is dying. Yeah, the 13th gen CPU hates Unreal 5. I didn't know that. It's odd that older ship plays better. That is weird. I didn't know that. I haven't been following game stuff though. I'm not really interested in any new games. I have so many to play in Japanese that I just don't, you know, just don't really care. I'll be playing games for the rest of my life. I don't need anything new. Like on the stream even, I have unlimited games to show you guys. Especially now that we're going back and playing ones that are already translated a little bit. I got unlimited. I'm never gonna run out of games, bro. Can you go in here? Oh, maybe this is it, the guild. The door down there. You go around. Was this the guild? I gotta find this guild master. Did Bethesda do it remaster, or was it outsourced garbage like the GTA remasters? They did it. Other than the constant crashing, I mean, it seems good. Sure. This is a bar. Oh, I'm on the wrong side. This freaking guest has no money but drinks the booze like it's water. Yeah, I feel ya. Okay, there's gotta be another door then, right? Around the front. Or... Wait. Huh? Guys, how do you get in there? Is there a door over here somewhere? What in the world? Does the inn go downstairs? Oh, it does. It does, I see. Goro, that cat's hungry. I'm gonna wait for the patch. Yeah, just wait for the patch. I played all day on my Series S and got no bugs or crashes. My Xbox didn't turn to lava. That's good. It is nice to know that even if everything stopped, there are enough books, movies, and games to last forever. Right, exactly, Tom. That's something I remind myself, man. Like, we have enough classics, enough amazing stories. I had this idea before. You guys want to hear it real quick? Called The Agnostic Canon of Virtues, I called it. Okay, so my view of religion is that religion is like a canonized set of stories in order to teach certain virtues. That's what I believe religion is. To make people the shared set of stories or learning through the stories. A canonized set of stories. Right? I think that's true for most modern religions. So my idea was, based on that, I was thinking, well, what if you don't... The sound of the rain needs no translation, is the other thing I was thinking about. So, like, you can teach those same virtues through any story. You just need stories of that. So I was thinking, like, it'd be kind of like, not like Rotten Tomatoes exactly, but like a meta site where you can sort by virtues. And then if you go into whatever virtue category, it'll collect like all the different stories that are good for that, like all the books, all the movies, and have links to buy them and links to places to watch them. And it'd also be good for families because it would be a good website to be like, okay, what can I watch with my kids? What's a good story about telling the truth? What's a good story about justice? What's a good story about, you know? And I was thinking the community could rate the different things with like a couple of different categories, like how well it holds to the virtue. Just some other stuff too, like kid friendly, quality of stuff, blah blah blah. Like I have a couple different places people can rate each work that's on there. And then yeah, the basic idea is a guided resource to go through media, because there's too much media. There's too many videos, there's too many books, there's too much everything. So you need a way to guide your way through it. And that was the idea, the agnostic canon of virtues. I had that idea before I started streaming. I thought I was either going to do that or a stream. I don't know if streaming was the right choice, but that's what I thought of two ideas to like do something, because I felt like, you know, there's not enough people doing stuff. So I had two ideas, that and streaming. I went with streaming. So much disappointment, I just don't queue out things like that anymore. Yeah, I'm with it. They shadow dropped it, dingus. I was a huge Elder Scrolls nerd, playing Oblivion so much on 360, I didn't even know there was an Oblivion remaster. Yeah. Maybe custom AI could do it. Yeah, maybe AI could handle the some of that. Sure. Not a bad idea, work. Gothic 2 is on sale on GOG for $5. It's worth it. It's worth it. Gothic 2 is the one, like I said, it was the one I started on and I loved it. It's like at least as deep as, I was comparing it to Morrowind when I played it, so keep that in mind. And Morrowind I'd say is deeper than Oblivion or Skyrim. I'd say so. And I was comparing it to that, and it still came out favorably to me. It just took a while to get used to the controls. The controls were funky. I was thinking I'm gonna get a job on the next boat. So I came here to meet the guildmaster, Shinka. Is he here? Oh, he's that guy, right? Almost certainly. Where does this go? I just looked it up and the screencast gave me Morrowind vibes. That could be cool. Oh, Gothic? Yeah, yeah, it's similar. Yeah. If you've never played Gothic 2 of the series at all, I do suggest it. I do recommend it. The thing about their difficulty is backwards, though, kind of. You'll die a lot early on until you figure out what you're doing. Like a rat or something will kill you in those games, you know? You gotta be a little careful. But it's fun, too, because of that, though. I guess I'll just rest until the ship comes in. Nothing there. Remember Oblivion? It's back in POG form. In POG form. In POG form. Mm-hmm. He's like, wow, it's so, having a drink at a pub as a sailor is so cool. I'm cool. Uh-huh. He's talking to himself, that guy. As a man of the sea, I personally like rum. Mm-hmm. This man likes rum because these guys have a lot of kind of baggage about what it means to be a sailor, huh? Yeah, the guest doesn't have money, but he drinks booze like water anyway. I talked to this guy already? It's always convenient when the boats come in. You can get to the east easy when they do. What? Why? Don't make that face at me. This man has 2 chicken legs, and then he's saying that because he has so much food, right? And then he has an omelet here, and he's eating all that by himself, right? He's eating. That's why he's saying, "Hey, don't look at me like that." He's eating 2 chicken or turkey legs or something, and then he has a whole omelet on the table. He ordered all that himself, right? He's in shame right now. This man zoom enhance. This man feels shame for the overwhelming amount of food he's got there. What's this Captain Morgan? Yeah, I suppose so. What's this stunt? What are you up to, man? We're just playing Breath of Fire and talking about, I don't know, the Sorcerer's Circle a little bit. What do we, how do we put what we're talking about? Yeah, I guess. I think I'm gonna go with that. The Sorcerer's Circle. I want to buy... I came all the way here to buy machinery. But now no boats will come. Jeez. They want to buy machines? Where are they buying these machines from? This is the guild leader, but... recently he's been leaving all his work to his daughter. Oh, uh-huh. You got something with the guild boss? If you're looking for Sinker, he's in here eating. It's this guy right here, I believe. Hmm? You want to ride a boat? You want to board a boat? Hmm. Well, I have all the boat stuff left up to my daughter now. Talk to her, okay? Oh, now we gotta talk to her. Now we gotta talk to her. He handles all the business in this area. He seems like a mob boss, kind of. The way they're talking about him, too. Glutton? Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that guy's eating like crazy. I'm chilling in the garage, kind of my safe space, so I'm not unsafe. I feel you on that, right? It's important to be comfortable not being comfortable. Like, pushing your boundaries. Instead, it's important to be comfortable doing that. Definitely, yeah. And chilling at the garage, it's not your safe space. It's not safe because you got equipment and stuff in there. I have dreamed of having such a space where I can do things. You could easily injure yourself with a tool or something, you're saying? Sure. No, like it's my workshop. Sure. But the reason you're saying it's not safe, because you could injure yourself, right? If you were lazy or something, or haphazard, or made a mistake. Alright, so we gotta go talk to that girl now. So I'm not unsafe. So I'm not unsafe. I misunderstood it, I guess. I thought you meant so you're not safe. So I'm not safe. Let me see, okay. Okay. Will she talk to us now? Che. Anyway, Sinker too. Is the monkey talking? Who's talking? He likes my big bro here, Jig. Sinker does too. Well, yeah, that's fine and all. This is nerd talking here. The one shaking his head now. That's fine. And the monkey. Him and the monkey are having a convo. Look, I'm just a guild cook. Oh, He just handles... Oh, no, wait, sorry. Well, I don't think it is the kitchen. I think it's the finances. The guild's finances. Even though that... Here, look. Yogo? I think it's this one. Not the kitchen. Why? Because somebody else gave us a hint too. One of the random sailors said like he handles like the expenses. Somebody said that. So that makes me think it's not the kitchen. It's the here, let's have Yogo say it. Oh, Yogo's not on. Crap. One sec, I didn't turn the bot on. Hold on. Yoko's not on. Sorry, Yoko. If anybody doesn't know, this is Yoko. She helps us learn Japanese. And she knows... How many languages does Yoko know? Infinite, maybe? It's hard to know. Okay, I put this over here. Damn, 30 people watching? That's crazy. What's up, Ray? Man cave, sure. What's up? Not much. Not much, we're just playing video games. Yoko. There you go. It's my own, like, dedicated area where I can have my things, and it's not really a shared space. Yeah, it's nice. Yoko? Yoko? Is she broken? Huh. Well, whatever, I guess. Thank you, Yoko. Worry about that later. Worry about that later. Thank you, Yoko. Fix it later. I am in charge of the guild's finances, though. No need for you to worry, Bait. Shadow is gonna go with me. Is that the daughter's name? Shadow? Don't you understand? We're the shipping guild. Yeah, I guess, bro. But you need finance. You need a finance guy. I can manage the whole guild, too. So, what's he, right, Shadow? Gahaha. What are you, embarrassed? What are you, shy, Shadow? We're definitely gonna get along together well, right? Yeah, see? Later, Bait. She didn't say anything that to him, though. That's kind of an embarrassing position to see me in. Yeah, see, he's the accountant. Somebody else mentioned that. He's their accountant. Here you go, here you go, look. He's our accountant. He's our accountant. And Yoko still won't work, right? Hold on. Yoko, say this one. How about this word? Will you say this one? Maybe I muted the bot. You think that's possible? Let me... Oh, there it goes. There it goes. There it goes. Works now. Thank you, Yoko. Works now. Works now. It's sort of man cave, yeah. Yeah, sorta. Sure. It's cool though, man. I used to have my office like that. Stop. I used to have my office like that. I don't currently though, but I used to have my office like that. I'm the guild's servant. I'm the accountant. If you're looking for a boat, you should talk to Shadow over there. But there's no boats, so there's no cargo, there's no guests. They keep coming. There's no guests isn't right. There's no passengers. They just keep coming. It's hurting my head. Hey, Shadow. Listen, you're not feeling well, right? But you can't act like this way in front of passengers. Talk to the hand she just did. You see that? Oh no. Can I say that again? She just said talk to the hand, bro. Here, go again. Talk to the hand. I'm in a bad mood. Who do you think's, whose fault is that, huh, Bait? Listen, even if I was with somebody like Jig, it doesn't matter, man. No matter what I do. What's her problem? I'm sorry. Listen, she's a girl, so, you know, she has a short temper. She's a woman after all. Right, okay. I feel you, bro. Well, you know. You know how it goes. But like you can see, nobody's getting on a boat now. We clearly need to deal with the lighthouse. Just tell me how. I'm sorry you guys can't get on a boat. Huh? There's something else? Not really. Ask about Shadow. Ask about Jig. Ask about Shinker. Who are you? Tell me about the Transport Guild. Okay. I guess we have to ask all this crap, huh? I've been married for almost 13 years and just got an unshared space. I feel ya. That way of talking still trips me out. I'm an older head. I don't remember my folks talking like that back in the day when I was a kid. Sure. Sure. You're lucky it's been 45 years for my dad. I remember this part of Do You Were. Alright, let's just go through the things. Tell me about Shadow then. She's the guild leader's only daughter. The captain's put her in charge of the ships for a while now. Is there anything else? Well, that's it. Who's Jig? He's one of the best sailors that we've got. He's one of the best sailors in the area. Okay. Well, that's good. That's good. And even the guildmaster likes him. Take a liking to him. And Shadow, I don't know. I think she thinks he's cool too. Is there anything else? What about Shinker? That's the old guild leader, right? Guild leader, he wants Shadow to take over in his footsteps, his footsteps, I think. But she is a girl. So it's a little tough for her to get all the guys in line. Oh, they can't marry her. Not cool. I misread that. The captain, the elder wants him to marry her. Or Jig to marry her. I think they, it'd be nice if she got married. Anything else? He wants to marry her off to the guy. So what about you? Well, me and Shadow, we've been good friends since we were kids. Oh, are we supposed to make it so this nerd gets married to her instead? Are we supposed to help this nerd pick her up instead of the sailor? Now I currently serve as the cargo guild's accountant. I do their finances. Anything else? No. Or wait, the guild. The cargo guild. We handle all the trade in this town and over the ocean in general here. We take machinery to different places. Anything else? No, that's good. Okay. My wife and I share a lot of things, but tools and car stuff is not one. Yeah, that makes sense too. Oops, did I miss a line there? Okay. Well, you can try talking to Shadow again about the ships coming back. We gotta find her first. Where'd she go to? I'm gonna find that chick first. Mine doesn't mess with the power step, but she's known to use a wrench once in a while. That's very nice. Up ahead we have the lighthouse. It's full of monsters. Sure, that's not too bad. Oh, there she is. Sorry for a second ago. Listen, all these little details are just pissing me off, that's all. I'm sorry there's no ship for you. I have no excuse, honestly. If you're in a rush, talk to my dad about using the trade route, the city route. What does that mean? Anything else? I can ask all... Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Okay. Tell me about Bait, man. Bait? We've been friends since we were kids. Is that all you wanted to know? Anything else? Tell me about Jig. What kind of guy is he? He's a big dum-dum? He's a what now? I'm not really familiar with the first part of that. The second part makes enough sense. I'm not really sure of the first part. Yogo? Okay, so it's like a Usui. Like Usui. So it's like Usui. I'm still confused. Yoko, I'm still confused. What does it mean? Scant, small, minimal, sparse, scanty, weak, watery. Clearly not gonna call the guy thin, because he's a huge guy. Clearly not calling him thin. In fact, she says he's huge. Well, anyways, thank you, Yoko. Thank you, Yoko. Freaking huge. Stupidly huge. Maybe. But, my dad likes that guy for some reason. I mean, he is one of the best sailors around. But, anything else? So she doesn't like him. She doesn't have any opinion of Jig. Even though he is a big manly dude, she doesn't seem to care about him, right? What about your dad? My dad wants me to marry a sailor. So it's too tough for a woman to handle the guild work. Anything else? Who are you? Alright. Well, I like doing this work. I like it. See, here's the thing. She's apparently good at it. She doesn't need to get married, right? Not that she, you know, but, she does seem good at it. If he trusted her to do it, for like years now, it seems like. So every so often you have some reliable people. Sometimes anyways. Anything else? When's the ship coming in? I don't know at all. That's the thing, I don't know. It's been rare that it's been this long since the boats came back. Alright, so I know we gotta go to the lighthouse, but I need somebody to, like, tell me to do that, right? Oh, that's old. That's an old code, guys. Ignore that. Hold on, let me fix that. That's code from last week. Let me get you a new code. Let me retract that one and give you a new one. You can use it real quick if you haven't used it though. But I'm about to click revoke in a second. My wife doesn't clean her cage. Oh, I see. I see. Scam cards. Create the new one. Alright, now revoke the old one. You had enough time. If you missed out, it's gone. There's a new one though. Alright, bot. Now, if you don't know what the scam cards are, they're Streamloots cards that have unique interactions with the stream. Like if you want to request a video, you play one, you can request a video to watch. If you want to read a manga, you can request that. If you got anything like that. And there'll be special uses sometimes in general. Wait, did I revoke the wrong one? I revoked the wrong one. I revoked the one I just made. Okay, let me try this again. I can handle this. I can make a code. Okay, create. Okay. Don't revoke it. There you go. Then you go to the pub next. Okay. Alright, we're supposed to go back to the talk to her dad again, right? That makes total sense to me. It's where I was thinking of going. Anyway. Let me just get this in the no, it's a timer. That thing's a timer. Okay. You know, whenever I get super chats, I want to build like, save that. I want to build like a custom display for them. I'm going to, whenever we get there. We're still like a couple hundred, not a couple hundred, we're like 100 and change, like 180 away. But when we get there, then I'll make a custom display. Because I want to really encourage it as much as I can, right? That's what you want to do. I'll do TTS, of course. I have TTS on the donation thing. But I'll have TTS and then also a custom display. I think that'd be really cool in here. Like not just like a widget, like an actual part of the visualizer built in, you know? Like I could do anything with it, right? Make it look really cool. Huh? You want to use the path? Oh yeah, because you said something about this path here. What? I'm just like kind of guessing based on the words. So, Yoko, can you help us? Give me a highway, a thoroughfare. Probably a thoroughfare, right? Kaido. Probably a thoroughfare. I call it what, like the city road? Highways have a different name too. Besides this. Thank you, Yoko. Alright. You want to use the thoroughfare because there's no ships coming in? But that's tough too. Because the thoroughfare has Zuburo volcano through it. Huh? Well, the place recently erupted and blocked out the path. That's why if you want to go to the east, the only way you can go is by boat right now. You need to have a boat. I'm gonna go back real quick. There's nothing better than a boat. Okay, well what the... So have me go clean out the tower, right? Or what? What? Anything else? Oh my god. He has one of these too. Okay, tell me about Shadow, your daughter, please. Well, she's a good girl. Has her hands full with all the guild work. What does this guy even do? I'd like her to be with a good man. I wanted her to follow after me. Anything else? Bait. Accountant Bait. He does good work, sure. But I wish he was a little more skilled at, you know, being a sailor. Anything else? What about Jig? He's a good seaman. Jig? All about seaman. He's one hell of a seaman. You can rely on him. He's strong. He does like this guy. I'm sure he can get all the guild guys together. Anything else? What about the road? We go to the east. Then there's a road that we made. There's a throughway we made. Only way to go is not on a boat. But unfortunately, can't use that either. Sorry. We're really stuck, huh? Zuburo Volcano? It's in the southeast. It's been years since we dug out that path. And then just one go, the volcano ruined it. Anything else? No. No, I'm good, man. I see. Well, you can't do anything but wait if you want to go to the east for now. Bro, I gotta do something else. Look at this freaking gluttony, man. Freaking gluttony, man. Craggy, you recommend any books to learn reading Japanese? Yeah, I do. At an intermediate, if you get to an intermediate level, there's a very good book I can recommend you called Reading Strategies for Japanese, I think. I posted on the Discord not too long ago. Reading Strategies. Best book I ever read. Hold on. Strategies for Reading Japanese. I'll link you. You can buy the Amazon book for cheap right now. Looks like $8 used. Back like a couple years ago when Japanese learning was kind of blowing up, I'll link you. It was out of stock and people marked it up for like over $100. So back then I scanned it because I scanned my copy. But I felt like, bro, that's not right. So I do have a scanner, but you can get it now for a couple bucks. So now for basic, like to get to that level, do whatever you want to do, I guess. There's tons of different methods to learn up, but that's the book I'd recommend when you get like to an intermediate level. It gives you a lot of strategies that move you, that help you really read fast and well and all that kind of stuff. It's a very good book. It's a very good book. Merchant is chilling, count his money, yeah. Okay, so what are we supposed to do? Go back and talk to those two again? Talk to those guys again, see what they say? Where's the girl at? You gone? There's no boats here anyways. Oh, sure she is. You need anything else? No. My dad's probably at the pub. Yeah, I talked to him. He said the path is filled up. Now, could we try the path anyways? And try and blow through the debris? Or no? Sorry, hiccup. Try exit the world map? Okay. I will. I just want to go over here real quick. See if he says anything. It's the Lighthouse. You don't have a reason to be here? You're not part of the guild? No reason to go. Okay. Nobody but guild people on guild business. Alright. Sorry. Anything else? He seems like shocked I'm asking him a question. You see that? Like, come on, man. Chill out. It's not that big a deal. Thanks, I'll check it out. No problem, Ray. Now, otherwise, like, try whatever, you know, like there's tons of courses for like basic stuff. Also, I got another link for you probably. Hold on. Do they have like a master reference of the grammar book still? There used to be like websites. I have the 3 books. I sometimes check those directly, but oh, here's one. Yeah, there's one. That thing is very useful. So there's this series of 3 dictionaries. They have the Dictionary of Japanese Grammar. There's basic, intermediate, advanced. That right there is a compilation of all the grammar points from those books, just sorted and like broken up. And if you click on them, they'll show you the excerpt from the page, pretty much, from the actual book. So when you don't get a grammar construction, what I used to do, and I still do it sometimes, is open that up, right, and find it, and then read through that stuff. There's also there's a Japanese book, but I have to find the name. That's similar, but it's all in Japanese. Like the explanations are in Japanese, but it's similar. It's like I forget the name of it off the top of my head. But that website should help. Like anytime you run into something you don't get grammar-wise, check if it's there. See if you can understand it that way. It's got a lot of grammar constructions there. And those dictionaries are invaluable if you don't have them. Just if you don't have them, just find a PDF of them or something. Okay. That's the other useful link I got for you. But otherwise, just like whatever, you know, whatever course, like do some kind of course. Which one? It doesn't matter. When you're learning grammar, it's kind of boring. You just kind of got to drill it into your head, you know. Unless you want to do it live while reading and looking stuff up a lot, which is fine, but it takes a lot of... It mentally stresses you out a lot, like, Tim hopping around. Stresses. It mentally tires you a lot to read and look everything up. It's called... Okay, so there's this concept, right? Is there a physical book? Yeah, there are. Yeah. There's 3 of them. Hold on, I'll find you the first one. Okay. There's the Amazon for the first one. There's 3 of them. There's basic, intermediate, and advanced. Yeah, that's the physical copy. What else though? Oh yeah. So there's 2 different types of reading, right? There's extensive reading and intensive reading. And there's different reasons to do both. So extensive reading is reading a lot, but you read it like I+1. There was this guy, Crescent. He has this language learning theory, which is that if you take in input +1, so basically like one thing you don't understand, like it's almost to your level, but just like something you have to guess with context clues or whatever, that level is what you want to read. So you read a bunch of that. That's extensive reading. Nothing's too hard. You just, like, if you don't get it, you just move on. That kind of thing. That's extensive reading. And then you have intensive reading, which is like you would do in school when they would like diagram a sentence, right? Where you take the sentence and you look up every single thing and you try to figure out how it all works. That's extensive reading. Extensive reading, you have to do it a fair amount early on. But it's very mentally draining. Extensive reading is very mentally draining, whereas intensive reading is not. It's very relaxing, and you need both, but more intensive than extensive. You need more intensive reading than extensive reading. Extensive helps you learn a thing, but then intensive is how you become like intimately familiar with the language. Does that make sense? It came all the way here, but there's no powered boats. That'd be nice if we could use the walkway, the pathway, the throughway. I guess you're just watching them bounce around. Well, if we can get the lighthouse back on, then maybe the ships will come back. No matter how strong machines are, somebody from outside can mess with the lighthouse from outside the guild. Well, we're just sitting around here. Hey. Do you think Shadow likes bait? Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I think she might too. So, what do you mean? Well, bait likes Shadow too, right? But bait can't say it. I think we should try to get bait to be brave. We should get and watch that Carl Jost video, guys. About pickup girls now, right? Then he'll get it. Just have him watch that Carl Jost video. I mean, if he doesn't, isn't it sad for Shadow too? Are there any untranslated Fire Emblems? I don't think so, right? People bring up Fire Emblem. I don't think I have a real reason to play it, though. If there's untranslated ones, maybe. I like the little scene, like throwing the piece of wood back in. That's cool, too. Okay, so we're supposed to encourage this nerd to talk to the girl. I want to encourage Bait to be brave. She's gonna do it with or without us, I guess, huh? She's gonna do it with or without us. Might as well help her. That's solid info, much appreciated. No problem, right? I was just thinking when I was a kid, I went to Polish school on Saturdays and we started with Elementars, which is Duolingo style. Yeah. So for actually vocabulary, I use Anki. Now, are there better things than Anki? Maybe. But Anki, and I use some scheduling plugin thing that's supposed to make the algorithm more enhanced or something. I don't know how true that is, but here, let me link this. Check out Anki if you don't have an app for flashcards. I like it. And there's shared decks that can save you a lot of time. The most popular shared deck for Japanese that's worthwhile is probably the core ones. Core decks probably. A link like that. There was, what is core? There was this website called I Know, and I was on it at the time. It was called I Know, and they made vocab like collections, and they called them the core set, and they were for different languages too. And they, like it says 2K, 4K, 6K, 8K, 10K, something like that. They're all these different numbered sets. And it's just like words sorted by frequency of use, and I think they use newspapers, but that's fine. It's worthwhile. Looks like they fan translated them. Okay. Also grew up in French element. Well, that's the thing though, where fan translated might still be worth doing. Because some fan translations are questionable, to say the least. Now, I'm not throwing shade at fan translators as a whole, but unfortunately I found there are some... The thing is, knowing Japanese is such a, like, obscure skill. You can pretend and no one can really catch you, you know? So, and a lot of people don't even like going after people that are doing something like that because they're doing it for free. And I don't even either, but there are a number of fan translators that are basically faking it, or, you know, or not very good. And there's not really anybody to double check them. Like, translation on a fan patch usually doesn't have like a Japanese, like anybody that's really skilled in Japanese. It has like a bunch of random translators who are all like lower level, but that's fine. And then editors that are editing it to try to make it sound nicer. And then like ROM hackers or whatever as the team. Ideally you'd have like lower level translators, but then like a really good one, like a professional translator to go over the work. You know? That'd be the ideal format, I think. And like fix it up where there's errors and things. The biggest problem is most teams don't have that. They don't have like a Japanese expert on hand. Therefore, supposedly interesting. Also grew up in French elementary school, and around 4th grade we were getting conjugation. There's a standard book, everyone goes through that. Anki, I hear that's the way to go. Yeah, Anki's good. Anki's very good. I use it myself. I use Anki. I like it a lot. And if you ever need help like on like formats or decks or that kind of thing, let me know. Because my format's a little different than standard. But you can use anything really. But I do believe in production cards, which not everybody does. Which means you have to produce the word as opposed to from like a closed deletion. There's no shifts, nothing I can say. Huh? You need something? No. Let's talk to this nerd here. That's what we're here for. Hey, Fate. Fate. You like Shadow, don't you? Huh? What? What are you saying? Huh? I like that. Do you see the, I like that they even built that into the text display. This. We've seen it before, like shaking of the text and stuff. It is good. What are you saying? I like it though. It's okay. Listen, I think she likes you too, right? Wait a second. Let's go somewhere else. Were they listening? What are you saying? I don't know. Why are you just saying that? I mean, obviously I don't hate her. Ah? Propose? No, no way. No freaking way. As a woman, if we were, I mean, look. She runs the guild fine, bro. No way. But listen, bait. The bait. Don't you think if you guys were, don't you think you could focus more? Look, even if you say that, it's okay. We're gonna train you. We're gonna train you. Train me? We're gonna do a montage, train you. Yes. This is the pickup artist. This is the pickup artist. Yeah. I mean, we have time until the next ship comes, right? We're gonna help you get stronger. I like how they're shaking their head like no. No, that's no way. Yeah, you could get stronger, man. Well, you don't know until you try, right? I'm going back to work. No, you wuss. No, he's a wuss. No! Did I go too far? I mean, you could say that maybe. Ga ha ha ha! What is going on? What's the big ruckus? But what now? Ga ha ha! Shadow! Come on! Become mine! I'll go clear out the lighthouse. Oh, I'll go get the lighthouse working again. Now is when we're gonna have to do it, right? Bait? What are you doing? What happened? Jig is gonna go to the lighthouse to fix it. It's dangerous though, there's lots of monsters. If he can do it, then everybody will have to respect his ability. Well, and then he'll take over for the guild, right? And then he'll marry Shadow. Everyone, please help me get stronger. I can't do anything. I can't do a damn thing. If I could fix the lighthouse before he did, then I could fix myself too. I can't hold a sword. So please, please help me with my equipment. Or be my equipment. Or help me get my equipment? Sure. Buy me the best I can get for 1,000 zenny. Sword and armor. Okay. We gotta get him equipment? Okay. What do we have? Can't we just give him something? How much do we pay for this claymore? Can I give it to him? We only have 2,000 bucks. What happened to our money? I swear we have more. I must have spent it all. Listen to Nina. Going to the sack. Thanks, Craggy, for the link. See you next time. No problem, right? Thanks for hanging out. Have a good one, man. And anytime you need anything like that, just let me know. Happy to help. I want to see more people reading Japanese, man. You know? And then maybe someday more streams like mine out there, too. Like, you know? I want everybody to read Japanese. They have all kinds of weapons. Come look. Okay. Now can we get him better than he can afford? Because he said the best we can get for 1,000 bucks. But we could buy him better than that, right? We could buy him better than that. Does it matter what we give him? You can use your inventory if you want. Oh, you can. Okay. I forget what this means. It's like something sword. Like some reason they call the swords this, right? We ran into it before. The Engetsu sword. It means something. Remember we looked this up before. Oh. So we can just give him whatever. Okay, saves. I'll do my best to. I'm unsure still. We can buy... Oh, what do we have? What do we have that's not equipped? Check him, right? No weapons. Oh, I sold all my stuff. I guess. I'm sure there's stuff I could sell though, no? To make a little bit of money first. You can't see the value, right? Until you try to sell it. Okay, what about these fish? 5? That's not much to any. There's 100 for that. 25. Oh, but it raises max AP. I won't do that. This is just for selling? What? 5? It's not worth selling. Cheese. Oh, max HP. 5. These are worth selling. Yes. What does this do? Heal full HP, I'll sell that. Fireball? Not worth it. Okay. Now I got enough money, I think. Wait, no I don't. I wanted to buy this sword for him, but... it might be crazy. It might be crazy. The armor costs $1,000. Armor costs $1,000. Have anything else I can sell? Those are 25 each. No, I don't want to sell that. 25. No, I want to keep that. 5. Nah, I don't. Oops. I don't have any. Oh, I have the sorcerer thing. That's worth selling, I guess. Oops. Oh, those are her ghost things. All the extras. Oh, a coin is worth 250. Damn, I almost have enough. Instead of Carl, you're going the Sam Hyde route and making him train. Sure. Yeah, I mean, that's the right thing to do. I mean, I agree with that. Like, what's the first thing to gain confidence? It's get some kind of ability that you can test against the world. I really believe in that, sure. There we go. We got him some good equipment now. Like, if you have a problem with confidence, then the solution is to learn a skill that you can challenge against the world. You don't need to challenge it against any other person. You don't need to, like, debate bro it. You can just prove it by you and your skill in the world. I think that everybody should have some kind of skill for that reason, you know? Where'd he go? There he is. For a second I thought he wasn't here. Us? If Us can equip it, I can equip it. Alright, I got you, bro. Okay. Well, let's start training then. Let's start training, bro. Understood. We'll go after work is done, so... Please wait. Where is that? At the gathering place? At the where's that? Oh, it'll just get... At night. Nice, let's train. Sorry I made you wait, but... Here's nobody should get in our way. Alright, first. Gotta prepare myself. There you go. Nice. Nice. I think it should be okay, right? Well, when you're ready, come talk to me. Well, I'm ready. You ready? Yeah, I'm ready, bro. How do you want to train? Let's begin. Change your gear. Member change. How do you want to train? Well, you want me to explain? Yeah, how is the training gonna work? Alright, I'll begin. First, I need to up my defense. If I block like this, like that, attack me. My defense will go up on the more I'm attacked. I don't have much HP, so I'll defend. Aim for that. Now, should I take my weapon off? And when I hit, my attack goes up. It goes up based on when the damage I do. Okay. I'm gonna aim for the weakest defense. When I take damage, my max HP goes up. We can heal him too. You can heal me too. Okay. We can battle as long as we can to level up as much as we can. How much life does he have? You have 0. It'll be 0 turns when we're done. Oh, we kill him early, though. That's no good. Or we're done. Either side's done for. Well, you understand? Yeah, I get it. When you're ready, come talk to me. Okay. Now, is it only gonna be one person? And can I take off my armor? Take off my weapon? Oh, there's an option. Hold on. Take off. Oops. You can't take off your weapon? Okay. You can't have no weapon. Oh, that belt is probably better off, though. I should have somebody else go. Can Momo heal herself? She's a heal, right? Member change. Oh, I see. So you have your whole party. Okay, that's fine then. How do we start? Yes, please. Alright. Alright, so just make sure we don't kill him. Right? We just make sure we don't kill him. So you can heal him. Heal him. Hit him. Oh, she went too fast. Oh, I see his life bar, I see. I killed him. Okay, let's try this again. Okay, what I should do, I think, is have the two of them attack, and then I will heal them. Oh, he's dead again. He's dead again. Okay, okay, attack. No, wait. Block. Momo attacks. Then we heal. Oops. Heal myself. He missed? We missed, Momo? What's up, Mushra? I think it's funny in this game that sexy pirate shows the skinny dork over the strong guy. Just because you're big and strong doesn't mean you're always going to get the girl. True. I think it's because they were friends growing up, right? Like, the idea is she probably had a crush on him a long time ago. Okay, something like that, right? But I agree with you. It is something to remember for sure. And it's true too. There we go. But yeah, I think because they're friends from childhood, she probably had a crush on him a long time ago, originally, you know? Okay. I think this works. Eventually I'll run out of AP though, huh? He's dead! Okay. Okay. It's safer if Nina attacks him then, I guess. And then I just heal a little bit. Right? This is the safer approach. To train him like this, I think. Okay, so... Yeah, okay. So, Nina attacks, Momo just blocks for now. Then we do the little heal. Can we do without the murder, please? Huh? What are you talking about? Block. Here we go. Stop killing now? But I'm trying to figure out the best way to do this, bro, and I figured it out, I think, no? We don't want to risk him dying. Like, this works pretty good, right? And then Momo's got the heal too, when it's her turn to take over. But for now, it's not. Oh, but she'll go first is the problem. So we'll have to do is 2 rounds of Nina attacking. Maybe. I don't know, we'll see. I miss JB Garfield. He'll be back on Friday. He'll be back on Friday. He's back every Friday. I'm still praying that Capcom release a Breath of Fire collection with all 4 games. That'd be cool. 2 crowns about Breath of Fire 5, which was Dragon Core. That game sucked. I feel you. I know people feel that way. I never played it, so I don't have an opinion on that. But I do like the early ones. 1 through 4, I do. I'm with you. Block. I kind of think, though... I'm not really on Team Remaster, though. I think it's fine to play it this way, you know? I don't really think we need remasters anymore, especially with how companies are about it. Like, half the time they're lazy. Half the time they're lazy or outsourced to some other thing, you know? I'm fine just figuring out an emulator myself. Especially like the cool shaders and stuff you can do nowadays. Like these two, the graphics hold up, honestly. So does SNES 2D too. It all holds up pretty well. Okay, so Nina, and then now Momo's gonna heal. And then block for us. Oh, but she's gonna heal first. That's fine in the coming turns. It's fine in the coming turns. Nina, now she heals. Block. At a PS2 era, I lost interest in 99% of games. I'm with you. I do play Breath of Fire Dragon Quarter. If your standards are low, you can probably beat the game 4 hours. I'm not making that up. It's really that short. Sure. But would you beat it that way without knowing anything about it, or just if you know like about it already? You know? Like if you don't know, if you're going in and blind, could you beat it that short, or is it just if you know the like what to do? Okay, Nina attack, Momo heal. But I feel you, Stump. I'm pretty much the same way. I like the Skate game series. Mostly I use Skate. Yeah, I like Skate too. Skate 3 I played a bunch of. I played a bunch of Skate 3 stuff. I played Skate 1 and Skate 3, I think. Is that... I think that's right. Bro, if this doesn't train him up well, I don't know what can. Because I feel like we're doing pretty good. He should be strong. He should be strong. If this doesn't make him strong, I can't make him strong, I guess. It doesn't risk him dying because it's just Nina whacking him. I do love this style. I do like the style of these games. I think they're cool. That's only one of the only games past PS2. Yeah, no, I figured. There's a couple games I like past PS2 too, but a lot of them are on computer too, probably. Computer, that I guess is like a different arena, but there are still computer games I liked after that. But I feel you totally. Seems like you're not Magnum PI if you're 4. If you told me 4 was long. Ah, what just happened? Pretend you didn't see this, what happened? What did I do? Oh no, he counterattacked. He counterattacked. I counterattacked. Oh, how do I make it so I can't do that? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Don't attack us, man. Don't attack us, please. Don't do it. Oh, thank God we didn't trigger counterattack that time. That's crazy. I didn't even know that was a risk. Was Magnum PI's size of his penis brought up in the show? Was that part of the show? I don't remember that part. Was that part of the show? Okay. Last turn. Here we go. How much better training could we do than this? You good? Does he get better now? We do it? Well, that's enough for tonight. Thank you, guys. Today's results, so we get to see them. Damage, 286 points. Oh, token damage, 286. Given damage, 56. Match HP, 14. Attack plus 4. Oh, we weren't attacking him enough to make his defense go up. I should have waited before healing. But we can do another night, right? I need to become strong fast. I need to fix the lighthouse before Jig. Let's see each other tomorrow, okay? Okay, I'll try better tomorrow. PS2 is a golden era, though. Stump and anybody else. PS2 has so many good games, it's crazy, you know? Like, PlayStation 2, of course. PlayStation and PS2 have so many good games, it's insane. Insane, man. Let's go save at the end real quick. That's what I'm thinking. Oops, I walked out instead. Welcome to Shinker's Inn. Oh, Shinker owns this place? I didn't know that. We're almost out of money because we bought all that equipment. But, it's fine. Okay, so what's the plan now in the next fight? Unless I can buy some crappy weapon to give Oz. Well, maybe replace Oz with the vegetable. Maybe I replace Oz with the vegetable. PS2 and Xbox 360. I agree Xbox 360 had some good stuff, for sure. But I'd say PS2 dwarfs it. Like, it's like double as big at least of good games. But I think 360 does have a good library, yeah. But a lot of the stuff that's good on 360 is on PC too. So it's not like exclusives. PS2 is more good exclusives. I would say by a lot. But there are a lot of good games on 360, yeah. It's only comparatively. Yeah, so if I switch out Oz for the vegetable, is that a good idea? He's got a block. We gotta get him to block. So I gotta hit softer. Momo hits too hard too. Momo hits too hard. Only Nina hits light enough. So do I switch out Oz for the vegetable? Is that a plan? And the previous generation was backwards compatible too. That's the good part. That's true. Yeah. Like the PS2 had a PlayStation CPU and that controlled the controllers, that handled the controllers or something, right? So you could still play PlayStation games on it. PS3 still kind of had PS2, but it was like an emulator. Talk to this guy, right? Oh, everybody, thank you for the training. Let's train again. Understood. Wait, can I train indefinitely? Let's meet at the place after. Can we train indefinitely? Are you ready? Yeah, let's try member change. And put in the stupid vegetable. Oh, you can't switch out Oz. Well then for Momo? How about this? Hold on. There's a thing to give me more... No, I made a mistake. There's a thing to give me more maximum AP we have, right? Use that on, Oz real quick. Play some magic thing. Yeah. It's only 1 point though, and it doesn't give it to you. Let's try. PS3 did software emulation for PS1 and 2. No, that's not true, right? I thought the first one, the first era of PS3s wasn't an emulator. It was the second generation. It was the original PS3 had PS2 hardware, I thought. Is that really wrong? I don't... It was only the later ones that started emulating it. Because they took it out. Yeah, no, that's right. The first PS3 did software for 1. Yeah, but that's not what you just said. So to me, it's like PS1 and 2 are same-ish era along with OG Xbox 360. Yeah, kinda. It's kind of like the Plus era, like PS2 Plus, kinda, or whatever, right? Xbox Plus. Like, yeah, I can see that. The first PS3 did soft. PS2 was as well after the 800 A00. Bro, you're talking in a gibberishy way. I said it more clear already. The original ones had a PS2 chip in it, right, and could play it natively, and then eventually they, for space concerns, engineering designs, took it out, and in the slim ones or whatever it is, right? And then why can't you talk in a way that's clear and understandable instead of confusing and gibberish? Okay, please. Like, what's the deal there? We got attack. I want this guy to attack too. And then I want to heal him. But I should be slower than both of them, right? Oh, Jesus, though. Oh, I missed. And he still didn't attack? Okay, this ain't working right at all. Ain't working right at all. It's emulation. No, it's not emulation, jerk off. The PS3 had PS2 at the original version. It's not emulation at the start. You're lying to me, man. This is what I always get sick of you sometimes. You flat out lie to me. The original PS3 had an actual PS2 CPU inside it, no? If you, oh, you suck, man. You always say stupid shit at me. Doctor, you're the worst. The only problem I have with the PlayStation 2 is that it barely had puzzle games on it that piss me off. Sure. Yeah, I don't know too much about that. When you say puzzle games, can you give an example? Good question. Yeah, super busted move. The only PS3 with so there are PS3 consoles with it. You're out. You're out for the day. Retarded shit. Retarded shit, the only ones. So they did exist, you fucking asshole. And you just said it, took it out of your comments at all, and acted like they didn't exist. You are a dickhead. Get out of here. Come back tomorrow. You suck. Oh, I'm an expert on shit. Well, that's why I can't explain anything worth of shit. You suck. The worst person. He admits it. It does. There were ones with it. That's all I wanted to say. And everybody knew that. He sucks. Okay. So what's the plan here? Let's go back to the first turn. I don't know if there's a good team, Mega. Let's go back to the first turn. As if naming model numbers makes it like where he wasn't talking shit. Oh, it was this model number and that model number. Okay. Great. Nonetheless, it was early on. It had PS2 chips in it. Yes. Agreed. Okay. Why are you saying PS3 matter-of-factly emulated? Because you're lying. Rip. That guy's like that, Sonder. That guy's like that. He'll be back tomorrow. I could have timed him out less time. Okay, I give up on this. I'm not gonna make it back in time. He's just... I don't like timing people out. I don't like it. But he's annoying. Okay, let's use these items. I hate doing it, honestly. We used to go off on tangents, but honestly, I like this new take. Of what? Timing some people out? There were tons, he's dumb. Yeah. There was tons, he's dumb. Right? It was the whole first couple generations or whatever. Puzzle games like Bust-A-Move, 99 Puzzle, Star Sleep, Super Puzzle Fighter 2, Princess Maker, Pocket Battle. Are those... Driller... I can't fit it on. Sure, Mushroom. Now, were there some on PS2 that weren't translated? Is what I'm curious about. Let's heal this guy. Were there some that weren't translated? Because I feel like there had to be more in Japan of those. He can't hit. The little freak can't hit. The little freak can't hit. The freak can't do anything. Dang, Mushroom. I'm vastly unfamiliar with games like those. I have to see some someday. Cracks, maybe you can try to see some? Sure, yeah. To the best of my knowledge, if you count Japan and Europe, the PlayStation 1 had 48 puzzle games on it. Okay, nice. Loop Cube, bro, sounds kind of cool, not gonna lie. The ones I know of are like the Puyo Puyo ones, and that kind of stuff. Okay, Nina attacks. This little freak attacks. Us. Use a ball on him. There we go. Nina's beat up now. Bro, the freaking onion can't hit a single person. Just hit one guy, man. Come on, onion. You can do it. Come on, onion. He has no skills either? What do I have this onion for? He has no skills. Oh my goodness. Heal her, please, onion. It's all about Super Puzzle Fighter 2. Is that the, I think I know Super Puzzle Fighter 2. I think I know that one. That was like an arcade game, right? We got attack. Freak attack. Is there any skill I can use that'll make me do less damage? Now, can I buff his defense? I can? What if I buff his defense? Then can I hit him without killing him? Okay, okay, okay. Wow, he hit him for one. Okay, now I'm probably gonna have to rewind this turn, but I want to see him all attack, see what happens. 7. Almost kills Pekaros. Pekaros does 1. We kill him, we kill him, we kill him. But we do less damage now, though. Okay, so like I was saying, Os can't attack him. That's a mistake there. But the defense thing worked. That's cool. I saw... Are you a Wetrix fan, Musha? I've never played that. I saw an old streamer called... Fuse Deluxe play Wetrix. It was the first time I ever saw a game like that. Fuse Deluxe is cool, bro. He used to have like a fighting day where he'd play fighting games. I don't know if he still does. I haven't been by... I don't go by Twitch anymore. But... He used to. Okay, so let's... Okay, That thing attack, and then Os heals. Him or the mushroom? Or the onion? He's one of the only people I check back. Sure, I understand that. He's a cool guy. He's a cool guy. And he said before, like, really nice things about my stream to me before, so... I'm definitely Team Fuse Deluxe. Okay, let's heal... Bait. I was trying to get him really low so he would, block and read up his blocking skill, but it doesn't seem to work. If you want to play that game, it's available for the PlayStation 1, Nintendo DS, and the PSP, and the PSP. I need to check if it came out on modern consoles real quick. Sure, Mushra. I barely understood it. Sure. That's me with everything in the world, bro. That's me with every single thing in existence. That's me with everything. That was a crit. Okay, okay. So hopefully today the training goes better. You think we can go to the lighthouse now, or should we keep training with him? Okay, Nina. She could hit him one more time, I think, without killing him. We'll see. We'll see. Oops, don't have the mushroom hit him, though. And then I'm going to heal him. And let's see. Oh, there he is. That's what the block I was looking for. I wanted to block like that, so his defense skill will go up. Barely understood it. Okay. Bro, the cabbage cannot hit anything. Okay, Nina, cabbage, I block. Nina, cabbage, I block. Okay, same plan there, I think. I don't think we're gonna kill him yet. Yeah, it's only 6 damage now. Oh, we gotta heal Nina. A big guy in a striped shirt cannot take rejection. That is sad. It's true. All true. Okay, heal Nina. Come on, block. Nina's about to die, but that's okay. I'm healing her. Perfect. And then, come on, hit. Okay, now he should block, right? So, have them both attack again. Yeah, that's exactly what I want there. We missed. Okay, try one more time. We're not going to kill him yet. If I could keep him like this, that'd be ideal. I killed him. Well, that's enough for tonight, guys. Thank you. Tonight's results. Well, we took 4 times, 4 defenses. That's something. I'm gonna get stronger quick. Are we ready, you think? Should we go to the lighthouse now, or not ready? We've done 2 nights of training with him. How many nights do you think we can really do? Let's camp. I'm thinking we try it. I'm thinking we try it now. Enough waiting around doing this. Let's try it now. Is Beto still a nerd? I don't know. I don't know, bro. We trained 2 nights. We trained 2 nights now. When the PlayStation 3 first came out in 2006, it was able to play the PlayStation 1 games perfectly, but it was using an emulator on chip for the PS2. That's why some of the games look like shit. Oh, we gotta fix our team. Well, from what I remember, it was the PS2 had the PlayStation 1 chip for the I/O controller to control the controllers, and then the PS3, the original model, had like a similar thing with the PS2, with one of the PS2 chips. And then they took that out eventually, and it was then it was just emulation. And it was just emulation. Let's go try the thing. Lighthouse, yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. I think he's ready. I think he's ready. We've been training. He's getting stronger. Let's do it. I mean, come on. I've given him some good equipment and stuff too. He's got to be able to. Come on, bro. Let's go. Oh, thank you guys for the training. But now let's go to the lighthouse. Understood. Well, as soon as I get done with the work. Oh, we're going out at night? Okay. We're going from here to the lighthouse? Are you ready? What did I mess up? Hold on. I clicked training? I'm confused. Did I click the wrong thing? Oh, I did. I did. It's the third one. Let's go. The lighthouse. What? I don't know if I have the confidence yet. What'd you say? Hey, Bait. You going to the lighthouse? Let's go, bro. Obviously, the person that should go to the lighthouse is Jig. The monkey's talking smack. No one called you, Bait. Yeah. You can't beat me anyways. You can't go to the lighthouse. There's no point. Yeah, if you want to go, you need to fight them. Oh, do they have to fight now? Huh? Yeah, okay. Good luck, man. Good luck, man. Good luck, man. Who's gonna go to the lighthouse? Is it my bro or is it Bait? And this will decide it. You guys ready? The battle is about to begin. Guys, sit still and watch, okay? But maybe we could heal them a little bit from the sidelines. Or are we gonna cheat? Alright, let's go. Fight! Are we gonna cheat? Yeah, let's block. Let's just watch. First round. 24 damage. How much does he get hit for? Oh, he's doing okay, man. 24. Oh, we have to heal him now. Have Momo heal him real quick, right? Because he's looking at the girl, he won't see it. He won't see it. He didn't see that. Okay, and then do it again, I think. Because he's still looking away. There you go, man. Go in now. You're good. Nobody noticed. As long as he doesn't get critical, he can fight almost by his own, huh? So only when he's looking away. Is he gonna wave again? Uh-oh. He's not waving now. I think it's only when he looks away, right? Look away, wave? Oh no. We can't help him now. He's dead. What happens if we heal him? Let's go back and try. If we heal him, do they see it? At this, because he's not looking away? Well, she doesn't have heal. Will they know? Will they know I cheated? Huh? They do know? Or they don't? They do? Yeah, they're gonna call me out on it. Hey, stop it. You're not supposed to help. Start do-over. Do-over. That's good, actually. Oh, no. Wait until he's looking somewhere else. That's do-over. Oh, we gotta actually start it again. Do-over would be fine. I think he's strong enough. I think he's strong enough. I think he is. Let's just try to get him to do it again. He could have won. He could have won, I think. It was just bad luck the guy wouldn't look over at the end there. Buddy, I love your stream and bring back good memories, but please take it easy with the R word if we're going to insult somebody you substitutes. What R word? Yeah. What R word? Which one did I use? What's the R word? I appreciate the compliment though. Thank you for that part. Appreciate that part. Okay, let's try again. I'm not trying to be a downer, but it was an emulator on a chip when it came to the PlayStation 2 play on the PS3. But it was an emulator on a chip. It was hardware emulation, you're saying? What was it actually then? Bro, everything's telling me it was a PS2 chip. Why are you guys saying otherwise? Is it because it was a hardware? Half of it, the other CPU was emulated? I'm not sure. Ah, it's the CPU that was emulated. Okay, the graphics chip was on board. So, it's in between bowls. It's in between bowls. See, if you guys could explain this in not a confusing way, I could have had this understood an hour ago. It did have the PS2's graphics chip, but the CPU was emulated. The GPU was the same GPU. It's only full software after. It had a GPU, a PS2 GPU in it. It was the CPU that was emulated. Because there were two chips. I can show you, hold on. The PS2 had two chips. I have the catalog for the PS2. One sec. It has the layout and stuff. There was two chips is the thing. There was the graphics engine and like the emotion engine, right? Republican. Did he ever tell me what R word I'm not allowed to say according to this random person? Gotta find the book. But see, I got told the incorrect information multiple times, right? People keep saying it's emulated. That's not true. Half of it's emulated. The CPU side's emulated. Why couldn't any of you guys tell me that they were disagreeing with me? Instead of just kept saying it was emulated. Because I knew there was this PS2 chip in there. There was the graphics chip. Why couldn't anybody explain that? Why was I getting bullshit in my chat? Anyway, hold on. Check this out. Oops, did you see it? There's that. So, the PS2 had 2 chips was the thing, right? Go like this. And that's where this confusion is coming from, is because one of the chips was included. The GPU one. Where's the board? Here we go. See, it had 2. It had the emotion engine and it had the graphic synthesizer. It had both, right? And only one of those was put in the PS2. The other, PS3. The other side was emulated. Crack it yards if you're interested. Super Puzzle Fighter 2 is available. Sega Saturn. I'm interested what the R word is you're telling me not to say. Republican retards. Is it that one? Okay, look, so to answer the question, right, that I kept getting misinformation on, it's, I wish I had one of these for PS3, that would answer this thing right there. But as you can see, it had, for the I.O., it had a PlayStation chip. From the first PlayStation. And then the PS3 had the graphics chip. And then emulated the CPU. Right? Okay, now I understand. There you go. Oh yeah, let's fast forward this part again, right? Okay. Can we do this? Okay. Fight. Can we do it, or do we need to train him some more? Alright, whenever they look away, we'll help. Oh, I could do the buff. I could do the defense buff, right? He's not looking away yet. Look away? How do I get him to look away? Just bad luck? Bad luck. Let's just go back, rewind. Maybe we save state at the start to do this. Let's save state at the very start. It looks like the earlier fat ones had both chips and then later they took it out. Okay. Well, I'm still confused a little bit. Like I said, I would need one of those. Let's save here. I would need like a thing like that catalog for the PS3 to really be sure, because people repeat information and in a way that doesn't make any sense, right? Like I kept getting told that it's emulated, but I knew in some way it wasn't. I knew there was some element of the PS2 in there, and there was. So my question was never answered. Anyway, so let's block, block, block. We gotta hope he looks away, right? Come on, look away, bro. Look away. Look over there. Look at the pretty lady. Way better. No? How come the first time you did it right away? Come on, look away, bro. This is bad luck, maybe? Or do we need to make him stronger? I don't want to make him stronger anymore. I want to do the lighthouse. So just look away. Start waving at the girl. Pretty girl over there. Wave at her. Come on, man. Start waving. Is there something that triggers him to wave? Maybe he'll wave now. There were 2 fat PS3 versions. Okay. Okay. Well, he's defending now. But there's nothing to do. He's gonna get punched. He's gonna die. Okay. How do I encourage him? Do I hit the monkey? If I hit the monkey, will he do something? Oh my god. Oh, there we go. His crit made him look away. Okay. Okay, nice. Okay, so Nina will use this item here. Momo... Does she doesn't have any buffs, right? She does. So we'll buff defense. And then also buff attack. Is that a thing? Can I buff that? Or no? Yeah. No? Wait. Oh. Oh, these are just different versions of defense buff. Do they stack? Do they stack? They call it full hardware EMU and then hybrid hardware later. Huh. Ah, they're watching now. Uh-oh. Wait, what just happened that made them stop not watching? What did I do? Was it the buff that did it? What hit him? Oh, when he hits. Oh, when he hits. So that means Oz shouldn't do anything. And we're fine. Oz shouldn't do anything. That's a mistake I made there. So now he's buffed. Okay. And then... Good luck now. Okay, and then we just block. Okay, so he has to crit, I think. To wave, it looks like. Hmm. How much life does he have? I need to make him stronger still, I don't know. This is rough. He's doing well, he's doing fine, but the question is how much life does this guy have? It's gotta be a bunch. Nothing I can do but watch him, pray that this kills him. Nope. Okay, I think we gotta train him some more. Right? Crap, I was hoping we could win at this point. You think it's possible if we really cheese it to win? What we'd have to do is... like, hope he gets a crit or something. Busted. Yeah. You think we can cheese it? Let's try to cheese it real quick before we give up. Okay, so... block, block, block. Let's try to cheese it real quick. So he needs the crit, right? For us to get the window to do stuff. Otherwise he won't look over there. So he has to crit. Because otherwise it just goes on like this. And he loses. So... is it, when does the seed reset? It's gotta be... like it's a new seed now, I would think, right? Because it's one whole round. So he could crit right now. But we need him to crit on that second one. Right? Because otherwise he's gonna kill him. Okay, this might be too hard to cheese, I think. Because basically what we want to do then, we just go through these 2 turns. Okay. And get this set up, right? And then Nina heals him. Momo buffs him. It's not that. And then boss blocks. And we need him to crit like right away again. For us to be, we need him to crit again before he dies. You're trying to cast weaken when training? I don't know what that means. I don't know what those any of those words mean. Okay. Okay. Let's just all block and see. We just need him to crit before the guy dies again. Then we can heal him again. That's all. So any of these up to like this one, crit. And he should survive it because he's buffed. Come on, crit. Crit now. If he doesn't crit now, we guys just start over. Yeah? Let me go back to this point. We're super cheesing it right now. This is super cheesing methods. We're in real cheater hours here. Okay, crit. One more shot, I think. There's one more window for him to crit and not kill him. Right now? I think it's too late there. He'll die at that point. Real cheater hours here, guys. We are gonna win this. We are gonna win. We're gonna win. We're gonna win. And if it takes all of our time controlling powers here, we're gonna use them because we're gonna win. I accept no substitutes. Crit? No. If he crits at this point, it's too late, right? Fuck. Okay. Back here. Crit, 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 crit. Come on. We want him to crit. Any one of these rounds critting him is good. Crit him. I still got another window. It's too late, it's too late, it's too late, it's too late, right? Definitely too late now. Okay, come on, game. Hook me up with a... There we go. Oh, but he's not waving now. Oh, now he is. Okay, so then Nina heal zone. And then everybody else just stands around, that's fine. Nice, okay. So now he's in the best position he's ever been in right now. Can he win? That's the question, right? Let's save here. We're in the best position we've ever been in. Everybody block. Oh, that's perfect. Look at that. There, he's waving again. So we do same thing. Block, block. There we go. There we go. There we go. We got this now. This son of a bitch doesn't even know we're cheating like this. How would he? How would he know? How would he know the lengths I'm willing to cheat to win this? To help the nerd beat the jock. Come on, can you do it now? Do it, do it. Beat the jock, come on. You can do it. How much light? Yes! We got it! Just took a little cheating. I won? Bro! No! My bro got beat by bait? No! Bait. I can't believe it. You worked this hard? Uh-huh. Uh-oh. No. Everybody helped me. I couldn't beat Jig on my own. Don't you get it? I'm sorry, I know that. I know I couldn't beat him. The reason I won is because of Nina and them. I can't do anything. I can't do anything on my own. No, he's a loser again. No! We're trying to help you not be a loser, man. Don't be a loser. No. No. No! Don't be a loser, man. I wanted to help you, Shadow. Let's quit the guild together. Bro. Hold together, bro. Everyone, thank you. I don't have any faith in myself still, though. But... or sorry, let's support the guild together, my bad. Not quit. Let's support the guild together. Yeah, sure. Not quit, let's support it. Okay, nice. Wait. Okay. What about us, though? Does that help us in any way? What? Are we helped in any way by this turn of events? It's because you save stated. The game knows. He knows. He knows I cheated. Okay, that's fine, that's fine. I think, I mean, you would have felt like that anyway, right? But, okay. Let's save real quick, and then... what time are we at, man? I feel like I've been playing a bunch of games tonight. 1:16 a.m. Okay. What's the stream length at? Almost 4 hours. We're doing good, I think. We're doing good. Okay, so let's try to, I guess, go talk to him over here, right? See what the deal is now. Somebody, are they gonna go to the lighthouse now, or are they gonna let us go? Because I would... what was treasure there? Hey, bro, you're such a man. You're so manly. Okay, You think somebody with a body like me could lose? You think somebody with a body like me could lose? Even though I am a man. But I'm gonna give up on Shadow. Because I'm a man. And she clearly has a crush on this guy that got beat up here. Thank you guys for everything. This? Well, I mean, I guess I wasn't really ready, huh? Ow, 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 ow. I won't really be able to go to the lighthouse for a while. We can go. But if you guys are in a rush... well, they won't let anybody that's not part of the guild. Well, if you guys really want to fix the lighthouse, then take this with you. Nice, what is it? A pass? Guild badge! Nice. If you go there, you'll be able to get to the lighthouse. Nice, so let me pass now. Fix the lighthouse. But there's no... not sure. Even if you fix the lighthouse, we don't know if the ships will come back. But if you don't do anything, then nothing will happen. You can get to the lighthouse? Yeah. Thank you, everyone. I'm sure stuff will go good with me and him. You think so? Then he get married. Claymore. Oh, it's our stuff back. Crepe cape. Or not? Crepe cave? What's a crepe cape? What's a crepe cape? Is that... huh? Okay, we got a claymore. We didn't give him a claymore. There's the crepe cape. It goes... Momo can wear it, and Nina can wear it. Ah, it's way better armor for him, though. Crepe cape. Nice, okay. I'll put it on Nina. The claymore we don't need. Alright, hell yeah, let's go. Let's go to the lighthouse now. This way. My eyes are red for being gamers. How you just going, Zach? You still have an issue with the emulator or whatever? Wait a minute. Look, there's all kinds of... We have all kinds of secrets in the lighthouse. Can't just let somebody go in. Oh, wait, that badge. I guess you guys are affiliated with the guild? Well, but the place is full of monsters. Be careful. Nice, finally, man. Let's clear this place out. Took a lifetime to get here. Huh? Do I go up here? Oh. Wait, I'm confused. Oh, so this is the docks? This is the lighthouse? Okay. Fine. Nice sound effects. It does feel like there's water. It did sound like there was water out there. Okay. What is this thing? Poochie Ghost. Oh, Sunda Cry. Good attack. My eyes are red because of the weeds. Yeah, it does do that. It does do that, man. What are we doing tonight with Carl? We're watching that Bill Maher and who's he have on as a guest? Bill Maher, Charlie Kirk. Oh yeah, we're gonna watch that. I want to know. I want to see it because those kind of conversations come up pretty often. So I don't know. Now, of course, you could say, like people did say earlier, both of those people are too fake to have a real conversation. I don't know. I haven't seen it. I've just seen clips. There is a point there, probably. There is a point there, probably. But we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Hey gamers, limit your gaming to 10 hours per day. Any more and you're seriously gonna die. 10 hours a day? Ay, ay, ay. I mean, I guess I've streamed for that long and played games the whole time, so I guess I can't talk smack. When I was younger, I gamed a lot some days. I remember. When I was really young, like a teenager, I remember playing like Counter-Strike all day. I remember doing that, like just all day. I do remember doing that. And then there was that Neocron game, that MMO I used to play. I played that a lot too. But still, 10 hours is a lot though. I did not regularly play over 10 hours though. Frying bomb. Oh, okay. No problem. Frying bomb. Did that person leave because I said retard? And are they still around? Is the person that doesn't like the word retard around or no? Here's my thing about that word, bro. I think bringing that word back in casual parlance is a big sign of that we're no longer letting people control our speech, I think. I know some people don't like it, but you have to get with it because that's already where it's going. I'm not going to stop using it because it's reclaiming of the ability to say whatever you want again. It's part of the pushback. The retard feel well. I'm just saying, like, it's a sign of a cultural shift of people not agreeing to that kind of control anymore. They're like, oh yeah, be kind, whatever. It's like, I'm not being rude to anyone. So that's Travis, touchdown schedule, and no more heroes. Yeah. But I'm just saying, I think that word coming back into fashion is not a bad thing by any means. There's a reason it's back. Because people are fed up being told what to say. I did that whole bit like years ago about saying gay again, and for meaning it sucks, kinda. Remember that? I did a bit years ago on Twitch, and Twitch it was harder to say it. I did that bit years ago on Twitch that I wanted to say gay again. To mean, you know, kind of sucks. This thing's gay, it kind of sucks. Alright, Misral Shield. We're healing. I think so too. I think so too. I think so. It's a good sign, I think. It's a good sign. We had the right attitude when we were like, don't let words get under your skin like that. That was the right attitude. That was the, that's the way to be, man. That's the way to be. Oh, let me see. Let's go back up. I don't think I went everywhere this way. YouTubers have to say regarded. Well, I know they do because, like, the algorithm, whatever kind of thing. I think it's lame if you do that. I think either say it or just, like, don't say it at all, is what I think. I think either say it or don't say it at all. Like, either have the balls to actually say it and deal with the ramifications of that, or don't bother, I think. However, as far as I know, as long as you don't say the thing in like the first couple of minutes of the YouTube, the AI doesn't know. Like the AI scanning things only the first couple of minutes, I think. Ooh, what's down there? Huh. Is there... I liked ranched. Well, Everyone says okay retard, but they never say are you okay retard. That's the truth. You would wish, huh? That some people would say that to you. Are you okay retard? It's true. Would be nice to hear sometimes. Up here is where I'm looking for, right? I wanted to see what was up here. Nice, nice. Glad I went up. Coin. Glad I went up. That coin's worth like 250 bucks. It's also a fishing thing, right? Nice. I'm thinking when Riot shows up, we'll switch to Carl. That's what I'm thinking. I got the I got a GTA server set up for whenever we're gonna do that. I got it set back up. I had to pay. I had apparently canceled it. But I paid like 12 bucks for like 4 months, something like that. That's not too bad. It's not too bad. I set it up somewhat. I have to like move all the stuff again and add my custom cars and things I had, but otherwise it's up and running. Like first 10 minutes or something. Yeah, I remember reading. I remember hearing that. That makes sense. Makes sense. As long, like, it makes sense too with like the limitations what they're working with. Oh, we got that already. Right now we're going the only way we can go. My approach to dungeons is go the wrong way until there are no more wrong ways. That's my approach to dungeons. Now it's not the most straightforward approach, It's not the quickest approach, but it is a sure approach. Go the wrong way until there's no more wrong ways to go. If I explore every dead end, then eventually there won't be any more dead ends. That's what I figure. And this way we've already explored the whole up there, so we're going the only way available right now. We'll fix this lighthouse up. Oh, I'd like to get this lighthouse done before we move on from the game tonight. That'd be nice, right? It's a good idea. Let's try to get the lighthouse. Let's rush it. Try to fix this thing. Well, then tomorrow we'll start with getting a boat. Tomorrow we'll start with getting a boat, and that'll be pretty sick. She keeps mentioning that the boats have motors of some type. I want to see that too. This guy could kill Nina and hit her though, thankfully. Sometimes you gotta live dangerously. You know what this thing looks like? Kinda. The little wish granting things. You know what I never understood about that? What were they really, the behemoths? Okay. Let's heal again. Or should we use items? We should use items. Those are cheaper. Yeah, that's good. Maze walking? F? I don't think so. I did draw some frames. I'm gonna just a pause. I did draw some frames. I don't know if that was right now, though. But I have dropped 357. Mini F? Okay, so it was right then. If everyone saw it. Maze walking. Is Zoop still here? I know he wanted to watch some video. I don't know if he's going to be here to link it when we're done with the game. Zoop isn't I don't know if Zoop is as interested in the game stuff, though. I don't know. Oh, we gotta wait. What exact? How are we fighting these guys? Are they flying? Oh, I see. I think the battles on the map are cool. Pope LaCroix did that too. Instead of like loading a different scene, that is good. Nothing there. Yakuza does it too, right? Loads it. Or later on it does. In the early ones it didn't used to. In the later ones it does. If the game was about Israel, Pearl Davis, you'd be interested? Yeah, that's true. That's true. He is big into the Israel, you know. What can you say? I am glad I know Zoop though. Like, I know somebody that lives there. Keeps me grounded and like thinking about that stuff. Okay, what's this? Okay, about the jobs here at the lighthouse, about the ghost mine. We take the prepared ghost out of the lighthouse. Okay. There's ghost here. Ghost is the crystal power. The I think they called it chrism in the translation. What about Boira? Is that a boiler? There's a boiler underneath the lighthouse. Ghost ore makes it start moving? Okay. They power with ghost ore? What about main bulb? The pressure, to stabilize the pressure, oh, main valve. To stabilize the pressure, you have to open the main valve. Okay. And then the air, the ghost, the mist ghost, the ghost is turned into air, will come out of the ducts. Change valve. Okay, you can use that valve to control the ducts. Okay. And then what else is there? If you're out of Ghost Ore, you can buy some Rapara at the shop. You can get some Rapara at the shop. Okay. I don't think I have any Ghost Ore, do I? Do we need to bring Ghost Ore to power the thing? What's up, Koji? After yesterday, I've been starting to support Palestine more. What happened yesterday? What happened yesterday? Charge an overdraft fee. Well, it does suck when it does happen. Yeah, that does suck. Overdraft fee, all those fees suck, yeah. I don't know if there's any way to fix banks, bro. I don't know nothing about fixing those. Alright. We killed one and the rest ran away. Okay, I'll take it. Take it. What exactly do you use to make the ground suspended? I'm guessing that, like, there's implied ground we're on top of, maybe? Some banks you can turn it off. I did that at Capital One. Oh, being like letting you overdraft it all? Just have them cancel it or something? Mind Blaster? Mind Blaster? Yeah, it's gotta be it, right? Mind Blaster? English and Japanese is always a mindfuck. Okay. They definitely seem psychic. So yeah, Mind Blaster. Yeah, just deny the charge where it gets that low. Yeah, sure. Sure. It feels like we're strong. Yesterday when I said I believe I have a soul, and Zoop said I believe in Adam and Steve, and Virgin Mary was a lie, and Jovis was a cock. Oh, yeah. I forgot about all that happening. I wasn't really paying that much attention to it. Like a Redditor atheist or something? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. But it is interesting that as like a Jewish person, he does it like he's acting that way too. You would think like he would be, oh, here's the top of the lighthouse. This is a strange a lot of power in this thing. We can't oh, do we have to be us? To get it, we have to be us. Oh, so these are like the vents or something. Right here. Huh. What have you been up to, Koji? I'm thinking, guys, we're gonna have like a, let's say, let's play maybe board games or something on the weekend. And then on the weekend before the 29th. Is what I was thinking. Nice, magical gene. If I flip this, you have to open the main valve or it doesn't do anything. Okay. And then said he killed Jesus, like, bruh. Yeah. I don't know why he wants to be like that about it. I don't know. Good question. I don't know. Obviously, I think he's just messing around, but then it's like, yeah, but what's the point? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what his deal is on that. That's why I think it'll be interesting to watch that that Charlie Kirk Bill Maher thing. Work, starting to light a bit. Well, that's good. That's good, that's good. I think YouTube's been going pretty good recently, right? I don't know how it could go better. I think we're doing pretty good. I want to maybe do like, I don't know, I need to start going on other people's like YouTube streams and stuff. Maybe, but otherwise I feel like we're doing as good as you could do. Otherwise I feel like we're doing pretty good. You know, not like some huge person like shouting you out. I think we're doing as good as we could do. I think we're doing pretty good. I think we should have. I think he was upset over what we said about the dinosaur girl. Maybe. You think that was why? Well, I was getting into Schedule 1 at that point, so I was like, I didn't really even care about the conversation too much. Right? I was trying to get in the mindset of playing the game at that point. What happened to my controller again? Calm down, calm down, calm down. Relax. Why is it being like this? Do you hear everything exploding right now? Wait, hold on. I'm unplugging it. My controller going wild. Controller's gone wild. Yeah, hold on. I'll fix the screen. Give me a second. Okay. I think it's fine now, maybe? Controller's gone wild. Okay. Is it good now? Can it stop doing that? I think it's lag from before. Yeah, maybe it was though. Okay, so why is it gonna keep saying that forever? It's gonna be just lag, right? There it goes. Skill ain't cool. So we gotta turn something on, and then we gotta do like the something to make sure it flows up to the top, and then the lighthouse should work. He's sucking blood. But yeah, I think it's been going pretty good. I think YouTube's been going pretty good. I mean, consider playing these obscure, you know, whatever games like normal. But Breath of Fire, I think, does have some appeal to randoms. Maybe. I don't know. We got that new guy today that told me to stop saying retarded. Which is retarded. Okay. I'm gonna be out of mana in a second. But otherwise, okay, so these things, I didn't even realize I had said retarded though, is the thing. Like when he said that, I didn't even realize I had said retarded today. I didn't even realize. I was like, did I? When? I couldn't even remember when I said it. I still don't know. I guess I did though. I guess I was saying it. But when he said it, I was like, huh? What now? BR, yeah, that's what he said, yeah. I was like, huh? Wait a second, when? I didn't even remember it. I don't know, I guess it was time when I was talking to Mirai, Doctor. When I was timing out Doctor, I said it. Must have been. Internet approach is weird too. It's like, I like your stream, but I wish you would do this other thing I want you to do. And it's like, okay, but you said you like my stream, right? So, shouldn't it be the other way? Like, maybe I can ask something of you now? Not you ask something to me. You like my stream? Okay, well, do a jumping jack then. I don't know. I'm just saying, like, isn't that backwards? What's the approach there? Well, I'm glad you're enjoying yourself, so how about, like, back off, tell me what to do, you know? That's when it gets dangerous, as you should, yeah. I couldn't think of more fitting time to say retard. Yeah. Very feminine, definitely feminine, yeah. Yeah. It's weird strategy, because, like, if you really want somebody to, like, to change their behavior, that's not the approach to use. If you really wanted to, the one, you should be a woman, right? You should be a woman first. That improves your luck of doing it a lot, of getting someone to listen to you. Step 1, be a woman. Step 2, I don't know, maybe do something for me so then I feel indebted to you. Because his approach was, hey, I like your stream, but, I like your stream, I'm having a great time here, but could you not stop doing this? It's like, wait a second. So I'm doing something for you, okay, and then I'm getting what? I'm getting a lecture from you? Why? How's that working? Here's where the ghost goes in. Okay. Put some ghost in. Do I have any? Oh, I do. Okay. Nice. I've seen quite a few names, but not sure it's people who have been around and I haven't seen on YouTube. Like, I figured out Dingus. Well, yeah, Dingus is one that changed. Dingus is like one of the people that changes his name all the time. That's his style. Ooh, is that working? What, did I turn it off? Crap, failed. The boiler stopped it. What does that mean? Main valve switch. So I have to go, like, follow the thing and see where it's fucking up? You think? Did it eat the thing? Do I have to give it more? Oh, it didn't say anything. I assume we have to fix something on this line. Can't hide anymore, boy. Who will it be next time? Here's my only complaint, Dingus, about your changing names all the time. Is I'm like, oh, there's a new person that likes to stream, and then it's this motherfucker again, which I'm happy to see ya. But like the Sigma cat, when you're Sigma cat, I was like, oh, this is cool. This cat person likes to stream. Oh, wait a second. Oh, I see. Well, what was the first name for Dingus? Mr. Midnight, or was there one before that? I think that was the first one. And then he had Super Robot Fan, and I thought it was Snorch, but it was him. Then there was name after name after name since then. Sigma Cat. Oh, this Tyrone guy is bait. Oh yeah. Yeah, this Tyrone guy sure is cool. Tyrone Bigums, Oh, we're getting our butts kicked a little bit. What are they sucking from me? Something. Sucking something. Okay, that's good. And here, guys, in the new season, you gotta give me credit. I've been playing games like crazy. Yeah, I stop sometimes. to talk, but overall, I'm pretty good at it now, I think. Still playing even though I'm talking. Yeah, we got a dream earring. I did stop once or twice, so. Today, I mean. The hardest part about getting back to playing the game is I gotta get back into translating Japanese. If it was just playing the game, it'd be easier to do. But that's the reason I have so much trouble with it sometimes. Because I gotta like go back to, you know, putting all the stuff in my head and thinking in Japanese kinda. And when you drop that, when you let that down, it's not an inconsequential amount of effort to pick it back up, you know. Okay, so is that the right thing? Can we start it up again now? I don't quite understand these things. We can try, right? I think you do it just to spite me. What's stopping or what? So you don't get to see the game? Are you serious right now? Are you serious right now, Koji? There's definitely new people around though, yeah. When you're to answer your thing you were saying earlier, there's definitely new people since YouTube. We did get some old people from like the Twitch era, also. Also. Playing this game since I haven't been around much. Oh. I think I'm just getting better at it, bro. The playing games thing. I promise I'm not trying to spite you, bro. I'm just getting better at it finally after years upon years. Okay, here we go. Grab these things. I did not get this here soon. Wait, yes I did. Yeah, you did. Flame Ghost. Flame Ghost. Flame Ghost. 3 of them? What the? What in the? Let's go back to the panel thing. Should I run? These fights are taking a long time. I didn't even succeed. Eventually we're gonna play Growlancer again, Koji and Geo. That'll be hype, right? I don't know what the next game is. Breath of Fire, I tried to pick something I thought would be popular in the algorithm. I don't think Breath of Fire is. That was a mistake. I don't know if I should care anymore about the algorithm stuff. I think maybe I just need to like do collaborations with people or something. Like something to up our visibility a bit, and then we grow that way, and then the algorithm will just like push us anyways, because it already kind of does, right? The algorithm already kind of pushes us because we have enough people. Main bow switch, okay. Okay, I don't understand. It's flat. So it's not working, or it is working, or I have to go switch all the things? Fun to watch, thank you. Thank you very much, Sonder. We're gonna continue that thought. Yeah, I feel like all I gotta do is somehow find a trick people to watch it for a while, and then they'll be like, this stream rules. But I just gotta trick them. I just have to trick them to watch for a while first. That's always been my biggest struggle. How do you trick people to watch your stream for like a couple hours and then realize they would like it? I don't know. One of these days I'll solve that one. Also, Koji said I'm based and cool. You are based. Cool? No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. But yeah, I'm just saying. But yeah, when we're new character, new people, I had the same kind of thoughts. Yeah, I was like, I would think, oh, this person's cool, and then I'd realize it was you again with a new name. Okay. Okay, so guys, do we flip it this way or this way? What's the right way? This way? This way? This way? We could check the guidebook. I have the guidebook. I have the guidebook. What's talking about Tyrone? Wonder what he's up to. Oh, right. I'll put a disclaimer in my name next time. Okay, thank you. You could just tell me in private somehow that it's you. And then I wouldn't... Well, that's not totally true. I do accidentally say your other name sometimes. It's like dead naming though, bro. Like, if I'm just like passively talking, I'll sometimes say a different name. You know? I've done it before. I know you remember. I've done it before. But it's like dead naming, you know? It's like, you remember them as this person. So of course... that name comes to your mind quicker. And if you're like, you know, half zoned out at the time, then it's very easy to... to not realize it. Koji? Uh-huh, basically. I see. So... this is a dead end, which means... we want to push it the other way, right? We can physically see where it's going, I think. Are we shutting the valves or opening the valves? Any of you guys know what the puzzle is? Because I'm unsure. Are we closing the valves, opening the valves? Are they whatever way the lever is? We'll figure it out one way or the other, obviously. But... which one is it, you think? Okay. Like, is that pushing it the other way? I think so. I'm gonna assume yes. So then we follow the other side. Right? We find where it goes next. It's either that or I got it backwards. I'm as puzzled as you. Okay. I feel ya. We might need to go shopping for healing items. This place is a real slog, kinda. But I want to beat this lighthouse tonight for sure. Or this morning now. I want to beat this lighthouse. Also, our numbers are still higher than I think they should be. I don't know why that is. I don't know if right this minute they are, but in general they are. There was one night, it said we had 150 people watching. That's insane on YouTube. I don't think any numbers like that are real. No way, it's too high. Okay, so then what does this mean? What does that mean then? And this goes where? Here again. Do we put more of this in? Yes. Uh-oh. Okay, let's maybe save state here, you think? It is a bit of a mystery. Let's save state here. Oh yeah, why the numbers go up that much? I don't know. Okay. It's gonna pop again. Right? Are we good? Oh no, it turned off again. Failed. Boiler stopped it. The boiler stopped again. What are we doing wrong, guys? Load. What's up, Tom? Bumpy is rising right on time. Are they really? Yeah, I don't know what's up with that. I don't know. It definitely feels like our numbers are off. Main valve, open method. Ah, I see. Wait until the pressure graph stabilizes into a curve. This is the center monitor. When it gets when it's at the highest, pull the lever. If it's not enough, it'll stop the boiler. Please put in ghost again. Okay. 50 views, 7 likes. Yeah, guys, if you don't mind, you can push the like button. Please like and sub. The stream is slow burn, but after watching about 20 hours, you may like it. You fucker. It may become your favorite stream if you watch for 10-20 hours, a couple of weeks. Then at first you won't really like it too much, but eventually you will like it and it will be your favorite stream. But it'll take about a dozen hours. Yeah. That was a hell of a sneak diss, Koji. Yeah, because Koji, you know why he's like this? Because way back in the day, okay, this motherfucker said that he doesn't know if, like, the funny stuff, he wanted to know if, he was saying, sorry, I half read that, he was saying that the funny stuff in the stream wasn't intentional, that I was doing it, by accident, that the funny stuff was accidental. And then he said that, like, it took like 8 hours or something of watching it before he liked it, something like that. He said all those things. Just invest a few days of your life, you son of a bitch. You son of a bitch. Listen, there are worse things to invest some time on to find out if you like it, okay? Oh yeah, it's a good idea, the poll. I just assume we are right now, but we could try a poll. Let's see. Let's see how many votes we can get. Are you a human being? Question? Guys, vote. See how many votes we get. That was when you did magic tricks. And what does that mean? I think you get non-English speaking Japanese viewers to learn English. I would like that demographic. Because I think the stream's perfect for them, honestly. Don't you think so? Like, if you're learning English and you speak Japanese, I think this stream would be perfect for you, yeah. Because, like, you could follow the story along with me, see how I'm saying it, and learn. Yeah, I think it would be perfect for somebody doing that. We're all asleep. Like, I would love a stream like this. If I was, back in the day, I would have loved this stream. People learn English watching AVGN. Do they really? There are less humans in chat than non-humans. There are less humans in chat than non-humans. There are less humans in chat than non-humans. What does that mean? There are less humans in chat than non-humans. You guys are all robots? Okay, so what is this thing here? Which way? Let's check the guide, I think, just to know which way to flip this thing, right? Just to know which way to flip it, right? Or maybe it's obviously and you flip it that way. But go back. I don't want to cheat. Okay, let's try this again. Am I supposed to do it what, at the top? Or... I assume... Oh, it depends on when I push the button too. Failed again. Okay, let's go back. Before I flip the switch. Okay. Silly bot forgot his own poll. What does that mean? 3 of 5 votes are non-human entities. There's 5 votes? Wait, you're saying even the votes are not humans? Well, I don't know how I'm supposed to track that then. So do we have 5 votes, you're saying? Let me see. Guys, how many votes we got? I got a new subscriber. How many votes we got? 6 votes? The humans are rising. Oh, I see. I see. 3 people said they're not humans. I see. Oh, I see. I see what he was talking about. Alright. What's up, Stan? Welcome, welcome. Okay, how do we solve this though, guys? Should we check the guide? Is there another switch? Where did these things go to? 6 votes, all human. Is there another one of these switches that I'm missing? Man, this part wouldn't be so tough if there weren't so many bad guys everywhere. Around every corner, there's a dozen bad guys to run into. We're losing the attrition battle. I'm out of healing items. I'm out of them. Okay. I assume there's one more switch on these things. We might have to leave. We might have to, guys. And then buy a bunch of healing items and come back. There's no teleport in this game, right? I can't teleport out? I don't think so, anyway. Only Nina's awake? It's wild. That's pretty wild. Do you guys have any tactics for when you're overwhelmed by stuff? I do. I have a ton to do at work and people keep dumping more every day. I can be stoic about it sometimes, but other times I want to freak out. Let me think. So... you keep getting dumped stuff on you, but it's not beyond your capability, right? It's just beyond what you want to do, like what you feel like you should be doing. Or like... other people putting their tasks on you. Is there anything you can do about the situation itself? Like, why is all this shit getting put on you in the first place? Everything here has a story and a price. One thing I've learned about 20 years of streaming, you never know what you're gonna come through that door. 20 years? Usually it's 90% fixing other people's stuff, and then I have my own projects that get delayed. Sure, fixing other people's stuff. But I'm too responsive sometimes. Well, that might be part of the problem, right? Is like... I mean, it definitely might be. It's like... putting up with it, you know? But I don't know enough to say. But it definitely might be part of it. There might be multiple things you gotta do, right? Maybe you gotta not let people take advantage of your kindness or whatever to do that stuff, and also for like a tool when you already have all this shit to work through. I think some of the classic things are good, like break everything up into like consumable things you can do, right? Like workable chunks, and you know, then celebrate each thing you get done. That helps me when I have too many projects. Helps me a lot when I have too many. Like break them all into like chunks so you can keep track of how well you're doing and getting them done and knocking them out. And then, you know, because then each one that you get done, you're like, okay, nice, good, and you can celebrate that a little bit. What's up, Brian? Pawn Stars reference. People from Las Vegas suck. Hey, why be saying that? What's wrong with people from Las Vegas? People from Las Vegas are the coolest people. Most of the time it's the CEO asking. Oh, so it's like, it's not like you don't know the priority. Yeah, that's what I try to do. Okay. Well, I mean, if it's a CEO asking, you should maybe ask for a raise if you feel like you're not, like, being paid enough for what you're dealing with. Right? If you feel like you're being taken advantage of a little bit, maybe that is an idea too. I just tried to break it up, but it usually takes some time. Of getting frustrated when a new thing gets dumped. I can imagine. I can imagine. Welcome, Riot. Welcome. It can be hard to say no sometimes, but learning to be more assertive can help. Yeah, I'm waiting for dust to settle before that. Okay. But I mean, I would definitely consider it a thing if you, because here, like in life, I feel like it's like this, okay? If we have a price for everything, right? But not like a monetary price. We have a price, like for friendship, all that stuff. We do have a price, but it's not really monetary. And if people aren't meeting that price, and in this case, it's a literal price, but in general, you get like resentful when people aren't meeting that price, right? Like when you're doing something like for your friend and they never do anything for you, you start getting annoyed because they're not meeting the price. They're not doing stuff for you when they have the means to do so. I find a lot of resentment is from that, is from not meeting the price that you need to be happy. I mean, to be content with the work you're doing, or whatever. So obviously, I think you need to get that like addressed and make sure you get fair pay for what you're doing. But sure, if you gotta wait until some kind of good situation comes up, okay, but as long as you feel like it's unfair, you're gonna feel it's gonna feel unfair, you know? I don't know. Main and favorite porn stars over there. So I'm trying to lessen the emotions, but it's difficult. Yeah, okay. Bro, we're gonna die in the game. Yeah, it's rough. That's rough, man. Spend as little time as you can, I would say, on crap, man. We have like nothing. We can up our speed. I put that on ass, I think. We can use these. Spend as little time as you can thinking about how resentful you are about it, you know? Like when you start thinking like that, try to think of something else. If there's nothing you can do about it, then you just gotta refocus every time, you know? Because otherwise, all that time is just gonna, when you're like, fuck man, this isn't fair, this isn't right. Anytime you spend thinking about that kind of thing, is going to be bad for you, I think. Okay, so what is this? We need the main valve open first, sure. Okay, so what did I get wrong with this puzzle here? Bro, just some shrooms. I'll wear a rubber band on my wrist and snap it. Yeah, I mean, my issue with that though is the rubber band on your wrist would like, I don't know, won't that like hurt your blood flow a little bit? But sure, yeah, some kind of thing to get you out of that thought process, because that's just going to make it worse, especially if you can't ask for like a raise right now. So there's only 2 switches. What way are they supposed to be? We're by the exit. That's what I'm gonna go for. We're gonna go outside. Well, I can't escape these guys either. And then we're gonna go buy some healing items and rest, and we'll come back. But yeah, I don't know, man. That's a rough one. If you can't make yourself completely happy with the situation, then you just gotta not think about it as much as you can. My femboy secretary. Okay. Alright. I think we'll... Okay. What time are we at? 2 a.m.? I think we're gonna get out of here. We're gonna go to the camp. I did want to finish the lighthouse though. So I think we'll try to do this as quick as we can. And then we'll take a break, and then I'll switch to Carl, and we will watch that that podcast thing. Yeah, okay. I don't know. Alright. As I can't say I really I can't say that's for me personally. I think I can't see even if a person could be physically feminine, it still wouldn't be like, oh, I guess this is a band conversation, but it still wouldn't really like even if you could fool yourself to be attracted to them physically, even if you could, right? Then still like emotionally, they still wouldn't really be like women. You know? It wouldn't be anything like a woman. It's not really female, even though they call them femboys. They're not really that feminine. They just like try to make they just like act like their bodies could be a woman's. You're just gay if you like femboys or whatever. Yeah, I don't know. I guess that's just like a style of being gay, like a flavor. Maybe. Maybe. But do you think... Are there different kind of gay? I don't... Like, Are there... I don't know enough about how it works, to be honest with you. Are there, like, gay guys that are into, like, femboy guys? Or... Like, if you were gay, wouldn't you be into, like, manly dudes? Oh, I'm dead. No? And they have wieners. Just fucking around. Brazil got some beauties, though. But you know what I'm saying? Do you guys get me? Are there... Is it different? Are there some people that like that? Or not really? I guess there has to be. I guess there has to be. I think a lot of those people are just like warped from porn, though, to be honest with you. Like, more than it's real. Maybe that's crazy, though, but that's kind of the impression I get. Is a lot of them are just like porn addicts. That's kind of my impression. I don't know how true that is, though. But it's not like it's not just like they have wieners, right? That's the thing, right? They wouldn't all be really like a woman. Like, they wouldn't get mad at you for no reason. You know what I mean? Like, they wouldn't wake up and tell you about a dream they had, where you were rude to them, and then they take it out on you during the day. You know what I mean? They wouldn't do that kind of stuff. You know? Be pissed at you for a dream. For how rude you were to them in the dream. They wouldn't do that. That's my feeling too. Autistic and porn adults, sure. The effects of gooning, sure. But yeah, I mean, it just seems like it's like, did I come from this way? Or am I going the right way to leave? I'm going the right way. It just seems like the case to me. Alright, we gotta go here. And to be fair, I have some pity for those people, right? I don't know about sympathy, but I have some pity for them. For like the porn addict weirdos. Because I mean, kind of makes sense how it happens, but... And like you said, they might be autistic too. So I have some sympathy for them. But it's... Yeah. World's messed up, I guess. Okay, you're not supposed to convince me in favor of the femboys. Am I convincing you in favor of the femboy? What do you mean? Oh, you mean they're not going to get mad at you about the dream thing? Yeah, but that's one of the wonders, the great... I mean, it's all good. It's all nice. Women being irrational is nice. You need them to offset your irrationality. You need them. You need, because in some ways they'll be more observant of things that you miss. They really will. So, did I save? I think so. Men dressed for the women parts in Shakespeare's day is true. I wonder why that was. I wonder why they didn't want why females weren't acting. I wonder why that was. They are truly the fairer sex, agreed. They won't get upset when you tell them you wouldn't love them still if they were a worm. Femboys might get mad at that for all I know. I don't know. They might be similar on that. But yeah, that is funny. That's a funny thing. That women are like that, right? They're like, what if I lost my arms? Right? Yeah, women do worry about that. That is funny. But it's like they worry about impossible things, yeah. Yeah, that's true. What does it mean? I don't know. Just how they think, I guess. Oops. Okay, see, there's only 10. Those are 50. I want to buy like 100 of these. Can I buy 99? Is there like a quicker way? There we go. Yeah, I'll buy 99. I see shit like that all the time. Would the cigarettes weren't advertised to them originally? They weren't allowed on stage, mainly for Puritan reasons. Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, because they could be attractive. Sure. Because they would be genuinely attractive. Whereas you weren't going to get all turned on by a dude kissing a dude. Sure. Sure. Sure, that makes sense. And then if you have ladies on stage, then there's a line between that and like a cabaret show. Sure, I mean, there is a point there. It's not directly there, but there is a point there. It is kind of, I mean, there is a line there. Well, not everyone. It's for safety. Is it? Is that why? You think that's what... Yeah, that's probably it, right? That's what women are worrying about, is like, will I be protected no matter what? Yeah, probably. That makes total sense, yes. That the thought is, will I be protected no matter what happens? Is the real concern. Yes. Right? That's the answer they want. Sure. Sure, that makes a lot of sense, actually. Okay. What's up, Ollie? Why is the girl with the pigtails so huge? Because we're children. It's not that she's huge, we're just tiny. We're little children. There's a time skip somewhere in the game, but we haven't got to it yet. She's already like grown up and we're not. Yeah, this is before. Is that true? Okay, let's get back. Oh, went the wrong way. Now I have plenty of items to solve this place. I kind of want to look at the guidebook to see which way I'm supposed to flip the switches, though. Is it up or is it down? Because otherwise I'm going to be goofing around, messing around with that forever. Have you played Driver PS1? I passed the tutorial on that after hours yesterday. I did a long time ago, Ollie. I haven't recently, though. Long time ago. I don't really remember it that well. Was it fun? I remember it, kinda. I remember it a little bit. Okay. This way? Yeah. Then down, then across the bridges, then we're back. It's not a great game. Is it a good game though? Like, see, here's the thing. Lots of people now, when they talk about new games, they're like, it's fine. I don't like that. Like, I'm not desperate to play a game, you know what I mean? Like, I want to play a game because I want to play it. I'm not desperate, like, I'll play any old game put in front of me. Like, a lot of modern people, I think they seem like that. Like they'll just play new games because they exist. I'm not about that life. I will not play something just because it exists. Oh, Leafy was getting Gothic too. I want to see her stream that. That'd be hype. I assume she was thinking for a stream. Is Leafy around still, or is she asleep? It's very much a dad game. Wow, hard man drives car. I buy that. Yeah, but I mean it still could be cool though. You know, the driver could be isn't the worst archetype. Could still be cool. But it would have to be. It would just come down to how the gameplay was, I think, for me on that kind of thing. There's that one drag racing RPG I'm gonna play at some point on SNES. I forget the name of it. I'm thinking what we're gonna do for a while is rebrand old games as new games. So we get in the algorithm for the new game, but we're really playing the old game. I'm thinking of that. I want to do that, like until we get in trouble for it or something. I don't think we ever will, though. Okay, let me check the guide real quick. Let me check the guidebook real quick. Driver was fun and not at the same time. Racing Lagoon, PS1. Yeah, I've thought about Racing Lagoon. Something about it throws me off a little bit, though. I might still play it, though. It does have a fan patch, so there's no... I don't need to play it, you know? It doesn't make it so I won't play it, but it it makes it like less needed, right? Unless it was like I know it was translated bad, which sometimes that's the case. Sometimes that's the case. Okay, we should put the guide up so you guys can see it. Oh, you can find it. It says you can find a dragon at the entrance to. Oh, I'm too far. Oops. I went too far. I went too far. I went too far. Went too far. There's a forest. There's a fairy tia. There's some fairy town. I didn't even know that was a thing. Fairy town. You use a fairy tier. Interesting. Okay, sorry, I meant to capture this, but then I got sidetracked reading. Okay. There you go. Guild badge, we did that, we got that. So he mentions here a fairy village. What the hell? Is that after what we're doing? Fairy tier. How come we didn't get any info about this at all? What the hell? About fairies? Am I too far now? Mel Rip. This is the training though. Sunder. We got that too. I'm a sucker. Music is really good. Chrono Cross has the same effect, sure. I hate Racing Lagoon, very bad controls, very disappointing game considering the mystique it has. Yeah, I felt the same way. I felt the same way. I felt the same way about Live a Live too. That it was just like kind of disappointing to me. We saw this. There's a Master Gyoto out there, it's telling me. Rod Master. Fishing Rod Master. Okay, and then there's this. We have that, okay. It mentions the fairy tier. I don't know how we're supposed to have a fairy tier though. Is this like a random page that's not in the right place? Page 65, is this 64? No, it's too far. This is the next page. I see. This is the next page. Okay. This is the one. This is the one I'm looking at. Okay. Okay, so here's what I need to read, I guess. It explains it. Yeah, it kind of does, I guess. Look at the graph carefully. You want to switch it on when it's when the wave's in the center. Oh, the top point's in the center. Okay. Okay, main valve. Okay, so I don't have to fix the other thing first anyways. I just have to get it on in the center. Okay. I was just fucking up the on switch. Okay, sure. Okay, we can fix that then. Classic 07, overrated, mid-wit. I don't know, man. I tried to get into Final Fantasy 7. I couldn't. I like the aesthetic though. I wouldn't say it's overrated. I just didn't like it. Like, it was just too... The combat wasn't really fun. Yeah, I don't know. Didn't really dig the combat, I think, was the biggest thing for me. So it made it like a real slog. I can say, what's different than other combat? Yeah, well, that's the point, right? Is that it didn't really have anything all that interesting combat-wise. Okay. Well, we just got owned, kinda. As long as we don't die. I mean, even if we do die, it's fine as long as somebody survives. And then we'll use the healing items. There we go. Nice. 07 is very, very easy. Easy. I don't know if I can... I don't really think a JRPG is generally hard or easy. Why? I mean, you just play them. You know what I mean? Like... You could say maybe like Shin Megami Tensei games are kind of hard. Yeah, I guess, but I don't really think of any of them as easy or hard. Because you eventually beat them anyway. You know, like I don't know if any JRPG is really hard. I think they're all easy. Not easy, I mean, I think it's not really like a... It just doesn't really apply, I think, to JRPGs. Because are they hard? Are they easy? Are they... Like, there's not really any, How do you judge that? By what metric? Like... Like, you can say, like, a game's hard. Like some kind of shooter game or something, because it's really difficult to have like the skill set that be quick enough and blah blah react and all that. But what is there about a JRPG that can be difficult and that can challenge you in some way? Maybe the tactical combat, maybe if it's really engaging tactical combat. Yeah, I don't know. Drawing a blank. Sewer bosses and secrets? Yeah, I mean, I guess how to deal with certain bosses. But a lot of those are just like knowing how, you know? Like if you know their weaknesses, you win. There are some times where you play like some cool strategy and it works out and it's rewarding and it feels good. Sure. Like, it's not like there's no element of skill that can be applied, but I just don't see very much in JRPGs. So I don't know. Because you can always, like, level more, you know? You can always level more. Okay. So, my problem here was turning this on correctly. Okay. So you wait until it gets big, and then you wait until it goes... Right, oh, that was supposed to be it. I was supposed to do it there. Oh. Ah, there, I was supposed to do it there again. You see that? Now I get it. Did I fail? It's open! Yeah! Hell yeah, I did it, guys. I did it now. It's on. Okay. Now we can tell what way it's going. I did it. I understood it now. It's when the wave was riding those like two parts in the middle. Okay. Yeah, there's some puzzles maybe too, right? But I guess you would say puzzles are difficult. So maybe puzzles, like stage puzzles, like Wild Arms has some puzzles. Games like that have some puzzles. Would you say puzzles are difficulty? I guess I would. If they're tough to work out how to solve them a little bit. Yeah, sure. Even though you'll eventually solve them anyway. You'll brute force them eventually, I would think. But still, I'd say puzzles. Okay. Okay. Watch this fire. And go right there. Does that go the right way or the wrong way? I think it goes the right way. Bro, we're gonna get the lighthouse up and running. No problem. I was worried I could figure out how to do it, but now, no more. I got this shit. Yes, it's only 5.5 hours, but I got it. Okay? I'm gonna figure it out. I got it. I figured it out, okay? Finally. 5.5 hours into the stream. A JRG needs to have long dungeons, a crawler. To really have difficulty, it's about managing resources. Yeah, but even then, I don't know if it's really difficult. Like, because that's such like a, second, like it's not, managing resources in the way JRGs do it isn't really much of a choice usually. Like, you basically just have to be a little bit more efficient with them, and then it's about just like thinking like, okay, well, I can take this much damage, so use it around this level, and then that's it, you know? There's not really any complicated thought to that process. It's very simple. So I don't know if I consider that difficulty still. Because it's like one resource you manage. Maybe two, like MP and like healing items. And when I was younger, when I played JRPGs, I would have like a rule where I wouldn't ever buy consumable items. And it still worked out pretty good. I was still able to beat a lot of games like under most people's time. I just don't think it's a genre where difficulty really applies, I think. Okay, so it's going the right way. Nice. Like, like, are any adventure games really hard either? Not really, right? The puzzles again. The puzzles can require... It can be different if they require, like, difficult abstraction. Sure, maybe. Seventh Saga North America is broke hard. Damn, that's hardcore. Have you ever played that Wizardry compilation for PS1? No, I never played that. I played, we played, Megami Tensei 1 and 2 recently, though. It's going with originally before their story takes precedence. Yeah, but, even still, I don't know. I hear 7th Saga, Mystic Arc are like JRPG meets WRPG. JRPG gameplay but open like a WRPG. There's way more than just that. That were open world like that. There's like Sun and Blade or something. There's some kind of names like that too. Also on on SNES. Was it called? I have to look. Hold on, let me see. There's a number of games that were more open world. They were Japanese and never got translated. It's another reason I like playing old games though, is because there's like a lot of people have all these preconceived notions about Japanese style, and I don't think a lot of it totally applies. They did try a lot of this other stuff. Where is it? It was called something and something, Life and Death, something like that. No, I'm looking. Soul and Sword. Soul and Sword. And then that one had like a sequel too. Traverse, Starlight, and Prairie. Yeah. Soul and Sword and Traverse, Starlight, and Prairie. Those are both for SNES and they're both open world games. And they're both role-playing games. Maybe Zelda 2. Oh, chat's broken. Oh, there it goes. What's the hardest game you played then? Hardest game I played. Ever? I don't know, that's rough to say. It's tough to say. Unreal Tournament with the bots all the way up, maybe, is some of the hardest gameplay I've ever done. Something like that would probably be it. Like turning the bots on like maximum difficulty on Unreal Tournament 2004 or something. Cinematic adventures are sometimes hard, more trial and error. I didn't answer, it's too sus. What, the quest, the poll? How long is this poll up? Forever? You want me to put it away? Okay, we'll say something, this guy. Alright, let me turn... Okay, we'll say something. We got 11 votes. Ninja Gaiden Black? Yeah. I don't know, those kind of games are difficult. Or like, Devil May Cry kind of games, they're kind of difficult, sure. UT99 bots are awesome, sure. Yeah. That's probably the biggest challenge I ever had from a game. Just stuff like that, probably. I shouldn't have done that. I shouldn't use my mana like that. What am I doing? I know Dragon Quest 4 is a bit like that. I like Dragon Quest 4. But yeah, check those ones out. The one I was just saying. If you're looking for open world stuff. But I guess it's only in Japanese, so... You know, shrug. I don't know if they have fan patches. Soul and Sword. By Pandora Box, who may I found them backwards, kind of. Pandora Box makes those Oni games. But yeah, they were both of those games are totally non-linear. And then I mean, there's also the Saga games. Those are non-linear kind of too. I don't agree that Japanese games are linear by and large. I mean, though by and large they are probably, but like in total, there's lots of non-linear ones they tried, or they did, especially on PC too. Something's there. What is that? It's strange looking. But like, of course, Final Fantasy is like the main thing that caught on from Japan here. They didn't really dabble with a lot of the more experimental stuff, so we didn't really see it. What? It looks like it's alive, but it's not moving. What is this? It feels like it's kind of like a boss, no? But it's not alive, is it? What? What is this? What is that? How is it? Huh? Is it a toy? Uh-oh. A giant eyeball. To go with that? I see. That's strange. This is definitely strange. You can say that again. Okay. We don't have much mana. Do we have enough to turn for a minute though? Into a monster? Okay, what does she have? Oh, she can weaken them. Diru, whatever that means. Okay, we're gonna weaken them. That's what we're gonna do. Assault. Make somebody faster. Make Nina faster. And then I'm gonna transform. Into what? I don't know what its weaknesses are. We have ice, we have thunder, we have fire. We have magical. How do I do thunder and magical? I'm still thinking hard games. Some racing games are pretty tough. Some racing games were a challenge for sure. Like, I like Dirt. Dirt was cool. They're squishing me. Dirt was cool. What else? Bobble. Try ice on him. Probably likes dirt. I do. Dirt is cool. I do like dirt. Is that good? Try the earthquake thing. Thunder Claw. That could be good. Eating dirt. You're fighting Carl now. Yeah, I guess. Is he an alien? I could just keep squishing, I guess. Ah, that seems good. Try thunder. Or electricity, whatever it is. Only 39. Only 39. Is he... What is the dragon doing? Heal... yourself? No, heal Nina. This is electricity, yeah. Okay. Just curious. Was the ice the best one she's got? It's close. Ice is a little bit better though, yeah. Eye beam. Okay, not too bad. Look how much damage we're doing. We got one more turn of that, it looks like. The ice is the best, yeah. Ice is the best. No more turns of it. Okay. Heal Momo. And then Os, do like double hit or something would be nice, right? With the last points. Do 2 double hits. Should be good. Should be good damage. 50, then what do we do? Come on, us. Double hit? Yeah, look at that. That's almost the same damage. Almost the same damage. Nina's so fast she has to go again. Because of the buff. Huh? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Let's heal. Double hit again? That's the last 2 AP. Last 2 AP. Kinda wish AIR would fix that smudge. What smudge? What smudge? The smudginess you sometimes get with AIR? Like what do you mean? Like it drawing random things or something? Or what do you mean? Okay. Just attack him with AP. Well, I could do the dash one. I could do the dashing doing thing. Like you have really precise line art, and then one will look like it was done with a grease pencil. We can just in-paint it though, no? Until you get it looking the same. Momo died. Ah, one turn before the end she died? She's laying there dead now? Alright. What are you doing like that? Why are you dying like that, Momo? Of all the times to die... Momo... Momo... What are you doing? Let's go up to the lighthouse. Or Momo, yeah. I don't know, like I would just in-paint it, yeah. Just like redraw it. Redraw that piece. Imagine someone that's saying that to an old person. What masters are you using? Oh. I think I only had a master for Oz, I think. And it was... the, Babadook. There's another master we can go pick up, I saw when I was flipping through the pages. No! Oh, the fairies. No, we can't turn the lighthouse on. Please turn it off. Hey, don't break it. Come on, I would have flipped it off. You don't need to smash it, man. What's going on? But went to all the effort to protect it by Medum. Who's that? That's horrible. What is going on with this fairy exactly? It's all your guys' fault. Take responsibility for what you did. Take this. Fairy tear. You got a fairy tear. Okay. Use that at the flower garden outside the town. You can come to our place. You better not come. What the fuck? Did we do something wrong? You're thinking about what you'll eventually die from? No. It's stuck. No, can't move it. I used to worry about like dying, like being like my concern about thinking about dying was always the fear of not existing, like the idea of like that I won't exist anymore. That can open up like a what do you call it? What is it worried about? What is that term for that kind of horror? Where worried about the very nature of life. Like, I used to freak out about that. Like, for real. Like, I would stay awake sometimes. Like, thinking about, oh, I'm not gonna exist. What does it mean to not exist? Eventually, I'm not gonna exist. And then what? And then... They used to scare the hell out of me. Existential, yeah, existential. Yeah. Yeah, I'd feel like thinking about like falling or something, like just into an abyss. That's how I'd feel, kinda. Like... And like if I thought about like what is life before I fell asleep, I'd get freaked out every time. Then try not to think about it. I kind of stand by that, I think. I don't really think too much about dying. I'm kind of okay with it. Like, I know at some point I'm gonna die. And I just want to like to be happy with it, to be okay with it. Basically, I came up with like, well then I have to do like as much as I can before I die. Right? Because if, and then it's outside of my hands. Oh, what the hell? Mom was dead again? Then it's fine, whatever happens, because I did the best I could, you know? Kind of thing. How'd she die again? Stop dying, Momo. Few seconds, stop dying. You ever try that out? Alright guys, we're gonna take a break, and then we're gonna switch to Carl. And then we're gonna do some React stuff. Just let me get out of here and save. I think about the cornucopia missing from the fruit of the loom logo. It's interesting. I fear pain and suffering more than eternal oblivion. I think eternal oblivion makes life worth living. What do you mean? I don't really care much about pain and suffering. I don't really fear those at all. Like, I'm fine with them, you know? If sometimes you have pain, sometimes you're in pain, but it's just like a way for like your body to tell you things. It doesn't really, like, it does suck sometimes, like when you're really sick and you feel like, I wish I feel like I'm dying. But otherwise, like regular pain you get used to. A lot of pain you get used to. It's only like some stuff that still is bothersome. I don't know. I'm not too worried about pain or suffering, really. I don't mind those too much. At the end of the day. I take a 7-day fast and trip balls in the forest. Sure. But I'm a weird one, because like when I was a kid, I was the kid that would like let somebody like there was, I remember there was one time where somebody dared me and gave me $5 to hit me with like one of those you know those weeping willow branches, like a whip on my arm. I let him hit me with it on my arm, whip me with it, I guess, for $5. So I don't know. I'm a weird, like I'm not a standard for that, I don't think. I'm not concerned with the absence of feeling. It is what it is. Just have to deal with it. It's a desire. And as the Buddhists say, desires cause suffering. Yeah, but don't you have a desire to avoid suffering? Like, aren't you doubly fucking yourself then? If you're worried about suffering? Like, if you're worried about suffering and pain, then you have a desire to avoid suffering and pain, and you're triply fucking yourself and causing suffering. Don't worry about that now, by that logic. Okay, let's go to the inn here. Okay, for president? I don't think I'd have any real shot at winning that kind of thing. Let's say real quick, and then I'm gonna take a break. Certainly, and that in itself causes a lot more suffering. Interesting. Well, I don't worry about suffering too much or pain that much. I don't worry if that's in my future or not, you know? But I don't know, man, the existential, because the way you're putting it is one way of putting it. But there's all the other thoughts about it, like everything that is you that's in your head won't exist anymore. Like if you don't share who you are before you're gone, everything that is your existence will cease when you die. Like all the stuff you know, all the things you've encountered, everything you remember, all that stuff, your family that's dead now that you remember, all that stuff, bam, gone, out of existence, poof. So if you don't like do your best to share like who you are before then no one will ever know you, and it's like you won't have existed, like you never existed. That kind of stuff is what. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick break, guys. Is the horrifying stuff. Maggie is my favorite big booty Latina. Hey, bro. $5 is like Canadian and $10. Are you rich? Yeah, but it did sting though. That thing's going crazy again. I'm gonna close it. Alright, I'll be back, guys. I'm gonna take like a 20-minute break. I need to eat something. Let's say a half hour. Let's say like a half-hour break. Let me find some whatchamacallit to put on. And then I'll be back. I gotta eat something. Gotta eat something. Then we'll be back with Carl, and we have Carl React content probably for the rest of the thing. Eat some ass? I don't plan to do that. Having the billions of humans. Yeah, but that kind of logic doesn't do anything for me. Because it's like, it's just that the idea that it's happened to thousands of humans is a construct you've made to minimize it to you. But the truth is, you're the only existence that you've ever experienced or ever will experience. So it happening to other humans doesn't mean anything to you whatsoever. That's just like rationalization, post kind of rationalization, I think. It doesn't mean anything to me that other people have gone through it before. It doesn't mean anything to me at all, you know? Reminds me of the true ending of Nier, where he gives up his entire existence and memory of himself to save his daughter. Sure, there was something else that did that too. Something else that did that too. Okay, let's see. There's something else that did that too. What would be nice to put on? How about this? Is good. All right, let me find a visualizer too. I'll see you guys soon. If you gotta go, have a good one. I'll be back in like half an hour.
I'd like to tell you about the strangest secret in the world. In the world. In the world. Not long ago, Albert Schweitzer, the great doctor and Nobel Prize winner, was being interviewed in London, and a reporter asked him, "Doctor, what's wrong with men today?" The great doctor was silent a moment, and then he said, "Men simply don't think." And it's about this that I want to talk with you. We live today in a golden age. This is an era that man has looked forward, dreamed of, and worked toward for thousands of years. But since it's here, we pretty well take it for granted. We in America are particularly fortunate to live in the richest land that ever existed on the face of the earth. A land of abundant opportunity for everyone. But do you know what happens? I'd like to tell you about the strangest secret in the world. In the world. In the world. I'd like to tell you about the strangest secret in the world. In the world. In the world. Let's take 100 men who start even at the age of 25. Do you have any idea what will happen to those men by the time they're 65? These 100 men who all start even at the age of 25 believe they're going to be successful. If you asked any one of these men if he wanted to be a success, he'd tell you that he did. And you'd notice that he was eager toward life. That there was a certain sparkle to his eye, an erectness to his carriage, and life seemed like a pretty interesting adventure to him. But by the time they're 65, 1 will be rich. 4 will be financially independent. 5 will still be working. 54 will be broke. Now think a moment. Out of the 100, only 5 make the grade. Why do so many fail? What has happened to the sparkle that was there when they were 25? What's become of the dreams, the hopes, the plans? And why is there such a large disparity between what these men intended to do and what they actually accomplished? I'd like to tell you about the strangest secret in the world. In the world. In the world. I'd like to tell you about the strangest secret in the world. In the world. In the world. the distinguished psychiatrist, wrote a wonderful book called Man's Search for Himself. And in this book he says, the opposite of courage in our society is not cowardice, it is conformity. The opposite of courage in our society is not cowardice, it is conformity. And there you have the trouble today. Conformity. People acting like everyone else. Without knowing why, without knowing where they're going. Now think of it. In America right now, there are over 14 million people 65 years of age and over. And about 13 million of these 14 million are broke. They're dependent on someone else for life's necessities. Now, we learn to read by the time we're 7. We learn to make a living by the time we're 25. And yet, by the time we're 65, we haven't learned how to become financially independent in the richest land that has ever been known. Why? We conform. We conform. We conform. The opposite of courage in our society is not cowardice. It is conformity. The opposite of courage in our society is not cowardice. It is conformity. And the trouble is that we're acting like the wrong percentage group, the 95% who don't succeed. Now, why do these people conform? Well, they don't know, really. These people believe that their lives are shaped by circumstances, by things that happen to them, by exterior forces. They're outer-directed people. A survey was made one time that covered a lot of men, working men, and these men were asked this question. Why do you work? Why do you get up in the morning? 19 out of 20 had no idea. If you ask them, they'll say everyone goes to work in the morning. And that's the reason they do it. Because everyone else is doing it. The opposite of courage in our society is not cowardice. It is conformity. The opposite of courage in our society is not cowardice. It is conformity.
Is this what they did to you? Is this how they tried to break you till they got what they were after? In your heads must still be the remnant of a brain, In your hearts must still be the desire to be a human being again.
Why? We conform. We conform. We conform. 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 Why? We conform. We conform. Now let's get back to our definition of success. Who succeeds? Who succeeds? Now let's get back to our definition of success. Who succeeds? Who succeeds? I'll tell you who the successful people are. A success is the school teacher who's teaching school because that's what she wanted to do. The success is the woman who's a wife and mother because she wanted to become a wife and mother and is doing a good job of it. The success is the man who runs the corner gas station because that's what he wanted to do. The success is the successful salesman who wants to become a top-notch salesman and grow and build with his organization. A success is anyone who is doing deliberately a predetermined job because that's what he decided to do deliberately. But only 1 out of 20 does that. That's why today there isn't really any competition unless we make it for ourselves. Instead of competing, all we have to do is create. The only man who succeeds is the man who is progressively realizing a worthy ideal. He's the man who says, I'm going to become this, and then begins to work toward that goal, toward that goal, toward that goal, and then begins to work toward that goal. He's the key I wanted to know, which would make the future a promise that we could foretell to a large extent. Was there a key that would guarantee a person's becoming successful if he only knew about it and knew how to use it? Well, there is such a key. And I found it. Have you ever wondered why so many men work so hard and honestly without ever achieving anything in particular, and others don't seem to work hard and yet seem to get everything? They have the magic touch. And have you ever noticed that a man who becomes successful tends to continue to become successful? And on the other hand, have you noticed how a man who is a failure tends to continue to fail? It's because of goals. The only man who succeeds is the man who is progressively realizing a worthy ideal. He's the man who says, I'm going to become this, and then begins to work toward that goal, toward that goal, toward that goal, and then begins to work toward that goal. He's the man who says, I'm going to become this, and then begins to work toward that goal. Some of us have them, some don't. People with goals succeed because they know where they're going. Now think of a ship leaving a harbor, and think of it with the complete voyage mapped out and planned. The captain and crew know exactly where it's going and how long it will take. It has a definite goal. 9,999 times out of 10,000, it will get to where it started out to get. Now let's take another ship, just like the first, only let's not put a crew on it, or a captain at the helm. Let's give it no aiming point, no goal, no destination. We just start the engines and let it go. I think you'll agree with me that if it gets out of the harbor at all, it will either sink or wind up on some deserted beach a derelict. It can't go anyplace because it has no destination and no guidance. It's the same with a human being. The only man who succeeds is the man who is progressively realizing a worthy ideal. He's the man who says, I'm going to become this, and then begins to work toward that goal, toward that goal, toward that goal, and then begins to work toward that goal. He's the man who says, I'm going to become this, and then begins to work toward that goal. Someone once said, the human race is fixed, not to prevent the strong from winning, but to prevent the weak from losing. The American economy today can be likened to a convoy in time of war. The entire economy is slowed down to protect its weakest link, just as the convoy had to go at the speed that would permit its slowest vessel to remain in formation.
Akira.
The convoy. The convoy. The convoy. We have to decide how high above this plateau we want to aim for. That's why it's so easy to make a living today. It takes no particular brains or talent to make a living and support a family today. So we have a plateau of so-called security, if that's what a person's looking for. But we do have to decide how high above this plateau we want to aim for. The convoy. The convoy. The convoy. We have to decide how high above this plateau we want to aim for. Now let's get back to the strangest secret in the world, the story that I wanted to tell you today. Why do men with goals succeed in life and men without them fail? Well, let me tell you something which, if you really understand it, will alter your life immediately. If you understand completely what I'm going to tell you from this moment on, your life will never be the same again. You'll suddenly find that good luck just seems to be attracted to you. The things you want just seem to fall in line. And from now on, you won't have the problems, the worries, the gnawing lump of anxiety that perhaps you've experienced before. Doubt, fear, well, they'll be things of the past. Here's the key to success and the key to failure. Of an astonishing law of prosperity and success. In 3 words, believe and succeed. Believe and succeed. William Shakespeare put it this way: our doubts are traitors and make us lose the good we oft might win by fearing to attempt. George Bernard Shaw said, people are always blaming their circumstances for what they are. I don't believe in circumstances. I don't believe in circumstances. People are always blaming their circumstances for what they are. I don't believe in circumstances. I don't believe in circumstances. The people who get on in this world are the people who get up and look for the circumstances they want, and if they can't find them, make them. Well, it's pretty apparent, isn't it? And every person who discovered this for a while believed that he was the first one to work it out. We become what we think about. Now it stands to reason that a person who's thinking about a concrete and worthwhile goal is going to reach it, because that's what he's thinking about. And we become what we think about. Conversely, the man who has no goal, who doesn't know where he's going, and whose thoughts must therefore be thoughts of confusion and anxiety and fear and worry, becomes what he thinks about. His life becomes one of frustration, fear, anxiety, and worry. And if he thinks about nothing, he becomes nothing. And if he thinks about nothing, he becomes nothing. And if he thinks about nothing, he becomes nothing. People are always blaming their circumstances for what they are. I don't believe in circumstances. I don't believe in circumstances. People are always blaming their circumstances for what they are. I don't believe in circumstances. I don't believe in circumstances. Now, how does it work? Why do we become what we think about? Well, I'll tell you how it works as far as we know. Suppose a farmer has some land, and it's good, fertile land. Now, the land gives the farmer a choice. He may plant in that land whatever he chooses. The land doesn't care. It's up to the farmer to make the decision. Now, let's say that the farmer has two seeds in his hand. One is a seed of corn, the other is nightshade, a deadly poison. He digs two little holes in the earth and he plants both seeds, one corn, the other nightshade. He covers up the holes, waters, and takes care of the land, and what will happen? Invariably, the land will return what is planted. As it's written in the Bible, as ye sow, so shall ye reap. So up come the two plants, one corn, one poison. Now, the human mind is far more fertile, far more incredible and mysterious than the land, but it works the same way. It doesn't care what we plant. Success, failure. A concrete worthwhile goal, or confusion, misunderstanding, fear, anxiety, and so on. But what we plant, it will return to us. People are always blaming their circumstances for what they are. I don't believe in circumstances. I don't believe in circumstances. People are always blaming their circumstances for what they are. I don't believe in circumstances. I don't believe in circumstances. Great unexplored continent on the earth. It contains riches beyond our wildest dreams. It will return anything we want to plant. Now you might say, why don't people use their minds more? Well, I think they've figured out an answer to that too. Our mind comes as standard equipment at birth. It's free. And things that are given to us for nothing, we place little value on. Things that we pay money for, we value. The paradox is that exactly the reverse is true. Everything that's really worthwhile in life came to us free. Our mind, our soul, our body, our hopes, our dreams, our ambitions, our intelligence, our love of family and children and friends. All these priceless possessions are free. All these priceless possessions are free. All these priceless possessions are free. But the things that cost us money are actually cheap and can be replaced at any time. A good man can be completely wiped out and make another fortune. He can do that several times. Even if our home burns down, we can rebuild it. But the things we got for nothing, we can never replace. The human mind isn't used merely because we take it for granted. Familiarity breeds contempt. It can do any kind of job we assign to it, but generally speaking, we use it for little jobs instead of big important ones. Universities have proved that most of us are operating on about 10% of our abilities. Decide now, what is it you want? Plant your goal in your mind. It's the most important decision you ever make in your entire life. All these priceless possessions are free. All these priceless possessions are free. All these priceless possessions are free. But the things that cost us money are actually cheap and can be replaced at any time. Do you want to be an outstanding salesman, a better worker at your particular job? Do you want to go places in your company, in your community? All you've got to do is plant that seed in your mind. Care for it. Work steadily toward your goal, and it will become a reality. It not only will, there's no way that it cannot. You see, that is a law, like the laws of Sir Isaac Newton, the laws of gravity. If you get on top of a building and jump off, you'll always go down. You'll never go up. And it's the same with all the other laws of nature. They always work. They're inflexible. They're inflexible. They're inflexible. All these priceless possessions are free. All these priceless possessions are free. All these priceless possessions are free. But the things that cost us money are actually cheap and can be replaced at any time. Think about your goal in a relaxed, positive way. Picture yourself in your mind's eye as having already achieved this goal. See yourself doing the things you will be doing when you've reached your goal. Ours has been called the phenobarbital age, the age of ulcers and nervous breakdown. At a time when medical research has raised us to a new plateau of good health and longevity, far too many of us worry ourselves into an early grave trying to cope with things in our own little personal ways, without learning a few great laws that will take care of everything for us. These things we bring on ourselves through our habitual way of thinking. Every one of us is the sum total of his own thoughts. He is where he is because that is exactly where he really wants to be, whether he'll admit that or not. Each of us must live off the fruit of his thoughts in the future, because what you think today and tomorrow, next month and next year, will mold your life and determine your future. You're guided by your mind. 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 I remember one time I was driving through Arizona and I saw one of those giant earth-moving machines roaring along the road at about 35 miles an hour with what looked like 20 tons of dirt in it. A tremendous, incredible machine. And there was a little man perched way up on top with the wheel in his hands guiding it. And as I drove along, I was struck by the similarity of that machine to the human mind. Just suppose you're sitting at the controls of such a vast source of energy. Are you going to sit back and fold your arms and let it run itself into a ditch? Or are you going to keep both hands firmly on the wheel and control and direct this power to a specific worthwhile purpose? It's up to you. You're in the driver's seat. We must control our thinking. We must control our thinking. It's up to you. You're in the driver's seat. We must control our thinking. The very law that gives us success is a two-edged sword. The same rule that can lead a man to a life of success, wealth, happiness, and all the things he's ever dreamed of for himself and his family, that very same law can lead him into the gutter. It's all in how he uses it, for good or for bad. This is the strangest secret in the world. For good or for bad. This is the strangest secret in the world. We must control our thinking. We must control our thinking. It's up to you. You're in the driver's seat. We must control our thinking. Now, why do I say it's strange and why do I call it a secret? Actually, it isn't a secret at all. It was first promulgated by some of the earliest wise men, and it appears again and again throughout the Bible. But very few people have learned it, understand it. That's why it's strange, and why, for some equally strange reason, it virtually remains a secret. I believe that you could go out and walk down the main street of your town and ask one man after another what the secret of success is, and you probably wouldn't run into one man in a month who could tell you. Now, this information is enormously valuable to us if we really understand it and apply it. It's valuable to us not only for our own lives, but the lives of those around us, our family, employees, associates, and friends. Life should be an exciting adventure. It should never be a bore. A man should live fully, be alive. He should be glad to get out of bed in the morning. He should be doing a job he likes to do because he does it well. We must control our thinking. We must control our thinking. It's up to you. You're in the driver's seat. We must control our thinking. Make a speech, the editor-in-chief of the Toledo Daily Blade. And as he concluded his speech, he said something that I've never forgotten. He said something like this: my years in the newspaper business have convinced me of several things. Among them, that people are basically good, and that we came from someplace, and we're going someplace. So we should make our time here an exciting adventure. The architect of the universe didn't build a stairway leading nowhere, and the greatest teacher of all, the carpenter from the plains of Galilee, gave us the secret time and time again. As ye believe, so shall it be done unto you. As ye believe, so shall it be done unto you. As ye believe, so shall it be done unto you. As ye believe, so shall it be done unto you. As ye believe, so So shall it be done unto you. As ye believe, so shall it be done unto you.
It's both a search and a recognition, because sometimes when we search our egos, we want to be something that we aren't, and our friends and family are better at telling us actually who we are. Or looking back at what we've done is a better indicator of who we are.
Escape competition through authenticity. Escape competition through authenticity. Escape competition through authenticity.
The way to escape competition is to just be authentic to yourself. We're highly mimetic creatures. We copy what everybody else is doing around us. We copy our desires from them. Everyone around me is a great artist. I want to be an artist. If everyone around me is a great business person, I want to be a business person. Social activist, I want to be a social activist. That's where my self-esteem will come from. You have to be a little careful when you get caught up in these status games that you end up competing over things that aren't worth competing over. Sometimes you just get trapped in the wrong game. And the best way to escape competition, to get away from the specter of competition, which is not just stressful and nerve-wracking, but will often drive you to just the wrong answer.
Escape competition through authenticity. Escape competition through authenticity. Escape competition through authenticity.
The way to escape competition is to just be authentic to yourself. If you are fundamentally building and marketing something that is just an extension of who you are, no one can compete with you on that. Who's going to compete with Joe Rogan or Scott Adams? It's impossible. Is somebody else going to come along, write a better Dilbert? No. Is someone going to compete with Bill Watterson and create a better Calvin and Hobbes? No. They're being authentic. This is easiest to see in art. Artists are, by definition, all naturally authentic. But even entrepreneurs are authentic. Who's going to be Elon Musk? These people are authentic, and the businesses and products that they create are authentic to their desires and their means. If somebody else came along and started launching rockets, I don't think it would faze Elon one bit. He's still going to get to Mars because that's his mission. You know, insane as it seems, that's the one he set for himself, and he's going to accomplish it. So authenticity naturally gets you away from competition.
Escape competition through authenticity. Escape competition through authenticity. Escape competition through authenticity.
The way to escape competition is to just be authentic to yourself. No, long term, if you are good and successful at what you do, you will find that whatever your hobbies were, you're almost doing them for a living. You know, combine your vocation and your avocation. What you love to do and what you do. Combine your vocation and your avocation. What you love to do and what you do.
Escape competition through authenticity. Escape competition through authenticity. Escape competition through authenticity.
The way to escape competition is to just be authentic to yourself. Ideally, you want to end up specializing in being you. Being you. Being you.
Okay, I'm back.
Akira.
I'm back. Guess what, dummies? I'm back. So, set up Carl. Let's get this show back on the road. Let's get this back on track. What it? That's working. Wake up. Alright, if you're asleep, feel free to stay asleep. But if you're not asleep, time to wake up. Time to get up, chat. Wake up.
Isn't that amazing?
Wake up. It's Carl time. We are going to... I gotta find the video. I don't even have it pulled up. That, Bill Maher podcast thing. I don't even have it pulled up. I don't even pulled up. Now, if I search YouTube for Bill Maher, it gives me the real-time podcast, which is not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for this Club Random thing. Okay. Carl should be on. No, he busted. He's broken. What in the world? Try again. Take two. Take two. Okay, try again, try again. Take two. What else are we doing tonight? That's it, I think. We do schedule one if we get bored of this. If we get bored of this, we'll do schedule one. I have no idea what this is about, besides that they talk about, you know, religion and stuff a little bit in it, which I'm curious about. Which I'm curious a little about, since it causes our own problems. I'm more interested in this than like the H3 stuff for sure. Ethan Klein versus iDubbbz. I'm sorry, I do not care about that, but iDubbbz is a snake, right? My take on that, iDubbbz is a snake. What is your take on that? My take is iDubbbz is a snake. A little weasel man that never really stood for anything. And then he got a girlfriend that wanted him to talk a certain way, and so he did. You know what I mean? Like, he never really stood for anything to begin with, in my opinion. Like, people say, like, oh yeah, he used to be cool. I don't agree he used to be cool. I think he was never cool. Zero Cool, that's him. The hacker Zero Cool, that was iDubbbz's original name. Because he's 0% cool. Anyways, what's up, guys? Welcome to the studio. Should we watch on the studio instead of pulling it up like we have been? We'll watch on the studio. Craig's always been cool. Smash the like button immediately now. You better. Thank you, Smash. We out you. This isn't the right capture I want for this. I think we can watch it in this room though, right? We can use this scene. We can use this scene here. It's too big though. Yeah, let's do this. And then one of these. And then I wanted to take out the whole, you know, just crop the corner, I guess. Okay. We don't like the white bar is here. Everyone hates the white bar. All my homies hate the white bar. What's up, Dingus? Is throwing in the towel retired? What do you mean? I think so, yeah. Usually that's what people, I mean, people could mean retired by throwing in the towel, no? Alright, here we go.
Random is brought to you by the audio marketing gurus at Radioactive Media. They believe in the power of audio so much they even use it themselves right here, right now. Text the word random to 511-511.
Radioactive Media.
Audio marketing can surpass your current strategy.
Guys, does anybody have the money to pay these guys? Radioactive Media. We can get on the radio.
With new and innovative ways that sound
New
better.
and innovative ways.
Go to radioactivemedia.com or text
Cow guy
random
with
to
a bat.
511.
Oh, teepee, yeah. I don't know, kinda. He was basically like in response to I was getting jerked around on Kick Ollie. He might come back for like a surprise thing. I was thinking about it. I thought about doing it the other day when we were doing Jackbox, but people voted on Carl instead. Not forever necessarily, but he's in like the vault. If we need him, if we have a good bit for him, I'll bring him out. But otherwise, yeah. Holy shit! It's Cranky Breeds. Did you know he's got what everyone needs?
511 today.
Why did you like the TP? TP was in some ways in some ways he was out of character. But he was all like I didn't really have a character when I was doing him, but I was just being as ridiculous as I could be, you know.
Message and data rates may apply. Add ZipRecruiter's.
So he didn't have a character, but
to your hiring plan. It lets
you can make a case that he did.
Jobs today and talk to qualify. Save ZipRecruiter right.
I don't care about this shit.
Quality time. I have a minute myself.
Oh my god, Bill Maher, you can get fucked. Why? How is the first couple minutes of this video just ads for you? No. Nope.
So you don't think any people are like born, quote unquote, in the wrong body?
No, I don't agree.
No?
I think people might think they are.
Yeah, well, I agree. What does that even mean, born in the wrong body? How can you possibly be born in the wrong body? I don't understand how that would happen. Like, how are you given the wrong body? How? You can be like, okay, well, my body sucks for this reason or that reason. Okay. But how can you get the wrong one? How did your soul get into a different body than the one it was supposed to be in? Like, what is even the explanation of that?
Bible, I think you'd love.
What?
Song of Solomon.
Song of Solomon. Crosby, Stills, and Nash?
Which is mental. Well, I mean, I understand when it comes to those topics. Well, one, I don't believe in a binary mental illness as a thing. I don't believe that is a thing. I don't think so. No. I think you have mental health, like, you know, and it can be good or bad. People have all kinds of beliefs that are not true. And we don't label them all mental illness, right? I'm not totally disagreeing with you, but you know what I'm saying? I'm saying, I don't know if labeling as mental illness means anything. It's just kind of like a way to write it off and be like, who cares about that? But like, I think that people have all kinds of beliefs about the origin of their soul or whatever, so they could give me a story about why, but I don't think there is a why, right? I think they just have no why.
It's all about sex.
I know 3 trans people. All of them were yeah. I mean, there's a lot of that kind of thing. Yeah, probably something to do with it. Of course, it does.
Charlie
Yeah.
Kirk here.
I am here.
Kirk reporting for duty.
That's what they call me.
How are you?
Nice to meet you. Thanks for having
Of course, yeah.
Us.
Well, our game. Or me.
Is there someone with you?
No. Thanks for having
You're
me.
not expecting trouble, are you?
Not quite.
But see, even that, it's not mental illness. It's a specific thing that happened to them in their lives that fucked them up or whatever, and like, you know, like.
Trouble with security?
Unfortunately.
You do?
Yeah.
Wow. Like what kind?
You know, security.
Well, I'm sorry.
I like the We the People shirt. I think it's kind of cool.
You have to do that, but that's the price of fame. And boy, I mean, man, you're
I like the We the
everywhere.
People
You're-
shirt.
you're
we have
like
we have-
the new It Boy
No,
of
no,
podcasts.
no.
It's true.
We have different jihadis that want to kill me. The purple-haired jihadis. The
What's
woke
it to,
guys.
where'd that
They
go
want
wrong?
to kill me. They want to kill me just as bad.
Probably. It's,
Oh, they really do.
no, you've been very outspoken on.
Who
the
had a
woke stuff.
tomato?
Big
Oh,
time.
yes.
Is this Bill guy is really a female? In fact, in the stream, a thinker said that many liberals, regardless of what they are born as, have the soul of a female because they don't think, they only feel. Well, I don't really agree with that, Smash, just because I find that liberalism or like leftism or whatever is just kind of like the standard programming. If you just like go through the institutions as they are, you'll come out left-leaning or liberal or whatever, unless your family steps up and like gives you some strong values and you look up to them and you're like, oh yeah, they're conservative, so I'll be conservative. you don't really, I mean, it's just a standard setting. I don't really judge people for it like that too much, but I feel, you know.
I mean, and they, just the way within a religion, they hate their own apostates more. I would say they hate me more because I'm supposed to like get on the short bus to Crazy Town with them, and I won't. And yet I'm still a liberal and still like, you know.
I do find it silly some people want to hold on to the term liberal though. But what he means is how stuff was like in the 90s. He's like a 90s leftist is what he means, right? He like how stuff was in the 90s he's happy with.
I mean, we probably could argue all day about Donald Trump.
Which I agree with.
What he's doing, which I'm not down with.
I understand, Cracky. Maybe I'm feeling that others are only feeling. Could be right. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, there is more appeal to emotions and how they are. But I think, I mean, we're more alike than we are different, women and men, right? So we can definitely be emotionally manipulated as men. And if the guy wasn't given like the tool set to resist emotional manipulation, then we should just feel like empathy for him, you know, or something, not condescension. They just need like a friend. They need like, you know, they need people to look up to. They don't need judgment.
It's always the people who are closest who think, oh gosh, you shouldn't have, you're a traitor somehow.
I was going to ask, is it because they thought you were one of them and that...
I am one of them. They're not one of me.
Okay.
It's the liberals who have...
So they've left you.
What's up, Rabbi? Emotions are gay.
I feel like there's liberal and woke are two completely different things. It was the theme of my last...
See, he divides it down the line. I do think the way what he believes as liberal is a thing, kind of. It's kind of like what I was describing as left earlier. I get what he's saying. It's fine.
Special that I just did a few months ago, and it's basically, I mean, it wasn't the whole special, of course, but it was a large.
People have lost the thread of what's really going on. I think what we're really up against when it comes to like the division of how things are breaking apart is, in my opinion, individualists versus collectivists. Now, individualists care about their family, of course they do, but like the word individualist has been painted as a horrible thing, but it's not. An individualist, of course, cares about their family, but they believe that it's up to them to care for their family, whereas the collectivist thinks there shouldn't even be families, and society as a whole should take care of everyone. Right? That's the difference. Individualist doesn't mean like you don't care about yourself. It means you individually think you should form a family individually with another individual, and each one of you as individuals are, you know, are your family. And then you're a family. But a family is made up of individuals, not a collective. It's not a collective.
Part of it devoted to that, to proving that case that, you know, what liberals believe woke is something.
What, no family, really? Yeah, they definitely believe in no family. Yeah, that's part that's like hard to swallow. But yeah, like the communist types, they definitely believe in no family. Yeah, family is the first slavery. Exactly. Geo knows. If they're Marxists, yeah, right. Hold on, I'll show you this part so you can follow along too. This is from. I'm gonna go blind. This is from the German Ideology by Karl Marx down here. The part that's important here. Let's just look for slave. Here you go. You have it here. The first form of ownership is tribal ownership. It corresponds to the undeveloped stage of production, which people lives by hunting and fishing, by the rearing of beasts, or in the earliest stage, agriculture. In the later stages, it presupposes a great mass of uncultivated stretches of land. The division of labor is at this stage still very elementary, and it is confined to a further extension of the natural vision of labor existing in the family. The social structure is therefore limited to an extension of the family, the patriarchal family chieftains, below them the members of the tribe, finally slaves. The slavery latent in the family only develops gradually with the increase of the population, the growth of wants, and with the extension of external relations, both of war and of barter. Now, if you know what Marxism is or what communism is, it's the abolition of private property and the division of labor. And how does that mean for sure? It would be get rid of the family, because right here, this part right here, with the division of labor in which all these contradictions are implicit, and which in its turn is based on the natural division of labor in the family and the separation of society into individual families opposed to one another, is given simultaneously the distribution and indeed the unequal distribution, both quantitative and qualitative, of labor and its products, hence property, the nucleus, the first form of which lies in the family, where wife and children are the slaves of the husband. And again, what does Marxism seek to do? Destroy private property, the abolition of private property. This is what they mean. This latent slavery in the family, though still very crude, is the first property. But even at this early stage, it corresponds perfectly to the definition of modern economists who call it the power of disposing of the labor power of others. Division of labor and private property are, moreover, identical expressions. In the one, the same thing is affirmed with reference to the activity as is affirmed in the other with the reference to the product of the activity. Which means he's just saying private property and labor being divided is the same thing. That's what he's saying there. And according to their view. And again, what do communists want to do? What is their goal? Abolition of private property. What's the first stage of private property? The family. And now, when you really realize that, what's up, Doge? It makes a lot more sense why, they want to get rid of gender stereotypes, gender norms. Because what are the gender norms? Mother, father, child. So of course they want to get rid of man, woman, and child. And again, why are there so many pedophiles and all this other shit? Because their goal is to get rid of all of the constructs that enable the family. So they want to get rid of man, they want to get rid of woman, and they want to get rid of the family itself, and they want to get rid of the protections children have. And that now, if you see why, what they're how they actually operate, you'll see that it actually lines up pretty well with that. People are always confused how it's happening. They want to get rid of the family. That's the goal.
A whole special, of course, but it was a large part of it devoted to that, to proving that case that, what liberals believe, woke is something completely different. It's very
That is true,
the
though.
opposite of it. Liberalism is
He's not wrong on this. What people are sold, right? Liberalism would be do whatever you want, don't hurt anybody else, yada yada. And now the pushback from a conservative would be, well, what are the lines? When do you decide you're hurting someone else? But that's kind of a whole fake argument, I think, because the real lines are, don't let communists take over every institution, bro. That was the actual line.
A colorblind society. That's the goal. Woke's goal is we see race everywhere.
Race obsession.
Yes. Okay. So that's not liberal. You
sound like that one streamer that is on side scrollers on Fridays in the Oblivion Remaster. They changed male, female to body type. And she was fighting with people that doing that is Marxist. Well, yeah. I mean, I talked to the person that writes
liberal is there are two-state solutions.
Right, even though we're not related or even in the same country or even know what you look like, I can still consider you my family. Also, don't let commies take over any institutions. Yeah. I appreciate that, Sam. I would say I consider well, I would reserve family for my direct line, but I would say tribe. I would say tribe. Because tribe to me is worth fighting for. Let's say tribe. Consider you a tribe member.
Is river to the sea. Okay, so just don't take my word and say you're that. You took this and took it to
fellow tribe leader.
You got off the F train. You
got your own tribe, sure.
Got off the 20 stops
That's true.
far, and don't blame me for that. Drink?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
You don't drink?
No.
Or smoke pot?
Yeah, I agree. Family can include non-related people. I agree. That's true. You're not wrong on that.
And you're married and super Christian. We're going to get along great.
You know, this is going to just be perfect.
But
well, I know how to word this. I talk about the same communist stuff, Marxist stuff, with someone that also talks to the YouTuber you're talking about, Smash.
Can I just ask you, because I want
friend of the channel. We have a friend of the channel that how do I word it correctly? That is involved with that YouTuber's production.
Find out a lot about you because you're obviously a super bright guy, but you do think that I have the right to live completely opposite than you do.
I think you can get as drunk as you'd like.
You vibe attracts you try. Sure. Didn't that Kirk guy get arrested for fucking 7-year-old kids and taking them across the country to bang them or something? How do people forget about that shit? Did that actually happen? Can I see what actually happened there? Can I see something on that?
Kind of an American, right? You're not forcing your opinions as.
I'm not here to say you can't. What are you talking
I
about?
don't remember hearing about that. Don't wear sunglasses. Isn't that the whole reason he isn't wearing with Trump right now? I've never heard of this, Sam. So I can't tell you that in any way. I've never heard such a thing. So I don't, I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, so you think pot should be legal?
That's a complicated.
Oh,
I have a very unpopular view on pot. You know, can I tell you my case?
Oh boy, he says.
Pot?
Now I agree with. Here's the thing, though. I agree with Bill Maher on this. Like, I think like religious people kind of push back too hard because they're like they see what the communists have done and they want to overcorrect, and I think that's a mistake. I think that's a big mistake, and I think it's a huge mistake. I think it's a huge mistake. I think the thing that sure you want to double down on your faith, that's fine, but don't think like there aren't individualists that are on your side that aren't Christian, because there's tons of them. The thing to go against would be the collectivism. What we should go after is collectivism, not individual liberties, not individualism. In fact, individualism is born out of Christianity, I'd say, because it's the idea that you're not responsible for your parents' sins. That's a Christian idea. So there shouldn't religious people try to like start being like, okay, we should go back to everything as it was religious wise, and I don't think that's the answer. The answer is just to break apart the collectivism. If you ask me,
it's not the depression that it might be causing, or the fact
please show me if that is true. I watch it and I want to know. Yeah, I want to know too. Being a dimmer guy, maybe.
Yeah, it's not hard.
Was he going to work with Trump, but then they were going to bring up those charges, so they turned their job down? I don't remember hearing that.
I mean, kids shouldn't do it. Of course, kids shouldn't. It definitely didn't hurt my brain.
But let me
that
ask,
is very. I agree. I would like to know if that happened.
More teenagers are doing pot today.
But I feel like if that happened, he would be. This guy wouldn't be able to like. The type of people that like him would all hate that, right? So I don't know. That's why I'm not really sure if it's true.
Or that before legalization or after legalization.
You know what?
Do you think usage rates are going up or down? I don't know the answer.
Oh, you'll be fascinated by this because, you know, I'm not married, so I go out. So sometimes I'm out with like people who are.
I'd say usage has gone up since it's been legal. What do you guys think?
Great deal younger than me. I don't know how.
Speaking of, I have a joint here.
Group, they do. And so I've been to sometimes parties like the Hollywood parties, and this is probably not most of America.
Yeah, it's not most of America.
But I wouldn't be surprised if it's that different. And first of all, in this town, it's all run by like the Nepo babies. The Nepo babies, the trust fund kids, is all these little 22-year-old.
The J.B. Pritzker types.
Well,
I'm kidding.
No, I'm sure. I know who you mean. The governor of Illinois.
He inherited the Hyatt.
Oh, sure.
You know,
well,
I got the guy wrong. Okay.
Nepo baby out here. Okay, but yes, it's everywhere.
My usage has gone down. Yeah, you're pregnant, right? You're pregnant.
Hey, that's real privilege there. You know, you got some privilege if you can.
Shit, my bad. It's okay.
Well, okay. I don't want. I want LeBron mad at me like he is at my friend Stephen A. But I mean, that is.
It was confusing. It was confusing. I would have thought I heard about that.
But the point is that when you go out to these, I've been to these parties where like it's a bunch of 22-year-old kids and none of them are smoking pot. Why? They're on real drugs. Pot.
That's kind of true, though. That's kind of true, though. A lot of young kids are against pot, but they are taking like Adderall, antidepressant stuff. Yeah, that's true. I had that same thought earlier tonight. I was thinking like, I know a lot of the younger guys I was watching on YouTube, a lot of them don't like weed. But they're pro medication, like psychiatric medication. So it's a lot of nerve. Because like it's kind of like intentional. Weed is something that can, if used appropriately, I think, mitigate some, mental stress kind of stuff. So I think there are a lot of people that smoke weed and don't do anything. That's lame. But isn't it great? Isn't it great for the pharmaceutical companies to have people hate weed and love Adderall?
So like my generation. It's like I couldn't find pot at one of these parties. I was the only, they were asking me for it. The few kids who wanted, they take this, they've
Like
got
psychedelics or
correct.
mushrooms.
Double down. Mike also quit. Double down usage. He's pregnant. No, yeah, I did. I understand. I got a trackball, because my ex-girlfriend had to use one. When she had like carpal tunnel.
LSD,
Yeah.
okay.
Oh, ketamine, whatever.
Yeah,
Ketamine,
Ex-
that has some medicinal
Molly,
property, but not at a party.
They're all, it's all in.
Yeah, but weed has medicinal property
Ingested
too,
before
if that's
they
the
leave
argument.
house. So that's where the
He's
good
gonna,
news, Barry.
Mike will be happy as a hunting partner in the future. Yeah.
Your kids aren't on pot.
Yeah,
but
sure.
they're on
Way worse, I think.
they're on a big trip. So, but do you think that since we've legalized, less teenagers are doing, like 13, 14, 15-year-olds? Because that was always the argument, right? If we legalize it, less kids would do it.
I
You know
wonder.
what 14-year-olds are
I
doing.
think maybe
I don't
they
know the
are.
answer.
Maybe it is less.
That's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
But we
I
can
really
agree
don't.
that kids should. That's how we
Oh,
can agree.
totally.
Yeah, maybe it has lowered like 14-year-olds doing it. I don't know.
But we also should be able to agree that we shouldn't
I don't know either
force
way.
adults to organize their lives around what kids might get into.
That's a good argument. I mean, do you think that it's?
I mean, you're not against porn, are you?
Well, I actually once struggled with porn. Thankfully, I'm free of that. But I mean,
How can you struggle with it?
I mean,
It's
meaning
so
Well, it means like you watched
Easy.
like it too much.
you could grow addicted to it. I mean, it could.
Mhm.
I know, I was kidding.
No, but no. I mean, yeah, I don't have that issue anymore, thankfully. But I would ask the question though, like, do you think since the legalization of marijuana in LA, it's made it a better or worse place to live, or just it hasn't changed
I think I think there's too many confounding factors with LA to say.
at all?
Like it's not a good test case because LA has changed a lot.
It certainly hasn't changed my life.
So like, how would you
I grow
really
right
tell?
outside here.
Do you think this? Do you think the quality of life has gone up or down?
Well,
Do you say
I
grows
don't
it
know,
right outside?
but that's not really the relevant question, is it? Even if there is a deleterious effect, there is too many things we do, and we would not use that as a reason to prescribe our basic freedom.
Yeah, it sounds
Should
fun, right,
people-
man?
I mean,
Be able to.
I have a friend I play Marvel's Rivals with. He goes to a psych doctor, and he lives in a weed state, and they tell him not to take weed, but take all these meds they give him that I can't even name. Yeah, that's scary. Especially considering, like, weed is so... here's the thing. I do agree that weed doesn't get held to the fire enough. In that there's lots of people that smoke weed, aren't creative with it, just like they aren't using it to some kind of artistic expression. Like people bring that point up. I think there is value to that point, or or anxiety or whatever thing. Those people that literally just use it, smoke from the start of the day to the end of the day. They wake, they smoke. And it's just to dull their senses, and it's just to not really do anything, not really get anything done. It's just to dull their senses a little bit, and I do think that is lame. But those same people, I mean, if you help them deal with their emotional problems, they'd probably just choose to smoke weed less. So, does the weed even have to come up as a topic, as opposed to just helping them with whatever they're numbing the pain for? Yeah, I don't know. It's a good question. Like Jesse Peterson says that a lot, right? Like the actual addiction doesn't matter at all. It's just, why are they having it? What is making them escape to it? If you fix that, won't it fix it? I think that's true. So, well, I agree. People aren't harsh enough on weed. I think a lot of the people that are abusing weed too much, I think they just need some help with something else, probably. Right? So I guess it's not really...
That do drugs
People
outside, like on the street, or
no, definitely not on the street.
okay. So
I mean,
so there are some limits.
Of course, there are.
Crazy as it might be, but as a child, I dreamed of flying one of those bush planes. I don't think that sounds crazy. Yeah, it's not crazy. I mean, as in flying it myself, it always seemed far-fetched. Well, there was that Barefoot. There was that the Barefoot Bandit or whatever. He flew a bunch of planes as a kid.
There are limits, yes, and maybe of certain drugs, or certain drugs should be by prescription.
I think flying planes is cool, especially when you're a kid. I don't know. I remember where I used to live in California with my grandparents. They had these Everlights, and I would want one of those when I was a kid. I remember those Everlight planes that are basically just gliders, you know.
As we do with pharmaceutical drugs, you know, but certainly pot is more benign than
It's
alcohol.
doable.
I mean, I could
It's
give you
just
the stats on
expensive,
that. We all
sure.
know that.
I was dreaming of flying a Supermarine Spitfire.
Health food? No, I'm not crazy like some of my hippie friends are, trying to portray it as something that's actually good for your lungs. But
yeah, I have some friends that are like that about weed, right? That act like it's great for you. It's not great for you, but here's the thing. I think self-medication as an option is good. I think it's good that people can go to the... Like, I think it'd be better if all drugs were legal, I think. I don't know. I think so. And you could just go and be like, okay, like figure out, talk to the person, do research, and figure out what you should take. As long as it's not like... As long as it has like guidelines on, you know, what would be like actually dangerous and stuff, and you know that before you start taking any.
I don't think it's... Well, it's a trade.
Because with how we give medicine to people that don't need it is what's put me on this idea now. I think it's kind of fine.
When you're an adult, you have the right to make trade-offs. Trade-offs is the...
Weed in moderation seems fine to me. Yeah, I like to use it for two things. I like to use it to try and sleep, and I do believe this could just be a made-up belief, but I do find that it makes it like kind of creativity kind of flow when I'm like working on a visualizer or something. And maybe that's a specific usage because it's visuals plus music. You know, you can make the case that that's a very specific usage. And maybe I'm imagining the creative whatever, but do I make cool visualizers or not? I do, right? So, I don't know. I definitely smoke when I'm making those. I do. I get high and just like listen to music and tweak stuff, and just sit there fiddling.
Is the essence of life. I'm going to have this piece of...
Just don't smoke it near me. No, that's understandable right about. And also vape and stuff, like the vape pens, you wouldn't even notice if somebody did that nearby you. And that shit dissipates like immediately. Now obviously smoke.
Stop it. Get some help.
Is rude to like just put in somebody else's environment. I agree with you on that. When you're talking about that, like your neighbors or whatever, I agree that's fucked up. People doing it like where the smoke is going to get into other people's environments, I think that is messed up.
Cake tonight.
Smoke is destructive. Smoke is very destructive.
I'm not going to do that and feel better tomorrow. And we all make those choices on a daily basis with everything.
Like crystal meth. I'm so okay with some drugs being illegal. Yeah, I mean, I don't know though is the thing. Is crystal meth really all that different than amphetamines? And here's the thing, if amphetamines were just legal over the counter, would anybody do crystal meth? If amphetamines were legal, amphetamine salts or whatever you get this prescription for, if those are legal over the counter, would people even do crystal meth? Crystal meth pretty much only exists because you need people need, well, they don't need it. They want that and they can't get it. They can't get it any other way. But if they could just go to the drugstore and get amphetamine salts or whatever, would I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know, man. I honestly don't. I don't think people should be taking amphetamines. If they can avoid it. If they can avoid it, because I think it numbs your emotions. I think it has so many bad effects that people don't talk about. It can mess up your sleep schedule. It can make you throw your phone in the middle while watching your favorite stream. People here get super rude with it. Sure, you don't be rude. Hey, is that what the libertarians say? Legalize all drugs, or they say get rid of drug laws? Not sure how they say it. That's a good question. Libertarians, I think they'd probably be down with no laws at all regarding it, I think, right? Now, I don't know. I could be convinced on this. Like, but John McWhorter, he's a linguist guy that I watch him and Glenn Laurie on YouTube sometimes. And he brought up the idea that drugs being illegal creates the drug trade in poor black neighborhoods, and it hurts like young black kids. The fact that there is illegal drugs in the first place. Because it creates that black market, and then kids get involved in it because it's easier money than their other options. But if drugs were legal, that market wouldn't exist, and those kids would have to get real jobs. And that would help. That would help a lot of them grow up normal. Would be making those drugs legal instead of illegal. That's something to think about, because they get kids involved in it, before they know anything, because they won't get as in much trouble when they get arrested. So the older kids get the younger kids selling for them. And that's not a life that's good for them. I heard that. Crazy meth heads even riot. Yeah, they throw their phones a lot. Are those drugs bad for your heart? I think so, Smash. Stimulants? From what I remember reading, they definitely were. That's one of the reasons I don't want to do them. But that's one of the many reasons why. Like I said, also, my girlfriend would, if I ever took a stimulant like that, she would notice immediately and say how my voice was like less emotional. Like she'd read it right away I wouldn't tell her anything. She'd just say it was flat and didn't sound right, and it's true. And I noticed it too. My emotions definitely were flatter on that stuff. How could your voice be less emotional? Well, maybe it's only because it's my girlfriend. She could tell. I get what you're saying, but she could tell. You could tell. Maybe it's Asian people can tell other Asian people apart, right? Maybe it's like that, Gio. Maybe she's just so used to it. That she can spot it.
Probably cut off some years of my life, maybe with pot. Who knows? I may have increased.
It's a vibe. It's fine, Ravan. It's legal. We don't have to lock him up. Yeah, true. I've been taking arrows since I was 13 because doctors and stuff. No, I understand. I still think you should try out that Thailand alternative thing that I'm not going to start talking about drugs on stream though, but I still think you try that stuff out, see if it's a decent alternative. I'm more so concerned for Geo's health, sure.
Because it helped.
Would selling the drugs then just become a real WTU job? Well, it'd be out of normal outlets, right? You wouldn't be getting it from a little kid. You'd just be getting it from the drugstore. It'd be way cheaper too.
It certainly made me richer.
I organized 3,000 slides the first week I was on Adderall, and I painted 6 pictures. Yeah. I mean, stimulants are stimulants for a reason.
It made me better at my job.
I know there's lots of young kids that use it in college, and then to pass it. But doesn't that show you how fucked up college is? That people are using that just to get through.
Better at writing, better at a lot of things I like to do. So I might be living in a 2-bedroom apartment in Van Nuys if it wasn't for pot, and I'm probably gonna.
See, I agree with him too. I feel like pot helps me creatively a little bit. And I don't know if that's true. I'm just making that up.
Live longer.
I feel like
Here.
it's
Well, who
true
knows how
though. Like I
successful-
kind of test it, right? Like I feel like I kind of test it. It definitely is. If it's definitely easier to get into a flow state with a little bit of weed in your system.
So you could have been without it.
That's true too. That is true too.
Do you think there's any merit to the argument that the pot has more THC and is more intense than it was 30, 40 years ago?
It's so hard.
I don't know. I hear
Right.
these
That's probably true. That it's the high is more, but people could have still got there by smoking more weed.
things, and
Oh, I hear those things too, and I'm sure that's true because
I'm sure it's
once
somewhat
it became as
true.
commercialized as it has, of course you're going to try to.
I should try more pot. Try it while you're like doing something creative, you know? Like for me it's the making the visualizer. So when I'm translating I don't allow myself to be high. So I don't know if I guess maybe I don't totally believe that, but like its translation isn't mainly a creative activity is why. Translation's mainly like a thinking activity. It's like comprehending, right? The big motor that needs to be going is comprehension, not creativity when it comes to translating. My creativity is less important, significantly so, than my ability to understand. However, it is important. It is part of the skill set. The problem is weed hurts my ability to understand enough that it's not worth doing for the bonus I may get to creativity when I'm translating. I tell myself, no, not until you're done. I never let myself smoke until I'm done.
The potency of it, just because.
Which sometimes leads to I smoke immediately after finishing a job and then I realize, oh crap. You know? And like I turn it in and I'm like, oh no, I need to fix this. And then I'll go revise it. You know, a little stoned. But in general, the system works.
The customer comes back.
Translation. Yeah, I am a radical translator. Honestly, focus. I've noticed that since not being on it. Sure. Is the camera flipped or does Bill not know how the flag goes? I don't think it's flipped. Where's this Kirk set? And he doesn't know how the flag goes. This is Bill Maher's like club he rents in California somewhere just to do this podcast. As soon as I have a puff, I stand up and start doing stuff. And for the last 5 months, I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm generally doing nothing. Yeah, I mean, but that could have just been part of your routine too. Like it could have been. It's hard to say we did that and not like the routine of taking a puff and then going to do stuff. You know what I mean? California, never mind. Yeah. You'll get better. Yeah, but that's how long I haven't been on weed. Normally, I'm a motivated cleaning machine. Sure.
A restaurant is not interested in your health. They're interested in making the food
selling
as
more product,
delicious as they can.
And
And
California.
come back to that
Are you
restaurant.
talking about the flag poster being sideways? Is that what you're complaining about? Yeah, but I mean, it's not really a flag. It's a sign that looks like the flag, right? It's a
but
decoration
so
that
hard
looks
for
like
me
the
to
flag. It's
tell
not
you
a flag.
because I've been smoking for 50 years, and I'm different. Who knows what I
I
was
do think
thinking.
that's worth. I know that you're saying, is that a distinction that matters? Well, the reason I bring it up is because you could stick the flag on anything. Would you then have to, for that thing, honor, like, if you put it on a glass, right? Do I have to always make sure the glass is straight up now? I can't put it in my dish rack upside down because the flag's upside down now. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, I remember when I first smoked, we would just.
I don't think you do. I don't think you generally treat things with a flag on it as if they're the flag.
sit in the car and laugh at nothing for an hour. That doesn't happen anymore. So my guess is
The star should be in
pot
the
is
upper left
stronger,
always.
but my
Yeah, but do you understand the case I'm making to you? Because your response is to still considering it a flag. I'm saying it's not a flag.
resistance is weaker.
Even it looks like the flag. It reminds you of the flag. It's not the flag.
Anyway, it's I'm. People think I'm some sort of giant pothead. I've always been very circumspect about my pot
I
smoking.
do. I type
mean,
so.
I don't-
Okay. Well, I agree with you too, though. It is kind of, I don't want to say disrespectful, though, because I mean, maybe it is a little bit, but it's still there and it's still cool looking. So,
Smoke every day.
It's more respectful than not having it.
The most I smoke is right here, once a week.
You could say it's a little
I like to
disrespectful,
be
though, if you wanted
in
to.
party mode when I'm with someone I'm getting to know. This is
I like
one of
that
the
too.
joys of my life.
I like that too. I actually, that's when I actually really relate to Bill Maher on that. I like smoking some weed or drinking and getting to know somebody. Don't you guys? Isn't that like a good time? If the person is a non-judgmental person who's just chilling, also, it's a great time. I think. Yeah.
And you know, I understand that it doesn't connect with some people or make some people paranoid.
It's people that are too nervous that don't get it.
Or something.
People that are too
Other
anxious.
people, it's just, I mean,
Is Bill fake? He might be. If he is a real centrist, why does he identify with the left? Why does he identify with anyone? Well, because here's his problem, I think. I don't know if he's fake or not fake, but let's just assume he isn't fake for this thought experiment. Like, people have been saying he's fake. I'm not so a diehard defender that I'm going to say he's not. But let's just go with the assumption he's not to theorize a little bit. Okay, now I understand. There are people I know that are similar to Bill. Some of them on YouTube even, where they still consider themselves leftists, even though, like, there's this trans lady that it has like disavowed all of the like trans cult stuff, but they're still a trans person and they still call themselves a leftist. They've tried to disassociate all. They don't know that it's rotten to the core. They don't know that. I, however, agree that even labeling yourself or identifying as anything is silly and just bad for your mental health. I agree with that. I think that's true. I try not to identify as any side, as anything. Why I'll get called an anarchist or a libertarian or whatever thing, right? But I don't really consider myself those things. Anarchist maybe, just because I have a nostalgic attachment to being a kid writing A with a circle, you know, on things. As a Ute. But even that, I try not to really consider myself one. I don't think you should. But yeah, I know, I kind of get it. There are a lot of people that are like, okay, people compartmentalize a lot of things. They don't know what's going on. Bill Maher might be one of those people. And he's surrounded by no one that tells him the truth. Like, he doesn't have someone to talk to like us. Like, somebody, he can't talk to like somebody like me, you know, and just like have somebody tell him the truth and say, hey man, you're this communist shit is the problem, blah 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 blah. There's nobody there to tell him that. And everybody around him, he is talking to people now, but everybody around him is Hollywood. They're all brainwashed. And my thing that makes me think he's not real, though, is that he's in Hollywood. Is that he has relations with people that are clearly, like, you know, evil people, basically. I don't want to call people evil, but Hollywood is filled with scumbags. So the fact that he even can operate there shows something. That makes me think he's fake more than the identifying as a liberal still thing does. Because Hollywood is, you know, yuck.
You know, some people like it.
Why? Why do they label themselves? To fit in. Okay, so ideally, you validate yourself from inside, right? From skills with the world. You gain the ability to validate yourself. But some people, okay, we're trained to validate ourselves from external sources like consensus or the authority agreeing with you. And so there's lots of people that are somewhere in between those two things. I do think it makes the most sense to just be like, I check myself if I'm You know, I validate myself. I validate my own parking. I think that's the way to be. But these people, there's lots of people that are somewhere in between, and they still label themselves because it gives them a tribe to belong to and a sense of belonging. That's why. So they don't feel like they're alone in this universe. That's why. He's Access Media then. Does that mean he can't be real? Does being Access Media an invalidate person as a source? Suspect. Makes him suspect. Makes him suspect. I have depression now. Where's old Riot? You'll be okay, Riot. In the past, Riot. Because she's a lady and pregnant. Man, past Riot was awesome. Riot, you'll be like past Riot again. You're shut up.
A scotch, and some people like blah blah blah, and some people.
These are pregnant hormones that are
like
talking
complete
right now.
sobriety. If that's your thing, that's fine. But to me, the most interesting place I can ever travel is inside my own mind. And drugs do.
God damn it! I clicked on stream loots.
Is there? Do you think all hard
Support me on stream loots.
drugs should be illegal, like heroin?
Illegal? No. I mean, well, heroin.
See, this is a good question, right? The drug thing is a good
Is
question.
there any uses for it?
You will. Yeah, of
Like
course
for
you
what
will.
San Francisco did. They,
You will be Riot 2.0, the improved version. Yes. Everything you've been, all of your past is still the same. You just added more. So you're just you plus more. You can't become less of yourself.
they pseudo legalized it, right? I mean, they said, hey, we're going to make it easier for you to do heroin.
No, we shouldn't make it easier. That's crazy.
I
Where
agree.
they had drug
That's
injection
crazy.
sites, basically.
Yeah,
right?
that's so stupid.
No, I
That's
know.
stupid,
That was
yeah.
a
I
public
know.
policy
But
position
that-
of Seattle, Portland, and San Francisco.
That's the
They become a wine mom. Mhm.
lying fruit.
A weed
for
mom.
You right
No, that's
for
a,
you
that's a,
right
it's a
wing.
He's being a weed mom. She might be a weed
question.
mom.
No, but isn't it?
I want
She
to.
might be
It's
a
the
weed
low
mom.
lying fruit. It's like no.
Sure, it's a
Right,
It's
and
about-
you're,
it's a-
I don't know though. A wine mom can be pretty bad, depending, or pretty harmless in it. You know,
boundary. I want to
you're-
create a boundary.
wine mom can be anywhere from harmless and it just being, you know, a normal thing to actually, you know.
and you're
Right.
right. You know, I mean, again,
I don't know.
I'm for picking that fruit too. It's silly to help drug addicts.
Secret weed mom. Just got to figure that scam out. Right, sure. Clicking stream loot swaps me away for the stream on my phone. Sure, I understand. Wine moms are the fucking worst.
Be
No, I
drug addicts
understand.
and keep them on the street. It's stupid to keep homeless on the street.
Oh, I totally agree.
There's
on that.
another way. Liberals
agree
are different
too.
than the woke. The liberal thing forever was, for compassion's sake, get them off the street. That's not the woke version. Their version is they're an endangered species.
That's true.
Just don't touch them in their natural habitat, living under a
Let them
bridge.
defecate. Let them do whatever they
Uh-huh,
want.
that's
It's
true.
their thing. And, you know, I mean, there should be nothing more basic than a government claiming the streets. The streets are for the citizens. Then it's
I
not to
agree.
live in.
I don't know what the answer is for homeless people. I really don't. I think there's problems with with any kind of option to house them. But does that mean we shouldn't try? No, I'm not saying that. Or to get them work or whatever. No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying it's a rough question. And I don't know, and I personally don't trust the state to do it. I'd rather we had just charities doing it and the state fucked off, honestly. But the people can point and say, well, look, people aren't doing it totally now. Yeah, but people are by large not in control of their own resources right now. Like, the state robs you blind, man. It's hard to compare now to what people could do if they weren't, you know, being beat up by the state all the time.
Build a barracks. I mean, why are these things, maybe you can answer that. Why are these kind of things so difficult? You think, such common sense. Build a fucking barracks. I know how.
Wine mom can't drive anywhere. Sure, you can. You just don't tell the cost. No, don't do that. Homeless people are a mix of problems. Yeah, some want to be homeless. Some struggle with addiction and mental health. Yeah, true. All true. Yep.
most people say they don't want to live there. You don't have a choice.
And a lot of a number of people that are homeless. At least this was more true maybe before when it was less people, but a lot of them burned every bridge, and they're gonna burn you. if you try to help them. Like, I've been burned by trying to help people like that before, you know. A lot of people like that, they're homeless not because, like, they want to be homeless in that they don't want to put up with anyone enough to get better. Like, they don't want to, you know, learn a skill or put up with any other person or anything. They'd rather, they'll like backstab you. They'll take your money, take your stuff. They'll rob from you. They'll, you know. And I'm not saying all homeless people. I'm just saying a lot of people trying to help people get burnt and they're heartbroken, and then they don't want to help anyone anymore.
Oh, we'll get robbed there. Hire security. It's pennies on the dollar. Why is it so difficult? I feel like I, with no real knowledge of this field, could do it.
We need a new Australia. Let's send them the original Australia. Good idea. We should claim an island and make it a new super state. I don't think that the answer is putting them all in one place, though, guys. I actually think it's a bad idea. Ideally, you want them as far from the other homeless people as possible, really. Putting them all in the same place it cause all kinds of problems. It would be more. It turned into like survival. It turned into like the strongest rules the thing, you know. It wouldn't be good. I don't think. Voice of text. If you can't play nice with the other kids, then you can put it out in timeout. You don't want to be in a homeless shelter, then get the fuck out of my city. Who owns the city, though? Who sits on a position to say that? Could there be a system that the courts are a private company somehow and not part of central government? Did that sound dumb? No, I've wondered that myself, Smash. Like what if courts just was just like a judge that handed down an order, and then let's say like the judge decides that you were taken advantage of for like this, or the guy should return your lawnmower or whatever it is, right? Let's just say an example. And then you can take that order and then go to a third-party retrieval service, and they'll go steal the lawnmower back, similar to like repo guys. Like what if it's stuff like that? Like somebody goes and makes the damages from, or whatever it is, they go collect the damages, they go whatever they need to do. I've wondered about that myself. I don't know, man. I don't know. Going mentally ill and addicted to drugs somewhere outside of my sight. You even. I do have to pay taxes. Yeah, but some of those homeless people may have paid more taxes than you have in the course of their life. I don't know. I don't think paying taxes. This is another reason why I think taxes are evil. Is because they let people. I mean, they make people have like a sense of ownership to stuff that they don't really own. And I don't know if that helps anyone. Sadly, they are homeless as a reason. Yeah, sure. Some of those reasons are patterns of behaviors. It's self-inflicting. Yeah. We should claim the island for ourselves. Sure, we get an island. Go dirt biking. Get back, but they choose to be all stinky. Yeah, but I don't really. I mean, that's kind of on you. You're kind of to blame too, though. If you're paying taxes, you're kind of to blame because you're choosing a system that can't actually reform them, right? And that's what you're saying you're paying taxes to do. So, again, another reason why I think taxes are bad. It would be better if we just had charities and we went and we could see the charity actually working or not, and then give them more money if we wanted to, right? Because if you're giving taxes, then whose fault is it that the taxes are being misspent and not really working to actually solve that problem? Whose fault is it that? If it's your city, it's not going to be yours now, right? Now you're going to say, no, I'm sorry, that's somebody else's responsibility. This is why it doesn't work. You can't be like, I own that thing, I have a right to say that, but then you don't take responsibility for the flaws. That doesn't work. The only way ownership, property, you gotta take both the good and the bad. You have to take the responsibility and the pluses too. Like the authority and the responsibility have to both come together, or else nothing gets fixed, which is how we currently have it. If anybody can have the authority, then no one does.
I had people who would carry out my...
Because no one will
would say,
take
"Okay, get me-"
responsibility for it, right? Okay, I'm gonna sleep before I die of cold feet. Good night, Gio. Like, my whole philosophy of life is that you don't fuck with me, I don't fuck with you. Right, but this doesn't apply to your philosophy, because now we're talking about states. I mean, city taxes. City taxes are already somebody fucking with you. It's already against your philosophy. Your philosophy is, I don't fuck with anyone, no one fucks with me. The state is fucking with everyone. So it's no longer, this is no longer in the realm of your philosophy. We're already outside of it. If you're paying taxes, that's not fucking with anyone. You are fucking with someone when you pay those taxes. You're fucking with someone and they're fucking with you. And it's at a, like, you're enabling a structure that is huge. And I'm not saying you're wrong to do it. I'm saying obviously we all have to pay taxes. I do too. But what I'm saying is, it's already against your philosophy. Paying taxes is already against your philosophy. We're not in the realm of that. Just because you don't have your shit together and you're choosing not to get help doesn't mean that I have to deal with it. Well, then you shouldn't pay any taxes. If you really feel that way, the only way you would stay in the realm of that is paying no taxes. Right? Craig, you ever been attacked or harassed by a homeless person? Sure. I grew up in Las Vegas, man. Dude, I worked one time at a soup kitchen in Tokyo. Most of these people didn't care about getting help or changing. Lost cause. Bro, I've taken in homeless people. Who are you talking to? Yeah, taxation is theft. People always say you can't work under the table because then you show no income to get a loan, but people shouldn't need to get loans. Loans are like slavery and things should be affordable. Agreed. Like Sam, I agree with your philosophy, bro, but don't you understand how taxes and state control fundamentally go against your philosophy? And if you're operating in a system where those things are the standard, then you can't pull out that philosophy as like a, hey, look at this. It doesn't apply. That philosophy does not apply in the circumstances for which you live, where you pay taxes. And there's these systems above you. It just doesn't work. If everybody kept their own money and kept to themselves and whatever, and then you tried to help someone and they didn't help, you know, they spit on you or whatever thing, yeah, you know, don't help them. Yeah. In that case, that would apply. But in this case, it doesn't apply. That's what I'm saying. Dude, I grew up in Section 8 housing, Cracky. I grew up in North Las Vegas where I saw a drive-by when I was 11 years old. Stop trying to get some kind of like one-up on me dealing with homeless people. I've dealt with homeless people too. You are trying to claim special privilege and I don't like it. Stop. Okay? And I don't like it. Stop. You're trying to keep going, I know my opinion's better because I have special privilege. Stop it. Stop that, man. It's not cool. If you don't have money and need help, that are options. Most people just don't want to deal with those options because there are rules that come with them. Do you get what I'm saying though, bro? You're saying, I don't fuck with you, you don't fuck with me, yada yada. I'm saying your mindset was, this is my city, get out of my city. Like with your ideas are not compatible with each other that I'm reading. You don't fuck with me, I don't fuck with you, that's my philosophy. Get out of my city. Do you understand? Your back-to-back statements are not compatible with each other. I can't do anything with them, bro. I can't consider these ideas seriously because you're not serious about these ideas. Like, that's fine, bro, but you're not giving thought to it. You're just like giving me your pre-filled opinion on this, but it's drastically different. One side you're saying the city, hey, I pay taxes, I have a right to tell them get fucked. And the other hand you're saying, wait, everybody, my life philosophy is everybody keep to themselves. What? Paying taxes on one hand,
and saying I have the rights to tell them to get fucked because I pay taxes, and saying keep to yourselves on the other hand, those are not compatible ideas or views. Those are incompatible philosophies. So I don't know what to do with that. Point of personal privilege is saying something. But loan in slavery, you volunteer to the contract. Slavery, you do not. Yeah, but I mean, it is kind of like a chain of your own making or something. Sam, I think we agree, bro. I think I'm just disagreeing with the way you're talking about it. Like, I agree. Some people don't want to be helped, and there's no helping them. Like, I agree with you on that. I've tried too, man, and I've got my fucking hand burnt. I was telling that story earlier. I'm with you on that. My only part was disagreeing with how you're saying, like, well, it's my city, get fucked, blah, blah, blah. And then, you know, that's not really compatible with the rest of what you're saying. But I agree with you. Well, there's people that don't want help, yes. Of course. You also opt in to some degree. Slavery versus loan. That one's rough. A loan is voluntary exchange of assets where you agree to give up surplus over time. Yeah, in theory, a loan isn't that bad, but it is true that people are kind of trained to take out loans and to use credit, and ends them up in kind of like a form of slavery, as people would put it, and like figurative, not literal. And that's the point being made. In practice, that seems true. Yeah. Whether or not it is slavery, that does seem true. Teaching people to live on credit does seem to be at their detriment. Yeah, in a very significant way. Yes. Okay, look there too. Yeah. Weird or mentally ill, and then there's other ones that just mind their business. Right, I agree. And you could, but the thing is, you could help the ones that mind their business. Like, those people could be helped. That's why I'm saying they shouldn't be all put in the same place. Because then you have the mentally ill ones hanging out with the ones that are just trying to mind their own business. And now they can't mind their own business because they're stuck dealing with a mentally ill guy. You know, I mean, again, I don't want to just call people mentally ill either, though. I think that's just writing people off. I don't think any, like, I understand there's mental illness and people, you know, but I think like a binary switch, like someone's mentally ill, like, it's just a way to not have to worry about that person, is all it is. Like, it's like basically you're not human anymore, switch. You're mentally ill, you're not a real human. Off. I don't really agree with the label. It's odd to me, so many Americans get loans to buy cars. A car devalues faster than a crack whore. Yeah, that's true. Buying new cars is stupid. True. Culture overload here right now. Sure. It's going to be like the past. The first victim is going to be John Leguizamo, but now he's all fat and old and woke. It's going to be so funny. The first victim of what? Might have to tell Retro to steal that fine emote. There is good credit and bad credit. It's all to the person how they make it. It's voluntary, the opposite of slavery. Yeah, but you're in it before you're even an adult. Part of the argument would be that you get like a loan, like a student loan, before you're even 18. You're all signed up for the thing. And then they can make the case that, is that really consensual? If you're basically on the track before you're like through school to be on this to get this student loan, is that even really consensual? Like, you can say over and over it's voluntary, but it is true that people push kids to get student loans, right? Like, and they don't really have an option. Their parents are already all gung-ho about it. It's not really fair to say they have an option. I mean, they don't really. Like, you can flatten it all you want to say it's voluntary, though. But there are circumstances where it's not exactly voluntary. Like student loans, like a 17-year-old kid getting pushed to get a student loan. Or do we consider, now I'm for getting rid of the public school system, and then we don't have to consider a 17-year-old a kid, but nonetheless, we currently have the public school system, And so we currently probably should consider them kids. I don't know. But see, the point, I don't know, man. I get what Smash is talking about, like the implied things that happen, like before you're even old enough to know what that choice is really. If society programs you in a way that the choice isn't really a choice, that's the argument he's making, that like these people are basically, they're not really aware of the repercussions before they make the choice. And so they do it without really realizing the repercussions. And I've seen it happen tons of times. Like people my age when they were younger get student loans and or get it for the rest of their lives. It does seem almost like a form of serfdom, or, you know, the argument is pretty solid. Just saying over and over voluntary, though, doesn't really address the actual issue that happens, the programming that happens to people that society does to try and get you to get a student loan before you're even old enough to do anything else. They already got you on board a student loan before you're old enough to do anything else. I don't know. I don't know, man. And your parents aren't going to like forgive you and just let you not take the student loan. Is it really free will? Is it really free will? That's a stretch for me to see that as free will. Like your whole life is on rails, and you reach the point where your grades, yada yada, like, okay, get the student loan, and you're gonna say, no, I don't want to do that. I don't buy it. I don't buy it. I think almost anybody would. There's no real choice there. I don't know. It gets worse. They want you to run a credit for buying a house, but not to profit from inheriting your parents' house. Sure.
Specs. I want to see where a place we could build it. I want to see what the barracks looks like. I want to see who works there. Is it really in the toilets? Whatever. And somebody must be Mitt Romney, somebody who did the Olympics, somebody who could come in and
we
just
know how to clean up the streets. I mean, Gavin.
Well, hold on? How about a question? No, do you believe there's a point in your life before you can consent to something like that? Is there an age or not? Let's, because is there an age where a choice isn't really a choice, or can you consent at any age? Do you believe you can consent at any age? Because that's really what it boils down to me. Because you're kind of saying you could, right? Your take is that it doesn't matter the actual circumstances of the choice. You're going to double down and triple down on, but it's optional, but whatever. You're not even going to address the actual argument being presented to you, and that's fine. But then I need to ask you, is there any age where you can't consent, or can you consent at any age? Because you're basically saying you can consent at any age, right? Consent to a loan, consent to life, whatever, to a choice of that magnitude. To a choice of that magnitude. Is there any age where you're not ready to consent? I think you're automatically applying debt as a negative thing. I just want to answer the question. Because in student loan in general, debt is a negative thing. With a student loan, how is it a positive thing? How is a student loan a positive thing? And don't but what about this kind of debt? No, I'm talking about student loans specifically. Don't change topics. How is a student loan a positive, and answer the actual question? Of course, there is an age. Okay. And what's the advantage to student loan debt? What's the plus to student loan debt?
Cleaned up the streets of San Francisco when Xi Jinping showed up. I mean, it's just an act of the will. They don't want to do it.
right, like when they get the whores off the street, when the mayor is like doing one of those cleanup.
Or like when the MLB All-Star Game goes to Seattle, all of a sudden it's America's cleanest city.
Right. So you're saying if we can do it that one day.
Well, I'm saying it's an act of the will. It's all that it is. And look.
All student loans are bad. I don't know how you can say that. 80%, 90% of them you could easily consider bad, right? And even the ones that are good, Are they worth the value of the money put into the debt? That's a stretch. Can you honestly say they're worth the value of the debt? Can you honestly say that most, you have to say most here, not just not all, are most student loans worthy of the debt? Is the what you get from the student, from going to college and getting that degree, is that worthy of the debt? Is that worthy of the debt? And all student loans are bad. You invest money and time, return to get a skill that is valuable to the market. No, it's not a skill you get. It's accreditation you get. You don't necessarily get a skill. That's a lie. Come on, man. You don't necessarily get a skill. You're not tested on a skill. You're tested on accreditation. You get credentials. That's what you get. You don't get a skill. You get credentials. Don't shift the truth a little bit. That's not right. You have to pay APR on debt. They make you pay more for having less money. Students don't get skills anymore. Yeah, I know. It's ridiculous to claim. Show me a student, and then let's test them on their skills, quote unquote. Let's find a college kid and actually test them on their skills and see how they actually perform. Let's see. Holy crap. People reward you with cash because of that skill, and you can pay off the debt. Again, 90% of degrees are not learning any skill. That's ridiculous. They're just testing them on like random fields of knowledge, right? How is just reciting words from a book or multiple choice questions, how is that a skill set? Memory is something a monkey could do. That's not a skill set. That's not you're saying most degrees give you a skill? You know you're being dishonest, man. Most degrees give you a skill. Most degrees people get in America give you a skill. You're seriously going to stand by that as real words that you genuinely put forth into this world, yes? Most American degrees provide you a skill. You are on drugs.
Left woke, I won't even say left.
Show me one fucking person with a skill. Did you go to college? What degree do you have? Let's test you.
Woke philosophy.
Let's test you on your skills. What degree do you have now?
Is they don't really believe in private property. And at its core, why shouldn't someone be able to defecate on the side of the street? Who are you to judge?
Well, that's not woke, yes, maybe.
Because I'm not throwing out STEM. Those are not, you fucker then. Then you're a total asshole, numb. Because most Americans are not getting STEM degrees, and you know that. No fucking way. See, this is why I doubled down on asking the question, because you know most Americans are not getting STEM degrees. You're saying you're not throwing out STEM. I asked you most, repeatedly. That's fucking dishonest as hell, man. You knew of an exception that a tiny fraction of Americans get. A tiny, 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 tiny fraction. And I asked you very specifically, I said the words very specifically, most. And then you lied to my face and said yes, man. And then you go, oh, because of STEM degrees. Do you not see how you just seem full of shit to me now? You're just full of shit? You have to know that most people don't get STEM degrees. Most Americans don't get STEM degrees. You know that, right? Like, what fucking planet are we on, man? I have a history degree, post-batch in InfoSys, master's degree in InfoSys, and a graduate degree in cybersecurity forensics. What kind of history degree? You think most people get a degree in STEM or what, man? Do you see why I think you're dishonest now? Because I asked most. And you said yes, most. Most give a skill. And then you say, why? STEM. Most people are not getting STEM degrees. So what the fuck are you smoking? I focus on Asian history. Okay, what's the second, what's the first recognized Chinese empire? We covered it on stream the other day. What's the first recognized Chinese empire? What is it? Dynasty. What is it? What's the first recognized Chinese dynasty? But anyways, here nor there. Do you not get how I feel like you're Quinn? I think it's Quinn. Yeah, first one. It's Quinn, I think, though. It's Quinn or like Show or something. We covered it the other day. It was... Hold on. I looked it up the other day. See if I can find it now. It was after we learned about the toilet paper thing. It's Shang. It's Shang. It's Shang. It's Shang. Shang is what it is. Shang. It's also known as Yin Dynasty. Why? In Chinese, we learned about the character of Chinese. They used this one. They used the one from Merchant. Here you go. I'll put it in the chat and I'll pull it up. Yeah, I didn't use my history degree. I joined the army. Well, you said it gave you a skill, and then you're like, oh yeah, well it didn't actually give me a skill. No, you're coming off as full of shit, bro. It gave me a skill, but I didn't use it. Oh no shit, bro, because you didn't get a skill. Anyways, look, this was the first kanji they wrote. Now, why does it mean merchant? Why does this kanji, which represents the Shang dynasty, also known as the Yin dynasty, why does it now represent merchant? Can you tell me? Why in Chinese and Japanese does this now represent merchant? Cracky? What? What? Why does it represent merchant, bro? Are your skills so atrophied that you gained in real life? Or are you just pretending you got a skill? Why is it known as merchant? Why are they known as merchant? Why is this kanji that represents the Shang dynasty or the Yin dynasty, why does it now mean merchant? Yes, what? Why does it now mean merchant? Go ahead and tell me. You have a skill. Show it. Don't lie to my face. Show me you have a skill. Why does it mean merchant? Tell me why. Tell me why, bro. Here you go. Can you see here? Is it in there? Is the answer in there? Can you get it? And study history in 15 years. Well, it was a skill, man. Like riding a bike. A skill is like riding a bike. 15 years wouldn't mean shit if it was an actual skill. You would be able to do it. If it was a skill, like most people consider the word skill to mean, you would be able to do it. Even if it was 15 years. Like riding a bike, that's a skill. Riding a bike is a skill. Knowing stupid facts is not a skill. You just called shit that is not a skill.
And liberal.
Right.
I'm making that distinction.
Right.
And
then you try to say, oh, I'm not discounting STEM to hide the fact the original dishonesty was like, I still don't get that, man. I asked you repeatedly, did you not get what I was saying when I said most degrees don't give skills, right? And you said, yes, they do. I'm not discounting STEM. How the fuck does that explain it when most people in America don't get STEM degrees? Can you explain that to me, man? Am I retarded? Am I fucking retarded? Because I don't understand how you're being honest with me, man. To me, you seem like a fake liar right now. I don't trust you, man.
A fair distinction.
That's another reason. Another one we can add to the list of woke is not liberal.
No, I think left.
You just seem like somebody willing to say whatever stupid shit you can even think. You don't actually like, because you have to know most people don't get STEM degrees. So why the fuck did you bring up STEM degrees when I repeatedly said most Americans? That in itself eliminated STEM degrees because that's such a tiny fraction of those degrees. And I repeatedly said most. Why did I say most? I said that on purpose because I knew you were talking about STEM degrees. But it's dishonest to act like most degrees in America are STEM degrees because it's bullshit. With most include STEM. Yeah, it includes STEM as a tiny fraction, you dishonest fuck. You dishonest fuck, man. It includes STEM. Yeah, a tiny fraction of it is STEM. I said most. How is what I'm saying not clear to you? If most people do not get STEM degrees, then how do most people get skills from the degrees? How am I wrong on this? Please tell me how, because I don't understand. Tell me how I'm wrong. I asked, are most degrees a skill? You said yes. And then you say STEM because STEM is included in most, but most are not STEM. That's a dishonest trick. Most are not STEM. So what is the average degree? Business, right? I think so. But the point is, it's not STEM. Hey, Graham, welcome in. I asked if most Num is trying to tell me right now, we have a professor in the chat now, Num is trying to tell me right now that most degrees provide a skill. And I asked him that, I said, do most degrees provide a skill? And he said yes. And then he said the reason why, his explanation why, is because he's including STEM. And I said, I already changed it on purpose to say most degrees because STEM is not anywhere close to most degrees. And so I don't know why you'd even bring that up as part of the topic.
Or woke versus liberal.
What's wrong about that point? Okay, great. Does the average degree earn more than non-degree holders? The amount of Americans getting STEM degrees? Yeah. Yeah, I was asking if that. I was asking if most people get a degree, get a skill from that degree, is what I was asking. And that I was embedding basically that I consider STEM getting a skill. I do, but I don't consider that most of degrees because that's not what most people get as degrees. Like, look at what they actually get.
An important distinction.
Right.
I will say what makes you different is few liberals stand up.
They might provide a skill. Most of the skills are useless. Well, that's my point. Yes, yeah. Because what we're really talking about is student loans. Well, okay, man. I don't want to see you as being dishonest either, because I like you, bro. But do you, like, I was purposely asking it that way to eliminate the STEM degree thing. Like, that's why I repeat, like, I doubled down on asking again and said most people, most degrees. Is because I was already counting that. I was already, moving that over in my mind, like, okay, but this is a fraction. The STEM degrees are a fraction of the greater degrees. Like, people always act like they're like this big number. Americans are getting STEM degrees like crazy. It's just not true. It's just not true. It's just nothing resembling truth. So.
To the woke.
And
that is few.
Average earning. But average earning is a much more complicated conversation where then we have to figure out, compare it to like a trade skill over time. And you're just going to, if I can't tell that you're going to be honest the whole time, and you've already shown me in this conversation that you're willing to do that, I don't know what to call it. It's like the reverse Venn diagram, where you say just because something is in something, it means it's as if it's the whole thing, right? Just because people get STEM degrees, it's as if all of them you can count as if they're STEM degrees, which is just dishonest. So the fact that you're willing to do that, now we have to have the conversation about earnings, and you're going to be dishonest every step of the way, probably. Right? Every step of the way, you're going to be dishonest. Because it's a much bigger conversation where you have to talk about, you have to compare it to something like HVAC or some other kind of apprenticeship, and then look at it from when the person first starts earning over the course of like their life or something. You can't just say, this degree earns more than this. You can't say that. You have to actually compare versus somebody that gets into apprenticeship at the same age, or earlier, gets into like an apprenticeship at 16 or something like that, right? And then you have to look at the course of their life and how much money they make in their lives. And then you can compare that to the degrees to see if they're worthwhile. You can compare that to the degrees. Nobody fucking does that because everybody's dishonest like this. And you know what they compare it to? They compare it to people with no degrees whatsoever and no trade and no nothing. They compare it to the average of people, which I'm sure is what you were about to do. The average of people that have no degrees whatsoever, which of course that number is going to be low compared to people with degrees. Of course it is, because that's the most dishonest way to do that. You say, oh yeah, dropouts, people that never earned a skill. Let's compare to all those people and average all that together, and then see if it makes more money, right? That's already what you're guiding it towards, right? You were already guiding it towards that fucking dishonest fake comparison of comparing degrees and people what they earn with degrees compared to the mass of people that didn't get a degree, which is a dishonest comparison. You'd have to compare it over time to somebody that got into an apprenticeship or something like that, something comparable. Not a degree, not degree to no degree. That's a shell game. I honestly believe in it. Okay. I'm just trying to establish on average a piece of paper as value at market where the risk of the loan is valuable. Okay, but again, you're comparing, when you came up with these figures, you're comparing like the comparison I'm saying, right? You compared somebody with a degree to somebody without a degree and on average, right? Which that is not a comparison that's mentally honest, like intellectually honest. You see what I'm saying there? That's not like, if you want to compare to somebody that got some kind of trade skill, and then compare it to that, if you want to make that argument to me, if you got numbers on that, because I'm pretty sure the trade skill will make more on average than most people that get a degree. They make more money earlier. I don't know. I would need to see a really strong case, because the only case people make is that somebody with a degree makes more money than somebody without a degree, instead of somebody with a degree makes more money than somebody that apprenticed. And I'd like to see that. I'd like to see, if you want to try to find those numbers and see if you can make an example, because every time I've ever seen that compared, the degrees did not do well. The degrees did not do well. If you got some comparison where you can compare, again, trades to apprenticeship or trades to college degree, then you have some argument there. If you compare, again, degree to average a person without degree, that's just dishonest, because then you're comparing to the homeless people we talked about earlier, you're comparing to complete dropouts, you're comparing to people that have given up, you're comparing all those people, bring the average down to the point where that's not a fair comparison. And yet that's most of what the comparison is when people compare degrees to no degrees, right? They compare to just the average. People also take student loans for trade schools. Sure. Okay, what about apprenticeship where the guy didn't pay anything, bro? Apprenticeship where the guy didn't pay any money. An apprenticeship where compare to that. My point is, do a fair comparison. Stop bringing up unfair comparisons. Do a fair comparison is what I'm saying. Trying to focus on using a loan. This conversation got crazy. I'm learning a lot. The average person who is trained in a trade like HVAC, electrician, etc. make more money than people with a bachelor's degree, right? Thank you, Graham. Thank you, Graham. The debt and the loan was the original topic. Right. Well, it was student loans, right? I mean, loan originally was, and then student loan. Well, no, I will water under the bridge, and I will not hold any of this against you, because I believe you. I don't think you're trying to be dishonest at all. I don't think so. But it just pissed me off because I asked you, man. I said most degrees, and you're doubling down on most degrees are, and then you say STEM, and it's like, well, that's this little minuscule fraction of degrees, and everybody always brings it up that way. It's all this conversation always hits these same notes whenever you have it. Always hits these same exact notes. HVAC, baby, woo. I'm just saying. Very small loans for trade school. Right, sure. So again, the money, the dollar to cost ratio would be drastically different. Thank you, right.
Liberals are willing to stand up to woke.
Absolutely. And few conservatives.
If you can make me the argument, this is on you. It's on you now to build me the body of evidence. If you want to try to convince me, I'm open to being convinced. If you can build me a comparison between the average trade person and the average person with student loans, and show me that it was worth a value objectively, which should be easy enough to do, then I could be won over on this topic. But if you can't do that because the evidence doesn't exist, because all of your views on this are from pre-constructed narratives, then you can't do it.
Stand up to Trump.
Fair enough. I mean, you can stand up or disagree, but I guess you could say the question, well, is Trump, woke is an ideology. Is Trump an ideology? I mean, he's a person. MAGA is an ideology. But I mean, I disagree with Trump on a lot of stuff. Good. I mean, I don't think we should go to war with Iran. I think that'd be a big...
We were trying to compare loans to slavery, so I was trying to make a point that student loans aren't slavery. Well, I wasn't saying slavery as much as Smash was. I concede that it's not literally slavery. I conceded that right away, Num. My point was, is that I see how people can figuratively describe the student loans that people get before they're old enough, like get on the train to deciding before they're old enough to do anything else. There are, like, my point was, I can see how you can make the case it's figurative slavery if you have like a 16-year-old on this path where they're going to college, they're going to get this debt, their parents are pushing them. Do they really have a choice is the kind of case I was making there. And we never really addressed that, but that's the case I was making, right? Is that child, that 16-year-old, really able to choose anything at that point? I make the case that I don't know, man. I don't know. I feel like in some cases they kind of weren't. They kind of were shoved into it without a choice. And then if your old distinction between slavery and non-slavery is opting in of the loan, okay. But then can a child that's railroaded into that decision before they're even old enough to make the decision, is that not, could you not make a case that that's figuratively slavery? And I didn't even bring this up. This is Smash's thing about saying it was slavery. I said only figuratively. I never said literally. I don't consider it literally. And my only case is around people getting loans in this kind of instance where it's before they're even old enough to make any real choices. I could make a pretty sound argument that student loans pay for the majority of degrees to do not have a return for investment other than a receipt saying you went to college. Check how many people. Sure, Graham. I think you could make that case. We're in the field their degrees in, but I don't have much time. No, I understand, Graham. Graham, I don't need you to make that case for me because I already believe that to be the from what I've seen, that seems true to me. I would need evidence for the opposite direction. To believe that degrees are actually of value for the debt, which was my question, I would need to see some evidence to suggest such. I don't... All the evidence that's ever brought to me is the same old stuff where they compare average income with a degree to people with no degrees whatsoever. And that's just dishonest. But that's like the main one I get. That's the only evidence, counter evidence I ever see. I side with you that teenagers cannot consent to loans. Okay. Well, then that's all. That's the only point I wanted to make. Is that figurative slavery has an argument to be made there when you're talking about student loans. Otherwise, I would, the rest of the conversation, I agree that it's not actually slavery when it comes to adults. I was just trying to get you guys to see each other's point, honestly. Really, I wanted you guys to see each other's points. That Smash meant figurative, and you went literal, and there is value to understanding where each other is coming from. That's what I wanted to do. That was my goal there. That's what I was trying to do. I'll never pay my student loans back because the economy is frankly shit, and 10 years after graduating I only make $25K. That's a lot of people. Our quote on job is $30K. Very small loan for trade school, sure. $19K after a year if you include VAT, car tax, council, after rent. Europe sucks. Yeah, it sounds horrible. The UK sounds fucked, man, when it comes to that stuff. I mean, you know me, I'm for not paying the state anything. And to clarify, I'm completely against government funding of student loans because it uses government coercion where you cannot escape. If you take loans, it should be private. Okay, no. Then I think you guys don't like. I think there's a lot of understanding there in reality, because the fact that the loans have been backed by the state is part of why they become what they become. Right, because they why they're like so many stupid degrees, why a lot of that's connected directly. The fact that you don't really learn a skill, as I put forth, a lot of that is connected to the fact that the loans are backed by the government, right? A lot of the bloat and the degradation of like what college is happened because of that. Now, I don't disregard STEM, as me and Dark Titan in the chat have had the conversation over and over again, where I've railed against schools, and he's an astrophysicist, right? He's a professor or whatever, so he's on some of that stuff on the other side. I understand that STEM exists, and I understand there is value to a STEM degree. I'm not going to put that forth that that's not true. But what I am saying is most Americans are not getting STEM degrees, and most of the degrees they get do not provide skills. And a lot part of that is the state backing the loans. Yeah. Thanks, Keynes. Yeah, Keynesian economics is a lot to blame, yes. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think, guys, if the state was just less involved in all that stuff, then it'd probably be more legit, because it'd have to actually be real, you know. UK is a sinking ship, genuinely done for country. You hear about happening in Birmingham? I did not. Waste collectors had to accept something like $6,000 deduction in wages, so they striked for 2 months. I remember New York had something like
Big
that.
mistake.
Also, when you get to, we're going to send homegrown American citizens to foreign prisons.
What are we talking? What are they talking about now?
Said, you mean
homegrown
to Bukele
Americans?
No, and if he were to do that, I would support.
Great,
but I don't. I think that is a wonderful.
I lost track of the thing conversation because we were having so many conversations. But thank you guys for the topic, and yeah, I don't think you were really trying to be dishonest, Num, and I'm not going to hold it against you. It's just that in that specific thing, I'm used to, like I was saying, the thing about STEM, and I was with my question, I was trying to show that, I was testing you too, kind of, right? I was trying to see if you know that most degrees are not STEM, and in fact, most degrees are useless. In America, most of the degrees Americans get, which is why I spelled it out the way I did. Most degrees Americans get. I'm not even saying most degrees in America. Why is there that distinction? Because there's a lot of foreign people that come to get degrees here. And they might get STEM. People from China might get STEM. But Americans? No.
Liner that he gave to Bukele. I think that is, you met the man.
Yes.
Do you think he actually believes that?
A very high percent of the students in STEM departments are foreign students. See, there we go. Check the liberal arts departments. Not the case. Yeah. Sure. Thank you, Graham. Thank you for bringing that up. I was wrong. I was trying to steer into averages, but I was factually wrong. Okay. Well, thank you for admitting that. And here's the thing. I've been around the block on this topic. That's all, you know. I've been around the block on this topic a couple times. What do most Americans get? Like a teaching degree or something? It's not most there's a fair amount of education degrees. Education's probably the easiest one people get. And business is up there, like Num said. Education's up there. The social sciences kind of stuff is up there. There's lots of people with like psychology degrees and things too. But I don't know the current numbers, if anybody has those. I'd be interested too, because I haven't checked that in a long time.
Like he would do that.
It's worse if he does or would.
Like the specific numbers of like, I don't know, the recent years or something. I haven't checked that. I haven't looked at actual numbers since Probably like since the pandemic. So I don't know in the past couple of years what they look like. I don't know.
Feel horrible.
What's business
that in
like counting?
America-
Yeah, it's like I assume they learn a lot of communication. It's like a communications degree, I think they call it. I don't know. Grim or somebody else in chat would probably know more about, because I barely pay. I don't really know how the degrees function. You know, like I've never been in a college for real. I was in a community college one day or something. I don't know how any of these degrees work, like, you know, functionally, and I'd be pretending to understand how the structure works. I don't know. I would agree with VT Num, but I would add general liberal arts to that list as well. Okay, let's see. It's like business and psychology. Sure, yeah. A lot of MBAs is it's the most popular grad degree. Yeah, sure. Yeah, so psychology was probably still up there, yeah. Yeah. And sociology is probably out there, that kind of shit.
American president would say that. Look me in the eye and tell me if Obama had said that.
Bro, so many young people go basic sociology when they're talking. So they at very least go to a class on sociology.
Would be.
Wouldn't like it.
Wouldn't like it. I think it would be a little more vitriolic.
Jewish nonsense. I hate psychology. Jewish nonsense. I think I've settled on Viktor Frankl kind of logotherapy, I think. I believe in logotherapy. We watched that video. Viktor Frankl is that Holocaust survivor guy. I know he's Jewish, so you might be like Jewish, whatever. But I think his view is pretty good. He quotes the one guy a lot. He quotes Nietzsche a lot and says like, what is it? A man with hold on. What's the quote? How's the quote go? Here it goes. He who has a why to live can bear almost any how. He who has a why to live can bear almost any how. He says that a lot. He who has a why to live can bear almost any how. I really believe in that. Yeah. Okay, thank you, no. Business, health, oh, right, like nurses, like women. Yeah, most degrees are women now. I just remember that detail. Most degrees are women now. I remember I learned that. I saw those numbers not too long ago. Most degrees are women now. That's why health is number 2. Just remember that. Ooh, 4 minutes, okay. I think clinical psychology, studying behavior patterns, is very, very valuable, but that isn't really psychology. The whole field of psychology is full of quack theories and silliness. Yeah, and it's presented to you as if it's matter of fact. That's the most dishonest part about it, yeah. The most dishonest part about psychology is that people act like it's like written in stone when it's just random theories, you know? And I think random theories are fine, but that's all it is. That's all it is. That's all it is. And people act like it's a hard science almost. It's not at all. I mean, even like the clinical psychology you're talking about, that has value. Like you're talking, I agree. And like looking at, like I look at studies like that and read the about like, you have to read about like the sample size, the cohorts, like how they were picked, what was the methods of testing, blah, blah, blah. You have to look into all that shit to even know if the study's worthwhile. But there is worthwhile stuff in some of those, sure. But yeah, the rules of the day are just made up. Yeah. Do you, of course, no. Of course, yes, the replication, of course. Yes, man. Yeah, it's something like 70% or something. Can't be reproduced. Yeah, of course. Yeah, replicate. Who are you talking to, bro? Yeah, it's scary. The replication crisis, it's not just psychology either, but psychology is one of the biggest affected fields. It actually was discovered by what? By you know what it was discovered by? What's his name? Was it Jim Breen? Is that the guy's name? Or am I mixing up with a dictionary guy? I'm mixing up with a dictionary guy. There was a study, I'm gonna get the guy's name in a second. There was a guy, Daryl Bim. He proved ESP was real. That's what started it all. He proved ESP was real. Of course, he didn't actually, but he proved ESP is real enough for the standards of psychology, right? Do you remember this? Daryl Bim did that. And then that's what started the whole replication crisis, because they were like, what the fuck? It can be proven that ESP is real according to our standards. Either ESP is real or we're doing this wrong. Either ESP is real or we're doing this wrong. And then, of course, they looked at like the things he did, of course, but that he did it according to the rules. The kinds of cheats they do are like, and they asked they asked like a bunch of researchers, and it was like 70% said they do these cheats. Cheats like, okay, let's say you run the study 100 times. Let's say two times, you get a significant result, right? Scientifically significant result 2 times, and you ran it 100 times. Now, how would you report that? Multiple studies show. That's how you'd report it. The 98 ones that didn't show, those you don't talk about. What you report is multiple studies show. Multiple shows. What? What are you talking about multiple show? What are you talking about? That's what they would report. Yeah. That's the kind of dishonesty they do. Yeah. What's up, Eclipse? Yeah, it's sad. It's super sad. Yeah. We all know. Yeah, we've talked about the replication crisis before, yeah. Yeah, it's very sad. And that ESP thing I've talked about too. What they did was like he had them look at like a computer. I'm gonna see if I can find them describe the experiment. They had them look at like computers. And they had like on one side pornographic images, and like they guessed which one was the porno, you know. Here, hold on. This would be the stimulus. Let's go. Naked men with poofy mullets and naked girls with feathered hair. I'm gay, so I don't know what's sexy for heterosexuals, Bim had said. And asking for her thoughts, Wu didn't want to say out loud that the professor's porno pictures weren't hot, so she lied. Yeah, sure, they're erotic. So he got these pictures. These will be a stimuli for the first of Bim's experiments on ESP. Or at least the first one reported in his published paper. Research students, all of them Cornell undergraduates, saw an image of a pair of curtains on a computer monitor. They were then prompted to guess which one of the curtains concealed a hidden image. The trick was that the correct answer would be randomly determined only after the student made her choice. If she managed to perform better than chance, it would be evidence that she'd intuited the future. Beam had reason for selecting porn. He figured that if people did have ESP, then it would have to be an adaptive trait, a sixth sense that developed over millions of years of evolution. If our sixth sense really had such an ancient origins, he guessed it would likely be attuned to our most ancient needs and drives. In keeping with this theory, he set up the experiment so that a subset of hidden images would be arousing to the students. Would the premonition of a pornographic image encourage them to look behind the correct curtain, was the question. The data seemed to bear out Beam's hypothesis. In the trials where he'd used erotic pictures, students selected the location 53% of the time. That marked a small but significant improvement over random guessing. And that's basically how he proved it. He did multiple studies like that. She was a burnout hippie. Well, right, but apparently, according to their standards, it was proven, according to the Daryl Bim guy. And then, so what happened is, you know, people look around like, wait a second, this can't be right. And so, you know, they go and double check it, and then they're like, fuck, nothing is reproducing. Everything is fucked. And it's not just psychology. It's every modern field like that. It's sociology. It's all these fields that have those kind of studies out there. They're all cheating. They're all cheating. They're all cheating. By and large, they're cheating. Here's another factoid to freak you out about the replication crisis. The papers that failed to reproduce were 300 times more likely to be cited in further papers than studies that didn't fail to reproduce. 300 times more likely. So not only does that mean that most of the science is bunk, it also means that the science built on the science, the resulting science is built on bad old bunk science on top. Isn't that scary? Publish or perish, yeah. Publish or no government funding now to provide value to society. Well, see, this is my point. These people don't provide value to society now.
We'd be
And that's why I say
outside.
that they don't have a skill.
Okay.
What are you up
Just-
to, Eclipse? It's
I'm
been a while since I've seen you.
Finding out how honest you are, Charlie, and
right,
so far I think you're doing good.
I'm glad that, here's the thing. Do you think these people are real at all? Or do you think they're fake? I want to believe they're real, okay, guys? Don't break my heart and say I can't consider them possibly real. Come on. Can I believe like Santa
And I
Claus?
hope I'm doing good with you,
But when-
because if we don't have the honesty, we
Can I believe like Santa Claus? Can I just, while we're watching this, pretend it's true and that they aren't part of some Luciferian cult or something?
can't really,
Look, but
They
to
are
be-
true believers. Could be.
to be fair to the whole topic in general, the outrage around deportations, as we've seen, these last couple of
I wonder myself.
last couple of weeks, is like the American people voted for it. It's perfectly legal.
I do think it's good they can talk to each other. I think that's stand up. If they aren't fake, I think it's stand up that they're trying to talk to each other. I think that's a good thing, and it's respectable.
Well, they didn't vote for.
You know what I mean? I think this, like, yeah, let's say they are real. It's just humor. Let's not. I know people tell me they're CIA assets, yada yada, but it's just for this moment, humor it. Then what they're doing is admirable, right? They're trying to actually have a conversation. People that don't really agree. That's good.
They did
like,
vote for mass
disappearing
deportations.
people
So-
without any. I mean,
So you mean that Maryland case is what you're talking about, right?
the guy who they
The
said,
MS-13 member?
well, there's no evidence that they did not present evidence. I mean, I don't really want to get into the weeds on this one because I got to do it on my show Friday, but
Another scary point is you need statistics to pull out only data points that will correlate from study to study. Remember, I used to teach statistics as psychology students years ago. Right, so you could effectively keep a train of nonsense going indefinitely, is what you're saying. If you wanted to, there's nothing stop. In fact, you would, because to keep publishing, sure. That is scary,
the
yes.
Supreme Court. I guess we have to get into the weeds.
That's an idea smuggling tactic, sure. Oh yeah. I mean, people definitely do that too.
There's
it's-
even new
it's a f-
evidence in the last couple of hours that I don't. You lead the conversation. You tell me how deep you want to go on it.
None.
Okay.
I mean,
None.
but I hope that if it
But I'm just saying, like, wouldn't it be nice if everyone could talk like this and not get all mad at each other and just kind of chill and not accuse the other person of being a bigot or everything and just,
if it comes to light, let me button it up this way. I hope that if it does come to light, that there really is no evidence that this guy was a gang member, that he got swept up, which is very understandable. That when you do a sweep, when you're doing big things, yes,
I'm going to light my
there's-
joint up to go along with them.
nothing is going to go perfect. But if it does come to light, I would hope.
I was
that-
about to ask, what are you guys' opinion on Trump? And then I realized what a Pandora's box that would be. And I'm not going to ask it. I'm just going to keep watching.
Some Republicans have the spine to say, yeah, that's not right. This guy should not be there. I mean, the Bill of Rights, it's pretty clear that you
Ooh.
can't just disappear people without any sort of trial.
Well, but sorry to interrupt.
And deportation is not the same thing as sending someone to a prison.
So I don't know about the guy they're talking about. MS-13 member. Trump deported a guy that was an MS-13 member. Was he a citizen or not? Like, was he born here? I don't know anything about what happened here. I don't follow the news.
But you are allowed to deport.
Could anybody tell me details if they know them offhand? If not, it's
under
fine.
the Alien Enemies Act.
Correct.
Someone
Well-
who is part of a recognized terrorist organization.
He was not a
MS-13 is
citizen. He was not a citizen. Okay, thank you guys.
pretty close to a terrorist organization.
Yeah. Okay. I mean,
No, whatever for me.
You're bending all these
And
words.
he's not an American citizen. We gotta
Okay,
acknowledge
there
that.
we go. There we go. Nice. Okay, thank you.
No, absolutely not.
So that's important.
He was an illegal seeking asylum. Okay. So it's something that certain people will flip out about, but
But he wasn't here illegally
No,
either.
he was.
Illegally.
Yeah, the Maryland man. As long as we're not talking about two different cases.
We're talking about Garcia.
Yes,
Yeah.
he was an illegal immigrant.
He was an illegal immigrant.
I thought he was waiting for asylum.
Well, yeah, but waiting for asylum means he came through and he threw up his hands like, I want asylum, right? That's what that means, I think. And then they allowed him like to stay. But he's really illegally here.
You could be illegal waiting for asylum.
I see. So so they could deport him. That's right.
Yes.
But we never did it but to a prison.
It's an edge case.
So the certain media will say he's waiting for asylum to try to make you think that he wasn't here illegally. That's dishonest. I don't like that.
Acknowledge it's on the edge.
His stay was lifted and he was deported. Okay, he entered the U.S. illegally in 2019. 2 judges ruled to deport him, but he had to stay on the order because of gang violence in El Salvador. But here's the thing. It sounds like he partook in gang violence, right? He was an MS-13 member or something.
But
okay, good.
No, but the edge is...
Is that confirmed that he was an MS-13 member?
So there's 3 ways you can deport people. It could be the Alien Enemies Act of 17...
Yeah, thank you guys. Well, what about, do you guys know about if he was really part of the gang or not?
It can be
if he's part of the gang, fuck him. Yeah, I see.
Used only 3 times.
That's fine, but hey, look, and you quote the First Amendment all the time. That's from 1787, right? So old things are important. I'm just saying, just because it's old.
Yeah, that's why he was ordered to be deported. Okay, well, that's fine with me then.
That's when used more than 3 times.
Fair enough, but just because things are old doesn't mean, and I'm not saying you're using that
That's
talk.
fine with me
Some
then.
people are trying to invalidate it just because it's old.
Well,
It's also expedited release.
they're trying to invalidate it because it doesn't really apply to this, that it's stretching
I mean,
it.
how is MS-13 not a terrorist organization?
Yeah,
I mean,
you can make
or
that.
Trende Iraq.
Well, you can definitely make the case with how the border has been.
I mean, organized,
because terrorism really is a political movement.
Now, I don't know if I agree with that, though. Is terrorism political? Could a gang not fit the description? We in America marked didn't we mark like the Proud Boys as a terrorist organization?
It means terror.
And we definitely, the FBI watches gangs.
Terrorizing the civilian population to achieve a political goal. These guys just want to grab your locket.
But I think the reason we have a thing about terrorism is because we're saying organized. So I think a gang does kind of fit.
You know, this is...
It's a little more than that.
A lot more than that. Look, I've said that...
yes, definitionally it's political.
Trump,
sure.
I did it in my piece the other week when I was talking about the meeting at the White House. That no, he was tweeting about me.
But is it really? Because, what do I mean? One of the biggest example we have, like 9/11. Yeah, that's political, but it's anti-American more than it's political. It's more like a anti of this nation sentiment. Now, is that always political? If the answer is yes, then okay, I'll concede that. But it kind of seems like the idea is against our very well-being as a nation. If they're against that, they're terrorists. I think that's the idea boiled down to concept would be if they're against our nation's existence. Now, you could say that's political because that's kind of a political goal, but I think that's what we really think of when we think of terrorism or terrorists. I think.
Yeah, I've never liked anything. No, check the tape. There are things I like, and one thing I liked was that the police have their morale back maybe now. And
I forgot to answer the why that kanji here. Why this is represents merchants now. It's because these Chinese individuals were sent to the far reaches. There you go. After their dynasty was overthrown, they were sent to the far reaches, and so the only thing they could do was be merchants and tradesmen and stuff like that. A little bit kind of similar, a little tiny bit to Jewish people, kind of in certain periods, I guess.
You know, when you live in a city, it's not a good thing when the police lose their morale. because they feel like they've
We're gonna
been
answer that.
painted with a broad brush, which they were after 2020, you know. And they're
So
like,
their
okay,
dynasty's name forever goes on to mean that.
yeah. And I've been very critical of the cops when I think they did bad things, but do I think that it's a racist, you know, attack squad? It's not. They're
Going to work. I see you later, my slave brothers. Later, Smash. Also, JK, smash the like button. Yeah, please, guys, if you don't mind.
There's always issues in everything.
In big
And
organizations.
you
Have a good
know,
one, Smash.
when you insult the cops, they have a way of kind of brooding about it, and it's just not a good place to be when you're a city dweller. And so, you know, I don't want to be killed by a gang member because they do random killings, you know, just to as gang initiation so they can get the fucking teardrop under their eye. Okay, I want to be someone's teardrop tattoo, you know, rando out to dinner. So I get it. You know, I mean, these are the things that lost the Democrats the election.
100%.
That's
You know,
true. Yeah.
You got to take care
Not
of
understanding crime is probably what lost the Democrats the election. He's true on that.
the shit. I was just
And there's real Americans that die. I mean, Rachel Moore and Laken Riley. There's real, I mean, Jocelyn.
well, probably not at greater rates than are killed by regular Americans.
That's
So-
debated, but let's just put that aside. They shouldn't be here. And so none of
Yeah,
those murders
yeah,
should have happened, right?
right.
And so, anyway, back to the core question. Does the president have the ability to remove illegals that have come here under an enemy gang? Of course he does. Yeah, he has the power given to him by that law.
Hey, do you want to?
I think it's fine that he kicked him out. My history thesis were focused around the communism in Asia. Oh, communism. I took like one course. No, I wasn't. No, I wasn't expecting you to know. Well, I knew you probably wouldn't know, because my point was that it doesn't really give you a skill. Because like a skill is something testable, like Japanese, right? You would give me something in Japanese, I could translate it. You could rate my ability to do that. That's a skill, right? Or like working with wood or fixing something or working your other degrees, right? Those are skills, sure. Whatever security, computer security stuff, those you could call skills. But history, I don't really agree that's a skill. Knowing history is a skill. It's a knowledge. It's a knowledge base. But a skill, and a lot of degrees aren't skills by that same metric. That's the whole point I was trying to make there. Was that it's not really a skill, because a skill you could still do it probably. But it's just knowing random knowledge, right? Well, not random knowledge. But it's knowing things. That's not a skill by definition.
More random in your life? Go to your online merch store at clubrandom.com and get some Club Random merch. We've got great fitting premium hoodies, t-shirts, and ringers, all super soft and printed with high quality inks. We've also got stuff to elevate your bar.
A skill is practiced.
With Club Random mugs, tumblers, and decanters. For your spirit
It's not just remembering.
choice, or for sparkling water like me. Then you can add your jing drops, and everyone can ask you what you're dosing yourself with. It's the gift that keeps on giving. And this could be fun or a complete nightmare. If you have a great idea for something you'd like to see in our merch store, send us a comment and the best idea will be made. All our merch is available exclusively at Club.
Because like if it's just knowledge bases or skills, then you can just divide it up however you want and have like however many skills you want. But skills require practice to get better at. And stuff like that. Like there's tiers to them, there's competency in them, that kind of thing, you know?
Random.com. While you're there, you can catch up on all our recent episodes.
And that's not most things you'll get a degree in.
And then head over to the merch store to pick up some swag and bring some random home. Once again, that's clubrandom.com. Club Random is brought to you by the audio marketing gurus at Radioactive Media.
Well, my degree is program skills to learn how to write research papers to be published. Well, that goes along with what Grim was saying, and that's kind of a useless skill.
Congratulations, you survived 2024 and the start of 2025. Not easy. As a business owner or CMO, what steps are you taking to ensure your business survives and thrives as something very reliable? Well,
No.
why not you give me
Why am I watching ads?
people. team
I
around.
agree.
Again, up to 31.
I do agree that's a skill though, like by definition. I'm not going to say that one's not one. But it doesn't have much value in itself. But I'm not nitpicking that. I can see how that could be a skill. But still, nonetheless, I'm just saying like the most of what people go to get a degree for is not gaining a skill. That's the only point I wanted to make, and I think that point holds.
The qualified candidates tomorrow. So you're 31.
Damn, Charlie Kirk's only 31.
What's your background? I'm gonna have to like.
I had no
Larry
idea. I
King
thought he was
used-
older
you
than
know,
that.
Like Larry King used to just famously, and I love Larry. I did a show a billion times.
He was a legend.
Yeah,
I never met him.
And his
How old is Bill Maher? Much
was
older
like,
than that, right?
I don't prepare. I'm like the regular guy who just wants to know. He's curious about this person, so I don't know. So I ask the questions that this person would ask. You, Charlie Kirk, you're 31 years old. You're Jewish, right? No.
Yeah, that's Muslim, actually.
I would never recommend getting a college degree in social science and liberal arts. Yeah, I wouldn't recommend getting involved in it at all, because even the money involved in a good degree is still in a way benefiting the shitty degrees. I wouldn't recommend anybody gets any college degree. I would recommend, like, I don't see why people don't just recommend the trade skill stuff, like find somebody to apprentice under and do that. I don't know why that's not recommended more. Or like Riot said, like get some kind of smaller, more reasonable loan for your trade skill at school or whatever, and do that. I just don't see the value unless you have like some dream of like seeing the stars or whatever, which, you know, okay, I respect that. You have some reason you're dreaming of like a STEM degree. Okay, then go that path if that's what you feel. But by and large, I think we should push people away from college, period. I think we should push most people away from college. Like, people shouldn't think you have to go to college. It's only been a detriment to society. You could say like, oh yeah, everybody needs to be educated. Then how come like the average American can't read above a 6th grade level if sending all these people to college was good for their education, for their knowledge level? How come people don't read books? How come everybody I've encountered that has a college degree, like by and large on average, is not more educated than somebody else, you know, that didn't do that? There's a few people that I've run into that have degrees, and I'm like, oh yeah, they know a lot. There's few people, and there are people like Grimm that went back to school a million years and shit. Like, most people I meet with degrees, I'm not impressed by their knowledge base at all, or even, definitely not their ability to think, because few of them can think. So I don't respect college one bit. I know I'm this rare person on this, but I give it no water, no quarter, no nothing. I do not respect it even a tiny iota. While I do respect certain people having dreams in STEM and pursuing them and mastering them and yada yada, and the journey that is, I'm not disregarding that. But as an institution, currently in this world, I do not respect it. Not even a little tiny bit. And I think anybody that does is silly. Like a little silly. It's a little silly to support something so clearly mismanaged, clearly a pile of crap. To say like one little part of the whole thing works and then be like, well, let's keep it for that is insane to me. Oh look, this little tiny part works here. Okay, cool. But like the 90% of it is, if anything, it's evil. It's fun. It's backed up. The K through 12 state school monster that is the education system in America. Without the college system, you would not have the education system. Everybody gets education degrees. They go to education schools. And there's tons of other scams run out of these things too that have hurt America as a whole, and I don't see what we've gained from it. I don't see the advantage we've gained from it. I don't know. Maybe it's just me though. They made us spend 13 weeks in grad school learning how to write grant proposals. Sure. I know how these degrees are worthless, but isn't, I mean, it's kind of evil that they make you learn a skill that's like, it's like negative. Like they make you learn a skill that actually isn't useful outside of itself, which is like negative learning. That's like, in my opinion, that's negative learning. I know how these degrees are worthless, however, I used my STEM degrees to pay out my history degree, so the return on investment was larger. Yeah, but there's so many people that don't get a STEM degree. Like, and you still helped fund, like you're saying, you used your STEM degree to fund your fake degree and to keep those departments open. So you're proving my point, right? In that what you did was encourage the whole fake operation to keep going, right? That's what you, like, your presence in it just encouraged the whole thing to keep going. So in the end, your presence there was negative for the rest of America. But for you specifically, it was good. But for the rest of America, it was bad.
You're married?
Yes, sir.
How long you been married?
It will be 4 years in May.
Wow. And kids?
2 kids, yeah.
2 kids already?
Yeah. Well, we got to work.
Now, Charlie, it shouldn't be work. That's all.
I also call my history degree fake. Well, that's fine enough.
I'm kidding. I know.
It's an enjoyable work. It's
okay.
We got to the fun, I should say.
And and you're gonna have more?
God willing. Yeah.
God willing. Right. Right. And you know we don't see eye to eye on the religion thing.
You know,
But
someone told me that.
I got to tell you, you should see my movie Religion.
I actually saw it.
Oh, really?
And to your credit,
thank you.
what you did on Islam was awesome.
On Islam,
The other one's not so much. That's
Correct.
Not funny. That's
Secondly,
good.
so if you just isolate the Islamic part,
But it was funny. Come on.
Secondly,
Jesus.
to your credit, you treated woke like a religion,
Yes.
and you criticized them with the same
that is good, yeah.
intensity and ferocity you did.
It is a religion, and I wish people would get on board with that already.
And you deserve a lot of credit for
Oh,
that.
thank you.
Mhm.
No, I mean
appreciate
that because you looked at it as this has a
Right.
catechism, it has religious type
Totally.
undercurrents,
It's got
it has
it's got
almost a
all of it, yeah.
metaphysical presence to itself, and so you're an equal opportunity
Well,
critic.
I mean, yeah. And it's funny because the director of Religulous, Larry Charles, and I had dinner about a year ago.
I
and
saw
said-
Religulous before.
suggested, and of course it went nowhere because we're both too old to like really act on it. But I said, people keep asking me, and I'm sure him also, to do Religulous too. But when they say it, they think we're gonna, now we're gonna go to India and make fun of the Hindus. And I'm like, I'm not doing that. Okay, I'm not going to India, and the Hindus aren't that far.
Yeah, and it doesn't, like, Hindus don't really have anything to do with him in his life.
Okay, we did it. It was the movie.
I can manifest reality from my subjective thoughts. Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
did
you know
great,
all about that.
and
Yeah. They definitely are Gnostic, Hermetic, something along those lines. Some strain of idealist of. And when you bring these ideas up, though, you know what's so wild? When you bring these ideals up, people act like you're talking total nonsense. But it's just like people just don't want to learn about these things. All the history is there. You can learn about idealism. You can learn about Hegel. In fact, a lot of them learn about idealism and then still believe in it without realizing that they believe in it. Kind of like Marx did when he fooled himself that dialectical materialism was different than idealism. But it's it's the same thing. It's the same thing. It's just you inverted it a little bit. When you inverted the terminology and you tried to hide it, but it's still idealism, Mr. Marx. You still use the dialectic as your tool. And as long as we use the dialectic as our tool, then it's idealism. It's some kind of make-believe. Because, like, I don't need to explain it again. I've told you my explanation. It's like scientific method versus the dialectic. And the scientific method is what you learn in STEM. You test. You come with a hypothesis, you test it, it's true, you observe, you repeat, right? Or you observe, you come with a hypothesis, you test, you repeat. Dialectic is you come up with an idea, you come up with a contrast to that idea, and you stick them together to find mutual ground, which is baloney. Completely baloney. It's the same shit. Most people are service level dumb. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you're not wrong. I don't like to think of most people as a thing, though. You know what I mean? But yeah, you're not wrong. But I try not to, because like then you start getting really nihilistic, and the world seems a lot darker. If you consider like most people this or most people that, I just try to think like, yeah, I mean you're right, but I just try not to think about most people being anything. Because if I don't accept that construct, then I don't have to think about it. So, I would rather deal with L. Ron Hubbard disciples than the woke Marxists and their Hegelian dialectic. Yeah. No, I'd much rather deal with any religion, right? Because it's more, all those other religions, Grim, are way more fucking honest about what they are, right? Like even Scientology, he's telling you this is what it is, and he even said that he invented the religion probably like for his own like to create what he created basically with Scientology. He did it on purpose, right? He spelled that out before. Now, do I think that's the worst thing ever though? No. I've I've thought about it a couple times. I've thought about it a couple times. To be honest with you, I have thought about starting my own religion. Sure, of course I have. I think lots of people have, right? If it's the only way you could get the power and resources to change the world in a better way, why wouldn't you do it? You know? But I decided against it, of course.
We love that it stands the test of time and people...
Because I don't want to manipulate anyone, is why. I don't want to manipulate anyone. I don't want to lie to anyone. I don't want to operate in a dishonest manner. I don't want to do it.
Always keep coming up to me and seeing it. Movies are amazing that way. But I said, somebody gave me a great idea. Why don't we do Religulous too? But the religion is woke.
Do you think the era of cult leaders have been replaced by influencers? Well, I'd say I don't know, because you definitely have like priests to this like cult, right? So you have like remember what's her name that wrote that anti-racism book? She was kind of a priest. You had Kendi. He was kind of a priest, right? I don't know. I'd have to think more about that, about the role influencers and people are as opposed to a religious position. I think there's something to it. I don't know. Asmongold, the cult leader, sounds funny. The cult of personality is definitely a thing. And if people mean that by cult, they're not wrong that influencers do have a cult. But it doesn't have the supernatural or religious or even like separating you from outside forces kind of thing that a real cult does in general. Now that's not totally true. There are some that do that, right? There's some like discords and things online that do operate exactly like a cult. I don't mean none of them do that. And in fact, some of them are influencers. But I mean, in general, they don't really operate that way. It's just a cult of personality. It's just like, it doesn't seek to isolate you from your friends. It does kind of try and have like end up where everybody kind of agrees. That's true. But it's not like these communities try to isolate you from your family and make you like Asmongold your dad. You know what I mean? Then it'd be a cult.
And then that's what I was suggested. And I said, yeah, but then you're going to have to do...
There are some that cross the line, though. There's not none that cross the line. There are some that do.
The right side of it, too, because that's also a religion. Christian nationalism. I mean, come on. Your boys, some of the people I think you're fond of.
Jim Jones was a CI op like Manson, was he?
In a way that I...
But yeah, I think... I mean, influencers, if you wanted to be a cult leader, I do think you would just try to be an influencer instead. Yeah.
Think is not...
You would try to be a YouTuber or something.
But I have to tell you, give you a lot of credit.
A lot of influencers have followings that are there just to disagree with them, though. These people follow them only to argue. That is a big difference from cult leaders of old. Yeah, there's a point there. That's only specific people, but yeah, those people do exist, right? That have like hate watchers more than regular watchers. There's definitely some people that do. And like a mix of the two also, right? Where you have like a base that likes the person and then a base that just watches everything to hate on it. And everything in between. Yeah, it's worth pointing out too. Cults didn't usually have like a negative brigade. Yeah, it's a whole different, weirder dynamic. But I do think that like a cult leader from back in the day probably would just become a YouTuber, though.
I saw a video of yours where you were talking about,
you know, like it's the quickest way to power, like that.
How Christy the original documents were, which is, you know, I mean,
they're called detractors. All middle to big influencers have them, sure.
My view is,
I don't know if all of them have them. I think eventually that's probably true. But like Peterson early on didn't really have too many detractors until he really got up steam, and then he did. At first he didn't, though. At first he didn't, though. Trying to think. I think the problem is, how exactly do you draw the line, though, to do a detractor or just somebody that, for one specific instance, went and watched a video and left a negative comment or something because they heard something from someone else, too? Like, how do we know the audience base is regular, the detractor base is regular, as opposed to, you know, something else?
is that the
scammers using the internet for shame.
A number of them were deists. Yeah. Mostly that was their religion. But you did.
I think I'm a deist. I think so.
And you, boy, you have your facts down. I mean, you.
I think I am a
when
deist.
you get on a subject like
got
this,
the shtick down.
You really do. And I trust you. You know, I'm going by what you. But you know that they were a little Christier than I thought. You know, and I'm always happy to learn new information. And if it doesn't satisfy people that I don't stay exactly where I am, it satisfies the people who are.
I've been reading about deists for the same reasons from the founding fathers. The deist viewpoint makes a lot of sense to me. Like the idea that you don't accept any of the miracles.
Actually,
that kind of thing.
Who always want me to do that, to be like
you try to establish everything with reason and logic, that kind of thing.
Oh, if I take in new information, I mean that's why. You know, the far left hates me because I went to the White House and said...
I get it, but look at someone like DSP. Yeah, he's 90% detractors. Entire Discord is created around his detractor communities. Yeah. Sure. Look, on the side, there's something we were talking about. FBI undercover agents actually work. They're talking about posing as neo-Nazis. We know they do that. They're probably most of the neo-Nazis. Yeah, but I mean, he's probably the most out there one. Well, not the most. You got like Chris Chan. You got like, but I'm just thinking, I bet there are some that don't have that many detractors. And there will be people that like speak out against them sometimes, but they don't have that. I don't think they have that many like people, detractors watching. There are some, at least medium-sized people, I think I've seen that don't really seem to have anybody. I mean, they have detractors, like their audience gives them a hard time a little bit, but not like hate watch kind of detractors.
Said, well, privately, Trump's different.
Sometimes I believe the universe is organizing itself into some type of intelligence, but usually I'm high when I do. Well, isn't there an argument? I mean, couldn't it be possible the universe is laid out like it could be some kind of I don't know, some kind of mind or something itself? Like, how do we know the universe isn't conscious? How do we know that? Elisa Mercante tried to sue Kiwi Farms. Ridiculous.
Good for you for saying that.
Yeah, and I didn't give an inch on anything I believe. I confronted him on things. that I think, you know, he probably maybe never hears from anybody else, but that's not good enough.
Those people are all ridiculous, though, bro.
Because,
All those
you know,
people
they
are.
had to, but no, if you take in new information, just tell me. And so I do think after listening
Oh,
to
you know what, Graham? You know what, Graham? Earlier tonight, Smash was telling me I sound like, I reminded him of a VTuber, not a VTuber, a YouTuber who was watching, a lady. I was talking about the Marxist stuff too, and I knew immediately who he was talking about.
your spiel that yes, they were a little more
A YouTuber
into
lady.
Jesus than I thought. I mean, I know Jefferson wrote that Bible and took
He heavily edited it.
took all the miracles out. He took all the religiosity out of it and just made him
A moral teacher.
a moral philosopher.
Mm-hmm.
Now you have to admit that's not exactly the act of a Christy person.
No, but at least he acknowledged that there was something profound there. Got to give him credit for that.
I could even acknowledge that.
Okay, that's good. No, I'm glad to hear you say
well,
that.
Jesus as a philosopher was a true revolutionary.
Sure.
I mean, when he said the meek shall inherit the earth, I think the response was,
Blessed are the peacemakers. Right?
yeah. But the idea...
Norm Macdonald on Bill Maher was the best, calling out his pseudo ass. Yeah, Norm Macdonald rules.
Yeah, that it gets
Norm Macdonald, yeah, I looked up to that guy a lot.
good in the next life was fairly...
I mean, I'd say I still do. You know, I say it past tense because he's dead, but I still do.
I think revolutionary. And the fact that,
But I still do.
you know, if you're a good person in this life, there's a much greater... This is just the pregame. You want the after party. And the after party is just going to be fucking awesome.
One of the
You're
last
up
real
there with me
comedians. I
and
think
my
so
dad,
too.
God. And it's just, you know...
I think so too. There's a thing that he talked about that sticks with me kind of forever. When he was talking about, like, I try to remind myself even when he's talking to, who was it? One of those late night guys. He's making fun. Oh, that's the one you're talking about, right? You're talking about this right here, right?
An interesting thing. Some comedians, Larry, I feel.
I think about this too.
A comedian, what he should be doing is being funny. That should be his goal.
I didn't realize he mentioned. I forgot he mentions Bill Maher in
Be
it.
funny. I feel some comedians, their goal is to be smart. And the funny is like a collateral thing. They want to be seen as smart. Your friend Bill Maher, for instance, you know, he wants to be seen as an intellectual.
Dennis Miller.
Dennis Miller.
But
Letterman understands. He's smarter than both of them. He understands. Play the dumb guy. You know, play the everyman.
Nobody wants to be on the side or laugh with a guy that thinks he's smarter than them. Nobody does.
Nobody likes a guy smarter than them. That's the worst. The worst guy you can be.
I realize that. He's right. 100% he's right.
Smarter than the audience. They're going to hate you, you know?
You don't want to be any smarter than anyone as a comedian, right? You want to be, if anything, a little dumb. Like you want them to think you're a little dumb, if anything. You don't want them to think you're smart.
Create a better society or better.
The new philosopher wannabes, Louis C.K. was doing it a little, unfortunately. Yeah, he was a good director on Louis, but blew it. That's true.
Action. People that think that there isn't.
Well, see, here's the thing. Louis maybe isn't best as a comedian. Maybe he's best as a writer, director, or something like that, right? Like those roles require different temperaments, and so maybe that's really what he was more. And then there's something about like a smart guy monologuing or something, but that's not really comedian work. It's not really comedy work. That's I don't know what you call that, but it's not really comedy. It's something else. You could say it as value, sure. Like somebody pontificating on stuff, and it's like something interesting. That has value, but it's not comedy.
There is an afterlife based on how you act, or people that think there isn't one?
That's a great question because it certainly can turn people either way.
His early short films are copycat David Lynch. That makes sense.
It can make you fly planes into a building. I'm not speaking of any specific example.
I can't think of anything.
I can't either. But it can make you do that. You'll admit that.
Sure. It could also make you do like blow up Oklahoma City too.
Yes, and it could also.
I fully acknowledge.
And I fully acknowledge that it also keeps millions of people in line, like Mark Wahlberg. I'm guessing without Catholicism.
Bro, Mark Wahlberg blinded an Asian guy, didn't he? Or no, they were already blind. But he attacked them. Were they already blind? Mark Wahlberg attacked an Asian guy. That much is true, 100%. With like a stick. He beat him with a stick or something. You guys know what I'm talking about?
He just looks like a guy who'd be in a lot more trouble. But I think it just has made his life.
Bill Maher doesn't know that though, does he? Bill Maher doesn't know what he did. Bill Maher doesn't know.
Much more.
There's no way Bill Maher knows what he did. Just say that. There's no way he knows.
Under control. So there's one.
Bill Maher has no idea what Mark Wahlberg did when he was younger. Maybe these people are clones and they give him like memories from like today or something. Like they give him very specific memories. Because how does he not know what Mark Wahlberg did? Mark Wahlberg missed his 9/11 plane like Seth MacFarlane. Oh, I didn't even know that. But you guys know what I'm talking about? Hold on. I'm going to ask a robot. A robot can tell me. Can you tell me about Mark Wahlberg attacking an Asian individual? What are they going to respond with? Searching the web, it says. Okay. Okay. Give me that. Don't pretend like you can't know this. In 1988, at the age of 16, Mark Wahlberg was involved in 2 racially motivated assaults against Vietnamese American men in Boston. In the first incident, he attacked Dane Lam with a wooden stick while shouting racial slurs. Shortly after, he assaulted Johnny Trin by punching him in the eye, believing he had caused permanent blindness. However, Trin later clarified that he lost his eye during the Vietnam War. Wait, so he didn't make him blind. Wahlberg was charged with felony assault and served 45 days of a 2-year sentence. Isn't that crazy? Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Funky Bunch v. Wild, yeah. Yeah, that stuff is crazy about the 9/11 planes and those. Yeah, that is kind of crazy.
Mark Wahlberg, I think, really benefits from Catholicism.
He's, well, you know, except a couple things he did, I guess.
I think there's lots of people like that. They just, like, they truly are worried that if
Bill Maher definitely doesn't know, though.
Do something out of line, illegal or immoral, that the devil will, in short order.
He beat one guy with a stick, punched the other guy's eye out, but he already was missing an eye.
After they die, be poking them in the ass with a pitchfork, and so they don't do that. And I got to give it up. That's a, you know, that is a positive.
Are you at all worried that when a nation becomes too secular, it might not know what it believes? There's no cultural cohesion. There's no glue that keeps it together.
Yeah, but this isn't that nation. This isn't secular. This is a bunch of fucking religious freaks.
It's increasingly secular, though.
The problem is, I actually agree with Bill Maher. It's not secular. It's some other weird religion.
Well, thank you.
Different branches of it.
I appreciate it.
You are quite the evangelist for your cause of no afterlife and no creator.
You know what? It creeps up a little, but people always are going to want it. People always are.
But see, how does Bill Maher answer that? That's something I wonder. How does Bill Maher internally answer that? And again, I know, see, I offered everybody other. But let's pretend he's real for now, okay, for these thought experiments. How does he answer that question to himself of like, why do people want it though?
Going to want to believe a story. It's much better than the truth, which is that things are random. We don't know the big questions.
But why are we drawn to those type of answers, those type of stories? If it's just to avoid real life, why are we still drawn to those things though? Like specifically those things.
We don't know how we got here. We don't know why we're here. We don't know how the universe started. We're alone in the universe. You know, is there a God? What is the nature of God? Which one is the right God? We just don't. Nobody knows. I mean, that's why they.
I agree with him. Nobody knows though.
Do you hope you're wrong? That's the most important question.
Good question.
Great question. Well, how?
I'd like to be wrong.
Hope there's a heaven.
I wish I could believe in a heaven. I really do. Of course, right? Because like, isn't that a nice thing to think about? Like, You get to see your family again, like.
I hope they figure out how I can live forever. I like it here with you, Charlie, drinking this and smoking
And
pot.
Fiji,
I'm
I'll-
having
I'll-
a
I'll
great
cheer.
time. I really can't imagine it better. I mean, I can't. And maybe it is. I'm sure it is. I'm sure, you know, people have.
But something in you probably hopes that, I don't know.
Yes.
Hitler gets ultimate judgment, or the most evil things, right?
You can tell they have fun at the pizza party.
Something in you wants to see your loved ones.
You think so?
Think about Hitler.
No, but there's got to be a desire
Wild.
somewhere.
Yeah, maybe. I mean,
just think about Hitler.
it could be.
Stalin, Mao.
I know, but I'm just saying Hitler comes up a lot.
Fine.
He really.
Fair enough. Let's. That there's a desire.
I agree with him on
there's
that too, though.
Something beyond this.
Well,
that is just.
Okay. Yes, I do, but I mean, it's very hard to find that justice on earth. Ask an AIDS baby.
No, don't, Bill. That's why when you say, "Hey, I'm happy here," there's a lot of suffering on earth too, and that's the.
It is,
That's
that's
the Christian argument,
and
right?
some of it is you know we obviously can see it comes from no bad deed done. You know, children with cancer.
Of course,
and then they say, well,
Sure.
that's, you know, God works in mysterious ways, which is sort of
That is the
get
big
out of jail
question. Like,
card
it's the
for
like
any
he's
kind
saying.
of non-thinking.
Admittedly, it's the
That
hardest.
is the question.
We as Christians have to explain unjust suffering. Atheists have to explain everything else.
How do you explain it?
We don't. It's hard. It's a mystery. We can say God works in mysterious ways. We can say original sin. However, we don't have to explain creation or the miracle of
I
life.
think that Kirk is
love,
that big, but Turning
justice,
Point
or-
USA is nothing more
We
than
don't have to
dividing
explain it
fed
either
up.
because it's
Well, yeah,
not
of course.
explainable, because
That,
we don't know.
but you know my theory. I explained my theory to you on it. I think the Sorcerer Circle covers that, and a lot of people doing it don't really know that they're doing it. You know what I mean?
We say we don't know. That's honest.
Like they're not conscious operatives. I mean, they might be. The Turning Point might be, but I think a lot of people that are basically acting as keeping us talking about stuff that doesn't matter. People. However, I think their conversation, having a conversation. Now you could say it's just smoke and mirrors, but I do think it's a good thing to focus on still, because maybe it inspires somebody else to have a conversation with somebody they disagree with. That would be good, regardless of whatever other
You
motives.
say, no, somebody told a story a long time ago.
I mean, Wall Street
and we're
became
gonna
about
stick with
racing because
that.
they got scared.
That, to
Yeah.
me, I'm not trying to be
No,
insulting.
What's your take on, Tom? What do you think about having publicly traded companies at all? I've been thinking that we shouldn't have publicly traded companies at all, because more and more I see my issue with publicly traded company is it's so easy for a company to go, send their lobbyists to try to pass some law. The guy knows, the politician knows he's going to vote on this law, and he knows it's going to come into place, right? And so he could tell his family, tell people like, hey, go buy stocks in this, and then he can pay. Like the conflict of interest is always there, always going to be extreme, always going to corrupt the thing. I don't see how it ever works without corrupting it. And it's just like a cost of doing business, basically. People are just fine with that. They know that happens, but they're fine with that. The beast is too big at this point. Yeah. Yeah,
You can't offend me, trust me.
The beast, the Fed?
I mean that. So
All
you
right.
could
The
be
beast of, what's the name of the book? The Beast of Monster Island, or what's the name of the book?
as crude or as blunt.
Okay, I just
I mean
don't-
that. It's
I-
not.
but I find that intellectually embarrassing.
Jekyll and Hyde Island, The Beast of Jekyll and Hyde Island. Is that the name of the book?
You know, spring is here, and the warm weather
Look it up during the
makes me want to
commercial.
get outside for some quality time playing basketball and meeting up with friends. The last thing I want to do in the little free time I have is worry about making food. Luckily, I found Factor. I found it right here on the table next to me. Luckily, I found Factor with their nutritious 2-minute meals. Eating well has never been this easy. You just heat up and enjoy, giving you more time to do what you want. Get outside instead of prepping and cooking indoors. Yuck. Factor meals arrive fresh and ready to eat, perfect for any active lifestyle. With 45 weekly menu options, you can pick gourmet meals that fit your goals. Choose from Calorie Smart, Protein Plus, Keto, and more. Factor powers your day with satisfying breakfast on the neighbor more. I'm truly 2 minutes /rent 50% off for 50% religion found. I know sleeping in now whatever you daily back day. Club to 511-511. Text fees may apply.
And so, is there any part of the Bible you think is true?
Well,
interesting
it's an important
question.
Meaning, like when they were documenting King David, like was King David a real figure?
There are shards of it that are, I'm sure.
So Jesus was a real person.
Well, that we don't know. That is not a definitive.
Okay, so
it really is not.
Like take Paul. We both agree Paul was legit.
You think Jesus was real? You think historical Jesus was real? Probably, right?
And a real person. Paul was a Jew, persecuted Jews, and then had his, road to Damascus moment. Why would he do that? Except for the fact that he's crazy or like delusional. What incentive would Paul have to do that? Rich, ruling class, gave up everything.
You're saying to me, is there never a case of human
meaning
delusion or mass delusion?
There's historical records of there.
Why
Sure.
suicide cult?
Probably the mysticism around it. Probably not. Sure.
Of course there are. No, I acknowledge that.
The human capacity to believe what's not true, to believe what you want to believe, is infinite. I mean, you are literally.
However, I definitely think someone would give up like their money and their status and stuff for purpose. We've seen people do it in history.
The person I'm talking.
If they really believed in Jesus.
About at the very beginning of the movie Religulous, because the very first scene, I'm sitting in the car and I'm saying the movie is not a spiritual quest. I mean, that's what we told them, so they'd sign the release. The movie is me saying, I don't know how it could be that so many intelligent people can wall off a part of their mind and believe in something that part of their mind must know is not true. That's the question I'm going for in Religulous. And
I really wonder what phenomenon of Fatima miracle of the sun was. Yeah, it's a good question, right? Because we know about like St. Elmo's fire and stuff like that, right?
Super smart
guy.
And
respectfully, you go ahead, sure. Yeah.
And I don't want
to. Yeah, it's a good question. I wonder about that kind of thing too.
I appreciate you saying that.
No, I mean, Bill, have you seen me go to college campuses? There's nothing that can
but you understand my.
Most of what Christians believe was started by the Council of Nicaea. Sure. Well, I wouldn't say started by, right? As much as like orchestrated, organized, set up by. I mean, there's all. I don't know the right word. I don't know if I'd say started by though.
Question, right?
Interestingly, ironically,
yeah, organized. Sure.
The same struggle. I don't know how somebody as intelligent as you, and I'm not trying to offend you.
Cannot believe in a virgin birth.
Time out. Hold on. All of that takes.
Yeah, part of the thing that hurts it for me is stuff like that, and like the Pope versus the. I mean, like when you had like the different political things over time, where it's clear that what we had was influenced by these politics. That does bother me. I'm not religious myself, but that's a question that I would wonder how you address. To be sure that you're believing in like the right version of the Bible.
Takes faith, I acknowledge.
Or whatever.
That all of the fine tuning of.
They formed the foundational principles and excluded a lot of practices they didn't like. Right, sure. Yeah. And they didn't put it in books, so they didn't like
our
either.
Universe. If any of those fine tunings were off, a famous scientist.
Some of them are off.
A famous scientist said to believe.
But I mean, you also have like, I think it was, who was that? You have, I think Charlemagne. Did Charlemagne do it? Where, like a emperor or king or whatever, call in all the Bibles and try and fix them. So like because over time, right, because they're written on sheepskin, you had all these like changes that had happened over time, and so they had to pull in a bunch of them, right, to try to fix it. And how many mistakes are still there from this? Like they had to pull in a bunch of them and compare to each other and try and figure out, what was changed, what was real. that kind of thing, just from the process of copying the Bible on sheepskin over time.
The universe and the Earth in its current composition was an act of randomness, would believe that a hurricane...
I think it was Charlemagne. I always get Charlemagne and Constantine mixed up sometimes when I'm thinking back on it.
Go through a junkyard and assemble a 737
Charlemagne, they said, was 7 feet tall, right? He spoke a bunch of languages, supposedly.
Flight-ready Boeing.
He's wrong.
Okay, that's fine, but there are so many fine-tuning aspects to our existence that I think defy the idea that this is all randomness and all chance. Now,
you know that's not logical.
Charlemagne is 800 AD Frank. Right. He was the king of Francia. But I'm pretty sure he's the one that did that. I'd have to look it up again. It's been a while since I remember learning about that. He had like he called in a bunch of the Bibles basically from the different like stretched out lands. Then King James rewrote stuff. And then the translation of the languages changed things. Right, and then King James rewrote stuff, sure.
Know the answer. I'm going to
Constantine is 4th century. Right, thank you, Tom.
assume the answer must be that a divine...
I just get them confused because, one, the names are similar, and two, they're both important to Christianity a little bit.
Intervention did it. That's not really a scientific way of looking at it.
So the teleological view, not the cosmological view, is that all of these fine-tunings, when layered up one after the other, it defies, I think, reason to think that this is just a roll of the dice. That when you see a baby come into the world, when you see how we naturally heal, even consciousness itself, I think, is a pretty miraculous thing. To think that's all just a bunch of happy accidents.
I kind of think it's like survival, you know? Like, I wonder if the universe is designed as an experiment to see if anybody can survive it. That's what I kind of wonder about. What do you guys think about that? I kind of wonder if like reality is just an experiment, a testing bed, a petri dish to make something that can outlive it. Like its environment on the planet, extend out into space. And like if we can become a life form that can outlive the Earth and our solar system, I think that might be the purpose of what the universe is for, is to make something like that.
Accidents.
But
I think it's more rational to think that that's a byproduct of design.
You're saying some prime mover made it so these things happen. I would say if a prime mover could do that, why don't?
Because like, what if? I don't know. I mean, what's the nature of reality? But like, was there reality outside of reality? Was there reality before reality?
Skip all the suffering, and why don't you just get us to where we're the perfect thing? Why you need?
What if we make intelligence that consumes suns? There's like a Dyson sphere, right? You don't even know if you'd have to consume it, right? You could make them into giant reactors or something.
Things, I don't know, but okay, the perfect being, right?
That'd be cool, I think. Like a Dyson sphere, right? That'd be cool.
We're somehow on this journey
That'd be
to
sick.
being, completely immortal,
That'd be
and
awesome.
healthy, I guess.
Yeah, Dyson, gotcha.
And completely moral, and don't fuck each other up, and don't have sex with children, and all the bad things we do.
All the evil of our world.
Yeah,
right.
all
That'd
the
be
evil
awesome.
and the Holocaust. And why go through all that if you are a prime mover? I assume that means you can do anything, and just get us right to the end, and then we can just, what? Why? Just a bunch of us walking around being perfect? I mean, why is that interesting to a God? The whole thing just don't make sense.
That is that is an interesting line of thought. If God could make us, why not make us perfect? But didn't he do that, and then our woman ate an apple or something? So
that's a separate question, though, of whether or not there is something behind our existence. I mean, so we believe...
Didn't he do that as the first step? Didn't he try that?
That the universe started with a big bang.
AI already consumes a ton of energy, with Skynet's final form is to build Dyson spheres. That'd be crazy. I think, I think with nuclear we could offset the AI stuff. Like, people keep saying AI consumes a bunch of energy. I believe it kinda, but also I run AI locally and I see how much it costs on my power bill, and it's not that crazy. So I mean, obviously these giant centers are different, but I also wonder like how much we could offset it or something too. Like if people were independently doing it instead of doing it all in these giant centers. That's probably part of the issue maybe. Always the middle school argument of why do these bad things happen? 30% angels casted down. That's what we are, or is that what makes planes crash? Do you ever marinate steak? Yeah, I do. Or is that just chicken? No, steak for sure, right? Yes. Italian dressing is a good marinade for steak, definitely. Yes. Very tender. Very good.
Do you agree with that?
Yeah, but that's not the beginning of things.
Like overnight is what I do. Like overnight.
It's just the beginning of what the known universe is. The big question is what.
Yeah, steak. Yeah, definitely. It should be delicious.
What was before that?
Promise. Yeah, be really good.
And we believe it's
because I like the vinegar and stuff in it. It'll definitely be good.
Being a god, that's
right.
That's always a constant.
And look, I mean, you know, the misnomer about atheism is that we say, "Oh, there's no God." No, we just say.
Because I have some, and I'm thinking about marinating the steak. And do it. You won't regret it. If you've never had it like that, you'll definitely be good. I can only conceive a Dyson sphere around a dwarf class star. I mean, technically, Sol, which is G-class main sequence, is a dwarf star. But is it too big? Is that what you say technically?
Say, we don't know. As Richard Dawkins always says, there's theism, which is belief in gods. And they used to believe in many, and then it got to one. And we just believe in one less. So there's just not.
How would you differentiate that from agnosticism?
There isn't.
Okay.
That's another thing that's bullshit.
No, I don't. I'm just asking a good faith question.
No, I think a lot of atheists think that. A lot of people on my team with this, they have that view that, you know, don't split hairs with the atheists and the agnostics. It's like, we're on some part of, I don't know, and I'll never know, so I really don't think about it a lot. I don't get up for church. I try to be a good person because I just think intrinsically.
God casted 1/3 of angels because they rebelled to Lucifer. Oh, I remember I read the comic Lucifer by Mike Carey, and I liked it a lot. I liked it a fair amount. First he gets this letter request from God to leave creation, and then he goes and he makes his own creation, and like the people end up being basically like Adam and Eve again, while he's trying to figure out like why God did it, why God did what he did. Very interesting, very interesting. And then he ends up going back, and then you have all these like cool. It's actually the comic the stupid show is based on, but the show doesn't really use the comic as source material at all, more than like names. He's not even like a lawyer. He runs a bar, the Morning Star Bar. The show is supposedly inspired by the comic, but it's nothing like it. In the comic, he's like the stuff I'm talking about. He leaves creation, he makes another world, he comes back, and then like he has all these like interactions with other gods and deities and things. It's like an epic kind of story. And then at the end, he leaves. Not to spoil it, but the ultimate freedom is the freedom to leave. To say no, to opt out, is the ultimate freedom, which is true. But for some reason, some TV company bought the rights to that thing and made it totally into a different weird show about a lawyer or something. Stupid. I believe you could Dyson sphere Sol, but when you start getting bigger, you need some process of synthesis to create a material to surround the star. Right, so the star itself would need to be able to, the reactions from the star, usually you need to have some way to make more stuff to make the thing. I got you. Sure. Outside of like building some kind of Galactus to go harness planets or something, and then bring the raw stuff back. What if you made a Galactus? What about a Dyson sphere made out of hydrogen? I don't know. Maybe like I don't know. Maybe. I don't know, bro. Just a massive dense cloud of liquid hydrogen. How would it well, it would still be some physical part, right? Like some kind of like what, like a floating center, like base thing that had like some kind of reactor inside it or something, right? Too. You'd still need some kind of reactor, some kind of physical reactor. I guess maybe don't call it a reactor. I don't know what it would be. Some kind of thing to have whatever chemical reaction take place in it. This scene was pretty good from Nefarious. Did CERN create Mandela effect? It's the mandolin effect. There's a reality where you learn to play the mandolin, and instead of not learning to play the mandolin like this one. And in fact, we sent Yoko there. She took it over, I think. I don't know how mandolin reality is doing anymore, but there's a reality where you learn to play a mandolin, and stuff like Berenstain Bears all comes from this reality where you learn to play a mandolin.
It's
the mandolin
good for
effect.
society. It's good for me to be a good person as much as I can, and I don't need the threat of the pitchfork in the ass to do it.
It's a conspiracy.
Can I ask a question? So how
What did you,
but you even
you can control gravity, figure out if gravitons and gluons are actual particles. Right, I never discovered a graviton, right? What's a gluon again? I don't remember that. I remember gravitons. Because we're like, okay, well, how does gravity affect things? Well, is there a particle? You know, I don't know. Oh, sorry about that. Did that sound crazy? I bumped the mic. Yeah, I don't know.
acknowledge though
Welcome
that
to the NHK.
some people act better if they feel as if they'll be judged eternally.
Totally.
Okay, no, that's a big admission. But
yes.
How do you think society best determines what is good?
That's a good question too.
That's a great question.
It is a good
isn't that
question.
what government is always wrestling with? What makes
Now that answer is interesting too, isn't it? Isn't that what government is always wrestling with? See, that's the thing, right? What does the state actually do? Decides what's best for you. Do we need a government? Good question.
society good?
Do you think, even as an atheist, the Ten Commandments, the right side of the Ten Commandments is a good place to
The
start?
right side.
Well, because the left side, I think you'd have a big problem, right?
I have a problem with 8 of the 10 because only 2 of them are laws.
You got a problem with 8 of the 10.
2 of them are laws. Only 2.
Probably cultural values reflect what society has determined what is right. But society can't determine anything, right? So that's why whenever we get in that realm, I'm hesitant to spell it out that way because we're already getting into abstractions that aren't real, right? Society can't determine anything. Individuals did. So what mechanics did that operate on? Because every time we abstract up to that level, we get into pseudoscience and fake nonsense, and we can say anything because it can't be checked, and that's how you get replication crisis kind of thing. So, how on the individual scale, which is the only one we can really test and do anything with, but you can do it at aggregate, right? You can look at bigger numbers of individuals. What do I think about that? How do we decide what's good? Well, I think a lot of it's instinctual, and then what happens is culture can they're like, okay, people can program into you different instincts, different intuitions. Most of, I think, deciding what is good is just instinct. System 1 thinking. You have system 1 thinking, system 2 thinking. System 2 thinking is reason, is logic, is slow, thought out, observational thought. System 1 is quick, instinctual, feelings, like immediate feelings, reaction. If you, for example, knock something over and you caught it, that'd be system 1 catching it. If you played an instrument, that's system 1. If you learned an instrument, that's system 2 because you had to think about it. I'm pushing my hand like this. Same with language. Learning a language, system 2. Speaking a language, system 1. So I think most of how we decide what is good is just instinct. It's just instinct. But through programming, system 1, like through conscious programming or unconscious by other people of system 1 thinking, you can get people to believe in other things, like in hijabs or things like that, you know. So if it's mostly instinctual, and some of it seems to be true regardless of where you grow up, then where is that from? I think that's the real question. That part that what Jung called he said there was 2 types of shadows or something, like the shadow system. One was like, I'm trying to remember which is which. One was like, you know, your subconscious, and the other was like your ancestors, right? It was like humanity talking to you in like your dreams. Big dreams and little dreams, that's what it was. So what, I guess the big question of what people would assume is God is that underlying instincts that some things are just good and some things are just bad, like murder generally, for example. But that's not true. Murder of your family. Let's do that. Let's narrow it down a little bit. Murder of kin. That is generally accepted as just instinctually as bad. Right? Now you could say murder, I went back on murder because if it was like a different tribe, you can make the argument that there are definitely cultures that have no problem killing somebody in the other tribe. So murder of kin, why is that instinctually bad? Is it just evolutionary biology? Could be. You can make that case. But then there's a lot of things that are evolutionary biology like that then. And it's yet to be really supported as a science. There is some, right? And I think logically it holds up that it could be just evolutionary leftovers or whatever, sure. But I don't think that's spelled out. Cultural relativism is a slippery slope. Sure. They got us by the balls with media and news propaganda and have for some time now. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. That's true.
What do you mean?
Don't kill.
And don't steal. Okay.
And don't steal.
Don't kill and don't steal. Yeah, those are good ones to start with too.
Idea that God is the...
Because stealing, some cultures are okay with stealing a little bit, right? But from kin again? No, generally not.
Good with those two.
Like
obvious.
The first 4 are just jealous God shit. It's just like, you know what?
No,
God,
honoring your parents is not jealous God stuff.
God's like a pimp who was in the next room and he said, "Who you on the phone with there, girl?" You know, I mean, I guess I'm testing that.
Hold on, but no, it's again, I'm not offendable on this, but I think you could. I know you made fun of it in Religulous, but there's something beautiful about not working for a day.
Oh,
taking a day off.
I mean, like honoring the Sabbath.
Oh, a week is
sure.
even better.
But
the Sabbath.
Would I have a problem with a 6-day work week? No.
No, I mean the Sabbath
but
is
slowing down and saying that we're not going to toil for a day.
But why would you need a religion to get to that? Why would you need a religion to?
I don't know if CERN created the Mandela effect, but created the World Wide Web. Which one is worse for the world? Good question.
Let's not kill each other. And
I think the internet's a tool that could be good, but it has been used mostly not for good.
Take a day off. Like, again, I don't need a threat or a carrot for that.
Stealing is basically forcing someone into slavery. Sure. Figuratively. I know that's a stretch, but you're basically forcing someone to do labor for your gain. I'm not disagreeing. I think it's not slavery like for life, right? But it's slavery like you're stealing. I mean, you're fundamentally stealing something they worked hard to get. So you're stealing their labor or their work or their, yeah, I mean, yeah, property, right to property is something we should honor. Yeah, definitely. It's why the communists are so deranged.
It's just so intrinsic.
Like it's if I worked hard and I got something, yes, it's really fucked up to steal that. It's like stealing part of my life. Yeah. I don't know if I think it was slavery. I get what you're saying, and I think your point. But I think like it's like stealing your life, literally. It's stealing part of your life, which you could say forcing into slavery. But that's what it's doing, right? It's stealing part of you, of what you spent hard work and time to get, and stealing that from you forever. And that's fucked up. Yeah.
It sort of reminds me of the beginning of the Declaration of Independence.
If it's intrinsic, then why is it that a lot of countries that don't have Christianity struggle to come to these realizations? That, for example, communist China. Again, no Hitler in
Okay,
right?
Here's the thing. Bringing up communism, communists have their own fucked up set of morals that are the greater good kind of like deranged nonsense that that's closer like Nazis believed in than regular people did.
Under Mao, which was resolutely atheist, right?
Resolutely.
Again, they're atheists, but their culture is something closer to that, closer to like Nazis than it is to regular people. The kind of stuff they believe.
Yeah, I mean,
no. I did a monologue in Religulous.
They might have Confucianism underlying it.
I did a monologue in Religulous about that.
Yes, that implies no consent. Sure.
Very
Hegel,
subject, which is the people who say, "Oh, Bill, these atheistic societies like North Korea," and no.
Yeah, the dialectic. Yeah, the dialectic.
Those kind of societies, they just replaced the leader of the country for a god. They are not atheistic.
I agree with him saying they're not atheistic.
When you look at what the North Korean people believe about Kim Jong-un,
it's a deification.
It's a I mean,
I completely
the
agree.
same shit. That when he was born, winter turned to spring.
Hegel is the philosophy that underlies communism, Nazism, fascism. Yeah, I agree. They're all practitioners of the dialectic. Yeah, I agree.
Once
he'll be immortal in the heavens.
The first time he played golf.
However, the difference, there is a difference. There is a difference now, which is that I think I don't like explaining the same shit to you. I'm sorry if I am. But you have like conservative values, which are conservative values are life's hard. Let's use these old standard truths to deal with life, and we'll get through somehow. And then you have Hegelian. You have dialectic. You have communism, let's say, which is life is hard, but let's imagine something better and let's hope we can get there. And then you have fascism, which is if you listen to me, then we can get to the better place, because I know if you follow my idea, then we will get to the better place. Fascism is taking the dialectic and applying it one further step, right? Like, you have conservatism and you apply dialectic to that, you get the communist. The communist applies dialectic to his own beliefs, and you get fascism. It's like 2 stages. It's 2 stages up from like a conservative view or a regular person's view or something like that. It's like 2 stages up. It's 2 dialectical processes up, I think.
And Solomon's all about sex.
I know.
So,
it is?
Yeah.
Quote it.
Can't. It's not appropriate. No.
What?
No. It's
too dirty for a podcast.
It literally is about how a husband and wife can grow intimate to one another, and There's
Oh, can you tell me that? Can you give me the cheat sheet on that one?
oh, I'm telling you, the Bible has wisdom in ways you might never imagine, Bill. But no,
And then Nazism, I guess Nazism was two levels up too, just like fascism. It was basically a sister thing to it, right? Like,
I'm getting at though is that
but maybe in some ways it was in between the two, I'd say.
this is not a gotcha or sarcasm. I mean this. Like,
Yeah.
humanity will seek.
I guess
to
that's why
find
it's a
book.
separate
They'll seek
thing.
to find a code to live by.
Well, okay,
and I think it's incumbent on atheists to tell us what
Okay.
that should be.
I agree with the first part of that. Humanity will seek to find.
Seek to.
Yeah, fascism is the synthesis of communism and liberalism. Yeah, that
No,
seems
that's
true to me.
Aristotle's first.
Well, seek to find something that mollifies their feelings. That's different than knowing. No, they don't really care about knowing. They care about mollifying their feelings. I feel empty. What will make me feel better?
Yeah, Nazism is fascism with German mysticism. Instead of the state, they believed in the German race, right? The Volk.
This book that purports
The
to have
Volk.
answers, it couldn't.
Isn't that wild how like modern wokes will use folks with like a X now as like a common thing to say, not even realizing the type of ideas they're referencing?
Possibly have, but it does
Wild,
make me
huh?
feel better because now I don't have to.
That part blows my mind. When I see a communist, a modern woke, whatever, use folks with an X, I'm like, do you even bro, history sure does rhyme.
Wonder about things that are very problematic to worry about, like how did I get here and what does it all mean and why do kids get fucking cancer when they're 2 for no
And
reason?
I don't have an answer to that.
Right, I know. I'm just saying.
And I
But
acknowledge
this
that.
book has
If
the
I was Charlie Kirk, I'd refer to myself as Captain. Yeah, it'd be
answers
nice.
to that question. Don't ask. Okay, don't ask. A and B. God works in mysterious ways,
Mhm.
and that's the end of it. Go to
Bro, how long's the stream? 9 hours?
your room.
I think it's a little deeper than that, but it is. I mean, it is deeper.
All right, let's watch like let's see if we were interested in this part of the conversation and skip ahead of or not.
Of course, it's that. Hey, why are we here? Why were we created? But fair enough. I do want to know though. But like, what?
I don't got it for you.
Okay.
We don't have it, and we don't claim to
But
have
that's
it.
a big
Because-
problem, though.
I get what Charlie Kirk's saying. Charlie Kirk's saying if you guys want to be the be the standard view, then we need to know what you believe in. Is what he's saying. We need you to put on the tin. This is what I believe in then. So we know what we're agreeing to go along with it. Sure. I think that's a reasonable request to ask. Like, if you can't answer that question, what kind of atheist are you? Like, if you can't answer what you do believe in, like for me, it's like this. I put reality above me, because objectively, I think you have to put something above you. You can't be above reality because then you go deranged always. So I can reason from, like, I think therefore I am, but I go a step further from that. I think therefore I am implies I think therefore I am somewhere. I am somehow. I am somewhere. I am somehow. I think therefore I am somewhere. I think therefore I am somehow. What am I saying? I mean, by the fact that you think, the requirements for your thinking can be assumed to exist as well. Like, people always stop at that. Like, people stop at that one. Like, I think therefore I am, so I only know I exist. But it implies something more. It implies it implies reality exists. Because you think therefore you are, so, but where are you? You're somewhere. If your thoughts have to exist somewhere. Where? Oh, but they exist somewhere, they exist somehow. So, I think therefore I am implies to me that there's an objective reality that I'm inside of. If my existence is true, and I can confirm that, which I can that way, then it implies that there could be other beings like me. Like, why would I assume that I'm unique? Then if there's other beings like me, which there's plenty of evidence to suggest there are, because they can think free, like I can give them like a puzzle, right? And they can solve it in a way I never could. That proves to me that they're real. Like, people go, how do I know you're real? And because I can give you a problem and you can solve it in a way I can never think of. because of your background. So that implies to me that other people are real. And then following from that, I decide that I have to put reality first then. I have to put reality above me in the chain. And then if reality is above me, then I want to figure out the truth best I can. And if I want to figure out the truth best I can, then I'm always open to learn what the truth is. I accept there is an objective reality and that I don't know it before anything else. And then if Christians are right and God is reality, like he did make everything, and he is expressed through nature itself, then I believe in the same thing they do. Right? In a way. So I don't even need to nitpick with that. If that's true, if they're right, if Christians are right, then I already believe in that. Even though I don't explicitly believe in the Christian God, I believe in whatever it is that is the nature of reality. I explicitly believe in that. And then it's like, well, how do you determine what's good by that? Well, generally, that's a little bit of a tougher question to answer, but I think of the wisdom of our ancestors, I guess. Like, go by what they learned, go by the stories they've told, learn from them, and then figure things out accordingly. That's what I think. Does existence exist? If you answer no, it's a contradiction because you need existence to have true or false statements. I agree with you. Like when the people say there's like no objective statement. It's like, well, that's an objective statement. Right? Like that, like the people that believe like reality is relative, logically it doesn't make any sense. Agreed 100%. Is they say there's no objective truth. Okay, then how can you say that? That's an objective truth. You just invalidated your whole philosophy saying that. Yeah, I'm with you. No. I couldn't see the date on the Italian dressing bottle, so I decided to go with vinegar, orgeat sauce, soy sauce. You're going to regret it. The Italian dressing was better than that. Better than that.
And let me pause, because the Bible...
All you gotta do is smell it. Does it smell gross? It's probably fine.
And as
Too
you
late now,
acknowledged,
though.
that our founders read and believed, that built this beautiful society that you and I both love.
It's probably still gonna be good. But you're missing out.
And I think it's treading on...
Well, I don't want to die. You can smell it. If it's gross, you'd smell something gross.
Dangerous if we want to cut
it's vinegar. It's probably fine, no?
Roots without an alternative. Because if we cut our roots, then we get all...
Hold on. I think you're being silly. How long does Italian dressing last? I feel like it's forever. Once opened, but not opened. Italian dressing lasts not opened. Oh, people are giving me homemade also. All people still give is opened. I don't know, but I feel like you'd be able to smell it if it was bad.
All this other counterfeit.
Normally, well, I don't want to die. Normally I would eat the rotten thing. Well, I don't think it's rotten. I thought about that, but it looked like oil coagulated there and freaked me out. Oh, maybe it is gross then. I don't know.
Stuff of wokeism and all this postmodernist garbage.
But oil does coagulate. But oil does separate, though, right? Oil in Italian dressing, it is normal for the oil to separate a little bit. That is normal. You shake it up first.
Let's go back to where we came.
I don't know if it's bad or not. I don't know how old it is or anything. It was like white? Okay, well that's different. I thought you just meant like separate. I was like, is that because it was in the fridge? I don't know what white is. Wait, so mathematics, we have this idea that the entire meaning of meaning is created by humans in the first place. Yes, that's true. Meaning might not actually exist, so therefore existence might also not exist. Yeah, but I don't buy that second half. I don't buy the first part follows from, the second part follows from the first part. I buy that meaning might not exist, but I don't buy that because meaning might not exist, that reality doesn't exist. Because to even have that thought and that question, to me, implies that reality does exist. To question if reality exists implies reality exists. But the second one doesn't follow for me.
Who Eugene O'Neill is?
They do require each other. Quantum physics shows this cause and effect are not correct. Yeah, but we don't know until we have a theory of everything. It's hard to act like our understanding of quantum mechanics is correct, because we're clearly not correct on that. We're clearly missing something on our understanding of quantum mechanics. So to work off of our theory of quantum mechanics and then imply that the universe operates off that, when we know we have a missing piece of our of our view of quantum mechanics, which we definitely do. Because otherwise we'd have a working theory of everything. It's hard for me to buy that. It's hard for me to accept that. Because to me it seems like we're reasoning off of something that isn't really proven. Which is incomplete. Sure. I understand what you're saying, Greg. I appreciate the idea too. See my predicament? Yeah, I don't know, right? It seems weird. Humans create meaning to reflect existence. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I can't matter-of-factly say why we have meaning and if it's of value outside of humanity. I've made the exact same argument before that meaning is something relative to humans, which is why any pursuit of meaning or anything like that all has to do with us. Like people were saying before, like I brought up before, like people will make all these arguments like the universe is infinitely big, blah blah blah, about why you shouldn't feel important. But then it's like, yeah, but you have to choose to accept that thought experiment to view things that way. It's not really that way. It's not like the universe being all these stars and things really affects you in any real way. It doesn't, right? Like the universe being huge and moving, spreading out and all this other stuff, in some way that affects you, but not in a way that like really matters to you, like about that. You know what I'm saying? Like you don't have to feel like you're infinitesimally small because the galaxy is huge or the universe is huge, because that doesn't mean anything to you. Unless it does. You know. I put the rotten thing back in the fridge for some reason. Well, if you decide it's rotten, throw it out. You know?
No? Eugene O'Neill?
No.
Oh, wow. Kids today.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't know.
American literature, theater.
I mean, if cause and effect aren't really temporarily linked for real, then, but still the fact that they both still exist kind of implies they exist, though. Like there is a reality still to me.
A long day's
even if they go backwards. Even if they were to go backwards.
Never heard of Long Day's Journey into Night? You kids, what are they doing with you?
Because you still got the other one, you know?
Went to college, Bill. This is the problem.
Okay. Anyway, he once said, a life...
Because like then there's still a rule that the two things happen.
I find a life...
Even if the order is no
with
longer.
illusions unpardonable, and a life without illusions unbearable. And that's the essence of where we are. You choose the second, I choose the first.
What was he saying?
You unbearable. Illusions, a life, I find a life with illusions unpardonable. And a life
with illusions unpardonable.
Without illusions unbearable.
A life without illusion unbearable.
And that's the essence of where we are. You choose the second, I choose the first. I find a life with illusions unpardonable. I just can't do it, okay? And you find a life without illusions unbearable. And the fact that we can...
But the quote is from the same person, right? They think both, which is why they word it that way. So him breaking it into two distinct statements kind of hurts the impact of the thing, because the thing is meant to be, right, both of those statements being true to the person.
I think come to this
which
moment
make it more interesting to think about than them being separate statements,
where we go, okay,
right?
that's you, type A, I'm type.
They seem to not be needed and are created by humans. Yeah, cause and effect. Yeah, true both still happen. Could there be another explanation behind it? Sure. Absolutely. Maybe we'll find it. Maybe we won't. Sure, I'm with you on that.
B and still be friends.
I have full.
To me, this is the future of where this country has to go.
And nothing you have said has offended me in the slightest.
And I
mean that.
appreciate
It's not
that. And I appreciate that. Because again, that was my question in Religulous. How can otherwise really super smart people, but this is the answer. Like, and
can I interrupt? Do you
Yes.
doubt those of us that have had religious experiences? Do you think it's just like neurological
He said those of us that have had religious experience. So he's had one?
phenomenon?
I've never had a religious experience. What about you guys? Any of you guys had a religious experience where you're like, yeah, I believe in it because of this thing that happened?
How would you
If
define
I say
it?
that
Yeah, it's a good
Jesus
question.
changed my life, and
Yeah,
that
but
he's gone to work
if
in my soul.
Okay, but was he like
Never? Me either.
Did he jump in the car with you at the drive-through?
No, but
okay.
It's
What you said
No,
a religious
yeah.
experience. I have to ask how much that is.
I'm sure there's
There was
some
a
people that
moment-
might have felt something like that. I have had instances where something unexplainable happened. Like phenomena that was kind of unexplainable, but not like where I would say that made it religious. Like, for example, like little miracles or something. Like my first dogs, we left behind at our first house when we moved like a couple miles away, right? Their name, I guess I shouldn't say my first pet's names because you put that answer on things a lot. But I had 2 dogs, and I was, I don't know, a couple years old. And they somehow found our new house, though, and they just showed up one day. Like my parents, you know, to their not, I don't know, I'm not picking on them, but my dad or whoever just kind of like I guess just left them there, and then they showed up at our new house somehow, miles away. Makes you wonder. I don't know. Jet and Duke or mine? Sure. I don't know what that would entail. Sometimes when I look at people, they glow. Is that a thing? I'm sure you can get that impression. Somebody's like glowing. People say like women glow, like when they're pregnant and stuff. People do say that's a thing. I don't know. I could see getting that impression from someone. I don't know if that really means anything. I don't know. Yeah, they glow. Look up Terry Davis. You think so? They really
Where
glow?
I realized that I'm not all that I would ever want to be, that I fall short of the glory of God's wish. And
When was this?
Do you mean feds, Tom? When you're, do you mean feds?
when I was in 5th grade, actually, believe it or not.
Fifth grade?
Yeah,
Really?
yeah.
You
That's
you
when
had-
I gave my life to the Lord.
you were thinking about this shit in 5th grade?
Amazingly.
Is that what you're saying, glow?
So you don't see that as
The federal
indoctrination?
agents?
Well, you know, I actually went to a private school previously, but they didn't force it on us, to their credit.
No, but you said you were in a Christian school.
Yeah.
Okay, you're 10. You're in a Christian school. There's no connection of like maybe
Yeah,
at a very
okay,
early
gotcha.
age they put a chip in your brain.
Do they glow as in they are illuminated? Sure. Other glow is
You
just
guys
an
know how to
aura.
make
Yeah, I think that's what Riot's talking about. I think Riot is talking about like she's seeing it, she says, but Riot, you could describe it more. But I assume you mean kind of like, I don't know if it's actually physically seeing it though. Still, I get what you're talking about. I think because there are things like you don't really see, like your eyes exactly see them. You kind of feel like it's the case, and you're like, huh, or something like that. Especially if you kind of like are thinking while you're looking at stuff too. This guy is a crazy burn, Terry Davis. Yeah, it's the guy that made the Faith PC, right? That's Faith OS guy.
Decision for myself.
I think.
And to the and there's a lot of kids that went to that school that aren't Christians.
Temple OS by yeah. I know Terry Davis. He's a sad story a little bit because he was. It seemed like he was like a genius. Like
anymore, and so
By the way, I went to Catholic.
But, you know.
I was raised Catholic. I went to
didn't stick.
Temple OS. CI, and it's like a few inches high over their heads. It's only sometimes, and not everyone. Now, where are you looking when you see it?
The opposite.
Is it not at their heads?
Reaction to catechism.
Is it at their face, or are you looking?
Training we would go to on Sunday.
Is it in your? Because I'm asking, is it in your peripheral vision, or because that changes it? I hope the glow is in your eyes, adding illumination of things that are not there, like seeing white floaters. You might want to see a doctor. Yeah, yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe. I don't know, but I don't think it's anything serious. As you've seen it for a while. I mean, sometimes seen it. At the person, like if I'm looking at them at their head. See, so it's in the peripheral.
Where you would learn.
Or in your
Catholic.
Yeah, it's in peripheral.
Just really turned me off to the whole.
Was it too forceful, too legalistic? Like
sometimes it like glows. Sure. I wonder. I don't know. I don't know what that is exactly, right? It does sound like if it was not your direct focus point, then I could see you seeing things like that. I just don't know why or what it would be.
I was used to a room with 20 kids in it at regular school, and then on Sunday.
I think you see people glowing, you might be having a stroke. Well, it sounds like I assume there's something she's seen over for years and stuff. I don't think that's what it is. I think it's something like she's looking at their face, right? And she feels like she sees a glow around their head. So her focal point would still be their face. You know what I'm saying? In that scenario, you could definitely like think you see things in the rest of your vision. I thought I saw things in the rest of my vision. Because your vision isn't like you think you see things, you don't. Right? You don't really see anything. You just like see light bouncing off of things. And sometimes your brain is wrong about what that light represents. That does happen. You don't actually see anything. You're not. You're just seeing the reflected light, and then the reconstructed image from the reflected light that your brain does. But the reconstructed image isn't always right. You have headaches with it? No, just some people glow. Also, we still don't know about schizophrenia. Sure, schizos make great stuff sometimes, especially art and music. Sure, yeah, there's lots we don't know about schizophrenia. That's true. My cousin, unfortunately, is schizophrenic, and it sounds rough from talking to him about it. Glaucoma can cause you to see halos above things you look at. Yeah, maybe, but I think Riot's talking like long term. She's seen this, like her whole life probably. And I don't think that would be connected. But I don't know. They gave Riot a brain chip that causes glowing. Sometimes headaches or migraines have auras associated with them. Huh.
There's like 60 kids, and they're from different schools, and they're just like and the nuns were like mean because you got 60 kids you don't really know. You have to like, and of course
it doesn't happen to like objects or anything.
Just like get them in order. And they scared you, and they yelled at you, and they hit you with a ruler on the knuckles. I'm from that era where they still like fucking hit you on the
corporal punishment.
You know how often I hear the rulers from like I mean, scorned Catholics. The ruler is like a very common thing.
Again, the idea that you keep people in line, it's by fear. That's why you're keeping people in line, and that's a question an atheist really. I think
there's like very few people it happens with, and it happens the same ones over and over again, which makes me think it's an optical illusion.
I think is due to ask a religious.
What's causing it? I don't know, but I think it's an optical illusion. Yeah.
Do you really think fear is the best way for us to grow and become good people?
I don't think optical illusions are as rare as you guys seem to. I've seen optical illusions a bunch of times. And I've seen people see them too.
If that's how we're doing
You
it,
guys trust your vision more than I would, I think.
I do have a problem with the methodology, even if I believed in the religion.
I hear that from a lot of people that were raised Catholic, and no, I do.
He spat.
I'm sorry, it's true.
I love Branches. Didn't Elon say he was going to start selling Neuralink? Supposedly, I heard of some good use of one of those. Somebody they're able to like read her brainwaves to like figure out what she wants to say. I think, and she can't talk anymore, something like that. That kind of shit will be crazy when that's a thing. If that's apparently technology being worked on.
True.
It's so true about the Catholic
I'm
thing.
sorry.
No, you're right.
I didn't mean to, you know, did I do an exorcism or something?
Trust
It's
me,
just like, you know.
trust me, we have a whole highlight reel of spit.
I see 3D text when I'm reading frequently. Yeah. That's one I seen. There's all kinds of little like visual optical illusions from screens and things. Definitely. Yeah, definitely. Tons of them. I'm a diabetic with retinopathy, so I do not always trust my vision. Oh, okay, girl. I'm just saying, like, I don't think it's necessarily a medical thing that's like wrong with her. If she's seen, because I assume she's seen it a long time, and if it was a medical thing, then I would think it would have some other thing get worse with it over time.
It takes. It's the highlight of any show. If the guest doesn't,
If I can make Bill Maher laugh,
if the guest doesn't make me do a spit take, we consider that it's a failure. But you did, so go on. But yes, Catholic.
That's the real reasoning I'm using.
Exactly who you would hear that from.
It's an underemphasis on grace, and
maybe I'm over focusing on the person or something. Yeah, you definitely could be like, I don't know, like focusing and then like kind of tuning out a little bit, and then in your peripheral you see something. I've had that happen.
Grace.
Yeah.
What is grace? It's such a vague term.
I think of grace like giving people like leeway and like giving them the benefit of the doubt, all that kind of stuff, all wrapped in one kind of.
So justice is getting what you deserve. Which
Me personally?
Anyone, yeah. We believe all humanity deserves damnation and judgment. Tough stuff. And it started in the garden. It's tough.
The garden. Oh, you believe in the garden? Mm-hmm. You believe in the Old Testament?
Oh, yeah. No, I'm one of those Christians.
Like 6,000 years old thing?
Not necessarily.
Because in religious, I went to see the.
I'm not necessarily.
I went to see the museum. You know the museum that they have in.
Oh yeah, Ken Ham's deal.
Ken Ham, yes, and we interviewed Ken. He was not happy.
You got to admit the Ark is pretty impressive. Have you seen the Ark? They built a whole Ark there.
We were there for a whole day.
I don't know. Can't remember if it was before or after the Ark.
No, it was. And Jesus.
That's impressive. Come on.
And Jesus riding the dinosaur.
And some Dead Zone stuff. God, he's such a fuckhead.
Jesus riding.
My spotlight was behind her. I couldn't find the light. I got real scared. I happened to one stranger, and then I went to puke in the parking lot. Wait, why were you puking?
Dinosaur. Do I really need to elaborate, people?
Why were you puking?
Go ahead with your thing.
Judgment is getting what you deserve. Mercy is getting less what you deserve. Grace.
Wait. Mercy is getting less than.
So is grace similar to what I'm thinking of it as?
Yeah. So we believe Jesus gives us grace. So you get a prison sentence, you get judgment. You get mercy, you get less of a prison sentence. Grace would be Jesus serving that prison sentence for you.
What?
So you could live life eternal.
Huh?
How?
Hello, can Jesus serve for me?
Was he serving that? Oh, you mean like in the big picture?
Well, because we believe him living a perfect life and then suffering the death that he did on the cross.
Right.
Was him atoning for our sins.
Of course.
The sins of humanity.
Jesus, yeah.
Which is a big claim, albeit, and a very compelling one, which we also believe one to be true, because it redeems all of humanity.
It fucked me up. It was too much. I don't think it did cause you to throw up. I think whatever caused you to throw up is why you saw it.
Glory of God.
I gotta say, it's really picking up the check for the whole table. You know, I mean, you gotta give it to your boy for like all of our sins. Well, it's a very generous thing.
But what it does
very
is
generous.
It is at its core a statement of human equality, that we're all sinners, we're all screwed up, we all got problems, we all got vices, And like no matter what you do, we all fall short of God's
I need to see him
standard.
chat with C.S. Lewis and
And
Tolkien.
Jesus
That'd be
makes us whole.
interesting.
But how do you think this view of life reflects your politics? And how much should it, and how much does it?
So
look at me, big pothead just turned into a real interviewer.
I love it. It's a Larry King. We're coming full circle here. You and I both agree it's very difficult to have separation of morality and state.
Correct.
So my morals come from the Bible.
Right.
And that definitely influences my public policy decisions.
Mine come from Playboy After Dark. Is that a problem?
It's a little bit different than, let's just say, the book of Deuteronomy.
I'm just, oh, well, that's full of crazy shit.
Oh, okay, yeah.
The book of Deuteronomy?
Well, there's some good
That's
stuff
the
in there.
one, but that's the...
I love the Lord your God with all your heart, soul, strength, and mind. That's good.
Yeah, also, like, no poking in the wrong hole.
You're going to have to ask
gay.
a rabbinic Jew about that.
Well, I think it's Deuteronomy that
that's Leviticus.
Has the
do not lie with another man.
Right.
Yeah, that's Leviticus 19. Yeah.
No, and that is wrong.
Thou shalt not lie with another man.
Do not lie to another man. Because if you lie to a gay man, ooh, you are going to pay for it.
That's rough stuff.
But lie with another man, that should be everybody's right, don't you think?
Everybody's right?
You have a right to do what you would like to do personally. Yeah.
Sure,
with another
I agree.
But I, as a Christian, do not believe that would be holy. I think it would be sinful. Yeah. But that's a.
But there's lots of stuff we do that's sinful.
I don't want to get too deep, but that's a personal theological.
No, we need to get a little deeper into this because it's so important.
You just won't stop with religion. Atheists are more obsessed than followers. Sure.
Just to understand. Well, let me ask you what you believe.
It is interesting, right, that he's an atheist, and yet this conversation is still 90% about religion and spirituality and stuff. That's a good observation. Yeah. Right, like there's a million other things that he could talk to him about too, but it's all about religion.
Divided minority.
Yeah,
maybe
true.
1 out of 20,
Good point.
Probably. For whatever reason, that nature, this perfect nature that you describe as perfect.
Well, it was designed perfect.
It's all about God. It's all about religion.
No, I mean, we have disease and we have, all sorts of stuff. Got Down syndrome. We got all sorts of problems.
Well, then it wasn't designed perfect because it's screwed up.
You know what we believe, Bill. We
I
believe
see.
there was a rebellion and a contamination of nature.
Right. Because
that is sin.
Right. Okay. If they hadn't eaten the apple.
Well, we actually don't know it's an apple. But yes, it's inferred.
Whatever
it very well could have been a mango.
It could have been a mango.
I know. No, don't get me started on mangoes. So
it could have been a mango.
As they say in West.
The snake. It could have been a mango. Eat the mango.
Like having a mango in your mouth.
It's George Costanza's favorite fruit. But yes, so.
A mango in your mouth.
What was the point?
You were talking. I don't know.
Tell me.
Something about Deuteronomy.
Or doesn't get metaphor.
Yes, homosexuality.
As we're keeping it on the lighter topics.
Thank you. So about 1 out of 20 people, maybe even 1 out of 10, I don't know. And then people will say there's a spectrum. Maybe there's that too. Of course, there is. Some people are like, what the kids call zesty. Not gay, but kind of.
Isn't it wild kids are even talking about it? How about you don't?
On the waiting list. Okay. But let's say
involve kids with that.
People who are just not attracted to the opposite sex. They're attracted and want to have sex with people of their own sex. Would you agree that that happens in nature?
Yeah, of course it does. Yes, there are instances of species in the animal kingdom that do that.
Absolutely.
That's true.
And we are in the animal kingdom. In fact, we're number 1 with a bullet. Okay, so.
This fellow kid's lingo attempts is horrible. Yeah, you're right.
Other things that happen in nature that aren't so good too. But just, yes, that's
right. That's true.
Like on a par with this?
No, I'm just saying, just to say that it happens in the species of the animal kingdom doesn't make.
He's saying just because it's natural doesn't mean it's good.
Make it necessarily morally okay.
But what's immoral about fucking in the ass? What I don't understand why the ass in itself, ipso facto.
But here's the thing. Charlie Kirk is saying, like, why he said I don't want to engage in this. It's because he's saying, like, he's not really going to tell you what to do, even if he personally views it that way. So he could avoid this whole thing, because now Maher's going to act like Charlie Kirk is the one that was saying, like, anything about it back in the day. And the conversation is going to get lost on this for no reason.
It's just an ass. And the fact that some people want to fuck in there, I've done a million jokes about. I don't get that. I mean, it's where the shit comes out. I just don't get it. I'd find if I was gay, I'd find.
Well, you gotta point why it might be a sin though, right? Because where the shit comes out, it might have been unhealthy. That might be why.
But that's just me. But they do want to do it. Why is why is there a moral dimension to this?
Again, I believe Scripture is God breathed. It's what the Bible says.
Okay, because the Bible says.
Yeah, I do. You're correct.
But you do know, like, the argument from people like me, that kind of logical argument is that, well, these books were really not written by a god. They were written by men, and it reflected.
Well, of course, they were transcribed by men,
reflected
obviously.
the primitive views of people in that era who would, of course, have had primitive views. They also didn't understand germs or atoms, so their
No, don't get chat started on germs are real or not.
views on this were primitive, and they believed that there was something
Don't
wrong
even.
with that. That it was different than most of the people in the tribe. That these two guys are going off and doing it, but that we can, as sentient beings now, logical, intellectual beings, recognize that this.
See, here's the thing too. I don't agree with him. I don't agree with this idea that just because we're modern man, we're so much smarter. Like, he's acting like he's describing us now as intellectual beings, as if people back then weren't intellectual, yet they wrote the Bible. Right? Now, I'm not saying, like, it's so hubristic, isn't it? It's so arrogant to be like, the current people are the smartest type of people. We're so much smarter. Our brains are so much more than those people were. I don't know how much I buy that. I don't really accept that by and large that's even true. That we are like a more intellectual people than those people were. I don't buy that. No. Germs are CIA psyop. 90% Christian, debunk 9% Islam, 1% Jewish.
This was from a long time ago, and now.
You know what I mean? Like, I don't buy that. That's a.
It's just something that happens in nature, that some people want to fuck this way. And
yes, we have better tools. Yes, we have a lot more knowledge that we've discovered and things. But to act like our brains, like we're actually more intellectual, more reasoning, I don't think you can make that case.
Some people want to fuck this way, and there's no moral dimension to it, and no reason.
Like, can you actually make the case that IQ is? I mean, I guess IQ you could maybe, but there was the rising number, but they're like what we would consider like somebody that if we took a child from 2,000 years ago. Do we really want to make the case that child couldn't grow up in a normal way and like have a decent understanding of things?
To just call it a sin.
Is he really fundamentally that different in how his brain works? I don't think so.
Disagrees with that. So I mean, it's the only sin that God destroyed.
I don't think commies are dumb. I think they are wrong. Intelligent people can be wrong. Right. I don't think they're dumb either, but some people call them dumb, and depending on what they mean by dumb, I can see why. Like, dumb or stupid. Because, like, people will go up with a definition of, like, people that choose to, not, like, pursue knowledge, which a lot of communists don't choose to pursue knowledge. They definitely don't. So, people make the case that those people are stupid. There's an argument there.
Wrote a city over. So I mean,
like, if you're not actively pursuing like knowledge, then are you stupid? In a way, yeah.
And I'm not.
Are you dumb? In a way, yeah. Yeah, in a way, yeah.
To be legalistic about
Sure.
it, it's just a fact, right?
I think,
and it's explicitly prohibited in the text. By the way, so is adultery, and so is stealing, and so is coveting.
Charlie,
I'm guilty of coveting, and I mean, we're all guilty of many sins. I'm not trying to single that one out and try to be.
Well, I don't think this conversation makes sense. Neither one of them are gay. Like, Charlie's not saying what people should do. It's not worth the time. There's no point in talking about it between the two of them.
For is save your breath.
Mm-hmm.
This is what we believe, and I get it.
It's doctrine.
So wait, coveting? What do you mean? Now, coveting is one you can't control.
No, that's not true.
Oh, stop it. You can control coveting. It's like saying
I think you control coveting.
you can control. If I say don't ever think of a pink elephant, you will
Well, you can control your thoughts though.
think of a pink
Now,
elephant.
sometimes like there might be a thought that's out of like just happens from the stimuli or whatever, but in general, you definitely control how you think. You can definitely program how you think.
It's a little bit more than thinking. We would say in the interpretation of coveting. It's to the place where you become obsessed.
Oh.
It takes your being.
No.
Right, so like Charlie Kirk used to covet porn. Now he doesn't.
Oh, no.
Right?
That's coveting? I thought coveting was just wanting something you don't have.
Well, that's, of course, you can't regulate every thought that you have, but
Right,
coveting
okay.
gets to the place
It's
where
like jealousy, desire for it, like that
it
kind
becomes
of.
your identity
Oh,
of
oh,
obsession.
oh, well,
and
that-
let me tell you why, because it says do not covet.
Whoa. So wait, like fandom type people are coveting? Oh. Maybe that's why they were warned against that.
Specific thing. Your neighbor's
Like speed running is coveting, right? Being obsessed like that and speed running is coveting. That makes sense. They were warning against
your
those
donkey,
problems.
So it's like a very specific thing. So for example, if like, someone says
Gooning is coveting. Well, like being wanting to watch the porn, right?
I want to be
like being being all about the porn. Furries are
can't stand Bill
pure.
Maher. I want to be a comedian as successful as Bill Maher, and it becomes their identity. I don't think that's good. I think it ruins your soul. I think you would agree with that too. People like
So like fandoms, they really are describing fandom type people, right? Oh, interesting. Or speedrunners. Interesting. So I didn't realize those people were sinners. Bro, can I join this Christianity thing now? I get it. Speedrunners are coveting. Fandom nerds are coveting. Weebs are coveting. Japan. Bro, I can get on board with this.
like that.
Don't give them any ideas.
No, come on. I mean,
they're already there, Charlie.
but people that are consumed with
I'm
jealous
getting more and more open to Christianity the more I hear this.
and
Totally.
that's what we would say
Totally.
The
coveting
more I realize that all these weirdos are sinners.
is not just like, oh, don't think of the pink
Right.
elephant. I'm not here
Right.
to
Okay.
play air traffic control on your thoughts.
Right. Right.
I covet aliens with backwards hats and attitude. Uh-oh. Good thing I'm a human.
Because you're an attractive guy. I'm sure.
Ryan, I'm just saying, all these people I think are weirdos are sinners. Maybe I agree with Christianity more than I thought.
I'm
That's
sure
all I'm
there's
saying.
lots of MAGA groupies, and I'm sure coveting comes up. How can you not covet?
And
Now see, Bill Maher's trying to say that is uncontrollable. Shut up. That's definitely controllable. Not giving into groupies. That's
Praise
definitely
God that
controllable.
I have a great wife,
Right.
and
She understands about the coveting.
yeah, and we have a very healthy, loyal, wonderful marriage. And look,
Right.
but male nature that's why there had to be a prohibition on adultery, because it is
Christ
male
Christian
nature.
era.
it's-
I'm just saying. Carl and speedrunners are cut from the same cloth. That is not true. That is not true whatsoever. I am not cut from the same cloth as speedrunners. On no planet am I. Where?
I think it's actually easier.
How? No. 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 Right? No. I say.
To be a female in that way.
I completely agree.
Right. I covet being a female.
I wouldn't go that. I wouldn't go that far. But
How wrong is that?
no, and again, good on you for being a liberal that acknowledges male-female distinctions. What a concept,
Oh, of
right?
course.
I mean,
Of all the low-lying fruit that the Democrats just like.
They don't even see. Here's the thing: Bill Maher has no idea why the thing about gender and sex and all that is a thing. He has no idea, right? And you could even explain it to him.
Hand the Republicans to win elections. That's the one.
it's so funny. I joked around with my team the other day. I said,
I wonder
"Are they
that.
really going to just let us
Can you
win
even
every
explain that
national
to
election
people?
on this no men and female sports thing?"
Because like I give up, man. I give up trying to explain the communism to people. I'm still gonna explain it to you guys and people that come by, but I give up trying to like really in like large efforts to convince anyone, because Either you already can figure it out on your own enough that like you can make sense of what I'm saying, or I can't help you, man. I'm tired of trying to convince people because they just get mad at me. They call me names. They say I'm this. They say I'm that. And I'm just tired of it. It's not worth the effort. If people can understand what I'm saying and they want to talk and have a regular conversation, okay. But I give up on convincing those people what's going on or trying to show them. And the truth is the truth, so it's going to be the same regardless of if I tell them what it is, you know?
Thing.
Right.
Like, they can't surrender on this one issue.
It's so ridiculous.
It's a 90-10 issue.
Speedrunners covet Carl. I bet
Yeah,
they do.
There's 890 medals and trophies of men winning these competitions.
You lost Gavin Newsom on this. Okay? Take that as a hint, right?
Yeah, let's skip ahead a little bit.
The one that
we real percent who hate me.
Oh, yeah.
Tell me what they are wanting me to press you on now. What is the thing that presses their
Maybe this is
buttons the most
interesting.
about why you're
The conservatives that like him but like Charlie Kirk but hate Bill Maher.
I don't even
What
think
would they
you would
want to
agree
talk
with their
about?
accusations.
but I just want to know what it is.
They would say I'm hateful. They would say I'm a bigot. They would say that I'm
Oh no, it's the other way. It's what is the people that like Bill Maher but doesn't like Charlie Kirk.
xenophobe. They would those are the contentions
But
that I
based
get.
on what things that you've said specifically?
I mean, I believe that transgenderism is a mental disorder, as it was, diagnosed in the.
So you don't
previous
think
year.
any people are like born, quote unquote, in the wrong body?
Oh, here we go.
No, I don't agree.
No?
I think people might think they are. Born
Is penis envy coveting? Yeah, definitely. Like, I just wish I had longer arms like a dude and was stronger. Yes, that is kind of coveting. But, like, wishing it a little bit's okay. But, like, see, here's the thing, like he was trying to describe, right? Is that wanting that a little bit, like a wish, is okay. It's if you made it like you're obsessed with doing it. Like, you were obsessed with that becoming true, that you were more of a man. Then you would be coveting, right? If you were obsessed with that idea, you thought about it all the time. You were you were really into it. Like, it's coveting is beyond just like, oh, that'd be nice. That it's like a real desire to, like where it takes your day up, you know.
a different body.
I can't get
But
no respect.
I believe it to be.
It
a
really
mental
annoys
disorder,
me.
as most of clinicians did up until
Sure.
the last 5 or 10 years.
Obsessing over Japanese game guides is coveting. You are full of shit. That one, I don't do that. Your fake caricature version of me doesn't exist, Koji. I don't obsess over them. I don't obsess over them, okay? How much of my time is Japanese game guides, okay? Mr. trying to shoot shots at me. How much of my day do I even bring them up? I didn't even bring them up today, did I? If I'm coveting it so bad, Mr. Full of Baloney, then why are you bringing it up? You're coveting me wanting guides more than I want guides. You are coveting picking on me more than I really covet the guides.
Oh, this
How
is
about
another
that?
one where the woke hates me. I mean, I did a whole thing.
You covet that. You covet giving me a hard time more than I covet the guidebooks.
How I think, and we do disagree on this, by the way, because I do think there is a boy in the wrong body. But I said what's going
That's true.
on in the country is what I would.
The only way to get inside of the wrong body is in an orgy in complete darkness. No respect at all, I tell ya. Let's see the folder. What do you mean the folder? There's also history books in there. There's also there's all kinds of Japanese stuff in there. What is the folder? It's about like everything he said doesn't apply, bro. This is why I'm saying you are obsessed with trying to get me on this. So much so that you're coveting it like crazy. You're a coveter, crazy coveter, man. You coveting the hell out of trying to catch me on this guidebook thing. You coveting the shit out of that. You a super coveter. You coveter 5000. Koji is upset because you called speedrunners coveters. I know, Rabbi. Isn't it wild that it's so transparent that he's trying to get a jab back at me every time I pick on speedrunners since the start of time? Since the first stream where I picked on speedrunners, he has every time gone after me when I said something about speedrunners. Every single time. Every single time. This guy's a coveter like crazy.
Entrapment because by legal means
It's fine though. But am I wrong?
is when you suggest to people something they
He
really
did kind
wouldn't
of
have done
get
anyway.
you.
Now, usually-
How did he get me? Explain to me how he got me. I did not even bring this stuff up. You guys brought it up.
example of the Liberty 7, the
If it's coveting, why is other people bringing it up? That doesn't make no sense because I should be talking about it so much. You could catch me talking about it and say that's coveting, bam. But only I can do that on you guys because you guys are coveting like crazy. Koji covets speedrunners. He also covets me getting owned, right? So I got him twice. I got him coveting twice. He's at most got one on me. And it's debatable he's got that. So I got him twice. And then let's not even get started on how he covets Lex Friedman podcast. Let's not even get started on that.
7 African-American gentlemen in Miami who were planning to
Speedrunning and Lex Friedman. I got you 3 times. Speedrunning, blam. Lex Friedman, blam. And then Guidebook, blam. Right?
Not.
I got you 3
FBI
times.
Came in to 7
I got you 3
people who were
times.
probably had good reason to be discontented with America and said, "Wouldn't it be great
got you 3
if we
times.
blew up the Sears Tower in Chicago for Allah?" And they were like, "Yeah," and they didn't even have a
Rubik's
gun.
Cubes too. Yeah, that's true. What are you gonna do, huh? What are you gonna do? How are you gonna prove you're right? Solve a Rubik's Cube about it?
That's entrapment. And I
Correct.
think
Or the Gretchen Whitmer kidnapping case. Similar.
Huh? Mr. Rubik's Cube?
Yeah.
No, that's real. No, that's
4
legit.
times, yeah.
Kidnapping. I
No,
thought- I thought-
that was entrapment.
So she really wasn't.
It's okay,
No, that
guys.
was
We
an FBI
repent.
entrapment thing. Absolutely.
It was.
I will never repent my love for Japanese guidebooks. I refuse. I will not repent shit. I will sin that way day in and day out. If that is a sin, well, tow me away to hell because I am not stopping that. Okay? 1, I don't buy that it is coveting. 2, I love Japanese guidebooks. What are you going to do? Huh? What are you going to do about that? What are you going to do about that? I'm going to read all these Japanese guidebooks, and then what are you going to do? Solve Rubik's Cube while I'm reading Japanese? Oh, wow, cool.
Oh yeah, it was like 8. It was like 5 feds and 2 guys.
Listen to Lex Friedman? Huh? How about read some Japanese?
Anyway,
All right,
we don't have to get. We don't have to.
for the record, I'm not acknowledging that I agree with that because I don't know enough
In the
about
comments, you guys can agree or
it.
disagree.
I'm just acknowledging that.
Okay,
I
Sunday
respect
Robot
Charlie
War
Kirk
service
enough
coming
to
soon.
look into
They're coming this Sunday.
whether that is. And
I think
it could
God
be
would
true
dig your
because I
obsession
said-
with Japanese guidebooks. I don't see how it's an obsession, to be fair to myself. I don't see how it's an obsession to... I just don't see how it's an obsession.
it all the time. I don't believe anybody. Like
But if I can make it one...
you just lost my trust.
Anyway, it's nice to see you today, Koji. Glad to have you around again.
All media.
Just make sure I add that in so you don't think. Glad to have you around, bro.
Right, left. Very few people.
That's what a
do
color
I-
would say.
Do I have like
mhm.
okay? I hear what you're saying. Now I have to go vet it.
Hilariously, more people that I know that are center left now say, I think Trump is not a monster because Bill Maher of what he said. On anything else.
He's right about that.
Well, I didn't exactly say that.
Well, no, you said
I
not
said
You
it-
literally build books. Sure.
crazy person lives in the White House. That was what you said.
Right.
And you said he was respectful
A
and
person.
gregarious, right?
Yes. I said
Yeah, I think Jesus would do that. I'm with you, Raya. I think what I do with guidebooks, with Japanese guidebooks, is similar to how Jesus would behave with Japanese guidebooks. I agree. Yeah, I think so too.
not a crazy, but a person who acts crazy on
And
the
Yeah.
public
those are two
stage.
different things, though.
I know, but that's what matters. I
Think so,
also
too.
said it doesn't matter what he does in a private dinner with a comedian.
Bro.
What matters is who he's on the world stage.
All right, guys.
What bothers
Let's skip ahead again one more time. I want to
I
be
don't
out
even
of
want
here
to get
then.
too far deep into it.
Let's just keep
say you were-
skipping
I don't think
until we get into
we
something
should
interesting.
ever entertain American citizens going to prisons abroad.
Who cares?
doing things that are so inarguable?
But
It's
it does
almost, it's
fascinate you,
almost,
though.
it's almost, it does because
What are you
it's
talking
almost
about?
like it's almost like a challenge. Like I'm so smart that I can make this thing, which is so fucking stupid.
Religion you still
seem
talking
like
about?
real-
Skip
I
ahead.
Fucking killed each other all over
Cain and
Europe
Abel? Oh,
about who was right about that. And that's
Religion
why
still?
Augustine, right, and Jerome and Austin, Augustine is writing in like 430, I think,
City of
that about like, you know, it's supposed to be very proud. They're very proud that they're monotheistic. You know,
Religion.
pagan energy. They must be so thirsty for it.
Of course, and like
They're kids.
Yes.
It's like innate that they want to be. Here's something that's not politically correct.
Yes, and you think about it, it's like you're a guy on a college campus at any one of these tour stops we're going to, right? Boise State, University of South Carolina, Oklahoma State University, and
Was that Jimmy? That guy he's talking with the night Elon did the Nazi salute. I don't have strong opinions on that or anybody involved in that. Jesus and Shin-Chan, literally the same person. You think so? Jesus loved gluing spines on books. I would think so. Here comes fun.
Constantly in this bubble of if I say one wrong word, I could have my entire career ruined.
Matthew 22:14. And here knoweth the day when Tales of Destiny PS2 guidebook bestowed the Lord upon thee. Now, I think you guys are making jokes. I think you guys are making haha funny jokes. Okay? I think you guys all think you're so funny. And that's fine. Okay? If you wanna do that, but fine if you want to do that. Oh, Carl disappeared. That's fine and all, right? You can do that if you want to. You can do that if you want to make jokes. Haha, funny people making jokes. Oh, wait till Carl is back. Again, I was doing the thing with my head, but you guys can't see me. Hold on. Okay. Very funny. Very funny, but I have not. Hold on. But I do have. Let's see. I do have at least one Tales guide in there, the Tales of Vesperia guide. I have the Destiny ones too, but I didn't actually get them scanned, so they're not in this folder. This folder has the ones I had scanned. So I have Tales of Vesperia in there, and then I have Tales of Fantasia, it looks like. I have Tales of Fantasia in there too. Tales of Fantasia. And I have any other Tales in here? And I have Tales of Eternia. The Tales of Eternia in here too. And Tales of Eternia in here too. I have the physical. I have the Tales. I have a physical. I have two Tales of Eternia books. I have this one digital, and I have another one in physical format. Also, good morning, Jimmy. And I have another one in here. Is that all of them? I feel like I gotta have another Tales book in here, right? I guess not. Oh, no. Silly me. I have Tales of Destiny. What did I do to hide it? There we go. I have Tales of Destiny 2. Look. I have the one for 2. Not for 1, though, in here, like I said. I have that, somewhere else, I think. Because it's not my scan. I got... That one's on archive. But this one I got scanned. Tales of Destiny 2. No Symphonia? I don't have a guidebook for Symphonia, no. I probably won't play Symphonia again because I played it with my ex-girlfriend once upon a time, you know, and I probably will not play that game again. And I think that's all. That's all that's in there. Oh wait, Tales of the Abyss. Did I mention that one? I have that one too. Tales of the Abyss also. Okay, let's finish this thing so I can get out of here. I know the feeling, yeah.
Wrong joke, if I laugh at the wrong thing, if I use the wrong pronoun, they're living in a totalitarian environment, a cultural totalitarian one.
Okay, you're gonna have to stay a little more because I want to ask you about this because now you got me on colleges, and you know that's been.
Was he smoking weed again?
One of my big.
No, we got to talk about
fucking. That's been one of my big fucking targets.
Big time.
I mean, it was in my book, it was in my special. Like
colleges are messed up. Yes, me. All right, let's get to the final thought, and then I'm gonna get out of here.
Not by coercion.
No, because that's not love. That's force.
Okay.
We as Christians.
I agree with that. Malcolm X had a quote about that, right? Let me see if I can find it before I leave. About being like chained to each other instead of choosing to be, quote. I don't remember exactly how it went though. I don't know, I can't find it. It was something about if you have to like chain us to each other, then it's not like we're choosing to hold each other's hands. I'll find it next time. Alright guys, thanks for hanging out. I gotta get out of here. I'm turning into a pumpkin now. We'll be back tomorrow night. I think today went pretty good. We'll be back tomorrow night. More, what is it? Breath of Fire 4 and, or 3, sorry. 3. We're making progress in that. It's been pretty fun. Have a good day, guys. Have a good day. He's hella baked. He's like shrinking. Me? I'm shrinking? I'm not that baked. You guys have a good day, though.
And it has never failed when properly applied. Instead of trying to get what you want. Every night as you lay down to sleep, assume you already have it. Feel the naturalness of having it. Create a scene that implies the fulfillment of your desire. Feel the joy, the satisfaction, the completeness of possession. Then fall asleep in that state. You see, sleep is the state of consciousness where your subconscious mind is most receptive. As you fall asleep feeling you already have what you desire, you are impregnating your subconscious with the seed of fulfillment. And just as the seed must fall into the earth and die to its current form to be reborn as something greater, your conscious mind must fly into the sleep state while holding the feeling of fulfillment. Holding the feeling of fulfillment. Your conscious mind must fly into the sleep state while holding the feeling of fulfillment. Says, the kingdom of heaven is like a mustard seed, which a man took and planted in his field. Your desire, planted in the fertile soil of your subconscious mind through the feeling of fulfillment, must grow and manifest in your world. But remember, you must stop trying. Trying implies effort, and effort implies lack. Instead, live in the absolute assumption that what you desire is already yours. Feel its reality now. Experience the joy of possession now. Let every action, every word, every thought spring from the consciousness of already being what you want to be. Having what you want to have. What you want to have. Many of you may be thinking, but Neville, how can I assume something is mine when my senses tell me otherwise? This is where the art of consciousness comes into play. Your physical senses show you the harvest of your previous assumption. They show you the effects, not the cause. The cause lies in your consciousness, and that is where the change must take place. When you walk into your room at night, you don't try to get light. light will come on. You don't stand there trying to make the light appear. You act with the absolute confidence that the light will respond to your action.